My vagina's just
Okay,
wet.
shh. Go.
Good morning, everybody. Ari has perfect timing. Unmute the mic. Yep, there we go. Up.
There we go. All right, sorry.
There we go. No, that's all good. She's got perfect timing. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers and Reading Whenever. So, look, I got it right. I've been practicing. We are here for 8-hour reading sprints. So if this is something that you like, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channels. As you can see, Neva is just a little bit busy with Ari at the moment. So Ari will pop in from time to time and give us a little bit of sass, no doubt.
Yeah, it's still.
We love Ari time.
I'm about to order them dinner, so.
Fair enough. If you need to pop off, hun, just do what you got to do. I understand that it's peak hour for you, where it's cruisy time for me, first thing in the morning, and all that. Between 5 and 7 o'clock at night, no matter where you are in the world, if you've got kids, this is peak hour. It is the equivalent of sitting in peak hour traffic.
It's insanity. Plus, we're going to Iowa tomorrow, so everybody and their mother needs to call me to be like, "Hey, you're coming tomorrow, right? Hey, when do you want to hang out this next week? Hey, what are your plans for this week of Christmas? Hey," and I'm like, "Listen, people, can I get there first? Like, can we do that? Thank you.
Just let me get there, and then we'll deal with that." Alrighty, so as I said, we are here for 8 hours. Good morning, Ari. How are you?
Good.
That's good.
It's morning.
So we are here for 8 hours. We are going to do some reading and productivity. As the name suggests, we are doing diamonds and books, so diamond painting and talking about books. We do not know where the conversation will take us during this 8 hours. It is very much driven by our subscribers that tune in to watch with us, and we do appreciate each and every one of you. Now, because the day is going to be a long one, I'm going to get out of the way right now. Merry Christmas, everybody. And I hope that you have a fabulous week with your family and everything, because this will be the last sprint that I do prior to Christmas. But I believe Neva, Brittany, Kelsey, and Reni are over on Brittany's channel tomorrow for the Besties Spritmas. So that should be
at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Hi, everybody in the comments.
Which I have to remember, because by the time that we do this, I'll be an hour behind.
Is this on?
Yeah.
So hopefully I remember that I put it in my planner at 6 p.m. So hopefully.
Yes, it is, Ari, on YouTube.
So hopefully I don't look at it and I'm like, oh, 6 p.m. Eastern? I hope I don't do that, because somebody will be like, hey, girl, where are you at?
Everybody will be sending messages going, Neva, you're not here. But yeah, so it'll be the last one, but you will see Neva again tomorrow, whether it be on time or late. She will be there at least. So we are going to do 8 hours. As I said, I want to get some diamond painting done today. I'm just going to take a chill day today because my week has been super hectic and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. All right, let's have a look and see who is in the comments. Of course, we are streaming to both Neva's channel and also my channel as well. I'm not streaming to the craft channel this week, and because basically it's just not happening over there. So yeah, there's lots of other stuff happening. So I thought I won't worry about streaming and whatnot. So now, I have worked out, I think, with StreamYards that if you get a new member, Neva, it will stay there until we actually click on it and show it. So I'm going to do that. So Neva has Vesperti, I think is how you pronounce it, has become a YouTube member of Neva's channel. This happened last week, but StreamYards will leave it there until we click on it and acknowledge it, even though we have already done that. So welcome to Neva's channel, and hopefully you enjoy some of the content. I know I have a fun time, as I'm also a member of Neva's channel as well. We also have ML has joined us. Good morning or good evening. How are you today? We also have Cool Gamer as well. Katie has also joined us in the comments. Hello. Sarah is here. We also have Chris is also here as well. We also have Alexi here. Just walked early after getting off work and going to get some cleaning done, and then I'll be back to pick up Let It Snow or City of Glass. Awesome. Sounds like a good time read that you've got planned for this evening. Hello, Glenda. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate you being here. Monica has also joined us as well. Just finished work for 2023. Woohoo! That is awesome. Congratulations, hun. Nice, relaxing week. When do you go back in 2024? Hopefully not back in 2023 before New Year. Leandra has also joined us as well, and so has Kelsey. Hello. Lots of people are joining us today. Good morning, Chrissy. How are you today? Thank you very much for sharing all my videos, hon. I don't think I could have done it without you this week, I'm telling you. It has been a bit hectic with storms, and Mia's gone back and drove for nearly 14 hours on Tuesday, and yeah, all the things were happening this week. So, and I'm still trying to catch up on 2 years of sleep. I think the neighbors have been nice and quiet, and I have just, I've been going to bed pretty early and not waking up until like 8 o'clock in the morning. So obviously catching up on some serious sleep. I started taking some valerian as well, just to make me sleep through the night. Is it working? No, don't be silly. Nothing ever works for me, but it does make me rest when I do go to sleep, which is good. ML says, my goal for today is to get through grading 12 more essays and 30 exams. They are easier and faster to grade. Then enter those grades into the system. That will leave me with just one class left. Oh my goodness. Well, we are here for 8 hours, hun. If you need to grade, we are here. ML said hello to Ari, and I'm sure she'll come back and say hello again.
She'll be back at some point.
Hair looks wonderful. Thank you. I only have, this is I've just got this, where is it? This little bit of brown to get cut out. But other than that, I am grey everywhere else. And that is a year's growth of my hair. So I think it's about 3 weeks over 12 months we worked out. So it's grown pretty quickly. So this time next year, it should be back to the length that I want it to be, but it'll be fully grey. And that means that I won't have to spend close to $1,200 to $1,500 a year on my hair. So, and I must say, it was actually good being in the hairdressers, because every single person in the hairdresser was like, that's the color grey I want to dye my hair. And I've gone, good luck, because this is genetics.
Right.
Even the hairdressers were like, it's such a nice color, like it, because it's really blended really well. Like I've got enough white and also grey with pigment in it and whatnot. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. But I got a lot cut off. I got about 3 inches cut off, just because I wanted to get rid of the brown. And she, my hairdresser says, we can go a little bit higher. She goes, but you can pull off many different looks with your hair. She goes, but page boy style is not good for anybody. So she goes, I'm not doing it. I'm like, fair enough. That's fair enough. Everybody's saying hello to Ari, and Euroquin is here as well. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you here before, so welcome to the channel or channels, wherever you're watching from. Do let us know where you're watching from as well. Nicole, is your hair different? It looks great. Yes, it is. It's in a bob cut because I got a lot cut out of my, so it just needed to go. I just needed it to be grey and be done with it. So I'll probably got 1, maybe 2 more cuts, and then it'll be completely gone. And it's taken a while for me to get to that point where I'm okay with having grey hair, because I don't feel like I should have grey hair. I don't know what this says about me, but yeah, I don't feel like I should have grey hair, but I'm embracing it because I just can't afford it anymore. Alexandra is here. I'm at the oil change place trying to figure out what's going on with my car. Oh, that's not fun. Everybody's here today. Going back on the 8th. Okay, would love to take longer. A new job means 0 leave in the bank. Yes, unfortunately, when we change jobs, that is the downfall of that. Hi, Mel, who is at home grading all the things. I have 17% left in the wedding crusher, but I'm going to stay for 1 or 2 sprints because it's 1 a.m. here. Fair enough. You must be in the UK or in Europe somewhere, I'm assuming. Butterflies books joining, getting hopefully 2 arcs read tonight. Awesome. One is an audio. Also, hope to get started on my December stats post. Excellent. And I have half a day left until I'm done for work until 2024. Awesome. Everybody will be starting to wind up in the next couple of days. Who fully support the grey. I have a lot and just staying with me. Yeah. My hair has been I've had grey hair since I was 3. It was sporadic throughout, and I have dyed my hair since I was 16. So I'm very happy to not be. Well, actually, I was 15, I think, when I first dyed my hair, which was an hilarious story. Anybody that's had streaks back in the 80s, where they used to put the cap on and they had the little hook and they'd pull your hair through at the rubber cap, we did it at home job, and my mum did it for me. And oh my God, of laughter because my hair is so thick and she put too much through. It was near impossible to get the cap off. We got it off, but oh my God, we were rolling around on the floor.
And do the tea for you.
Of Butterfly and Books has also just finished wrapping present for a friend, and I'll be saying this weekend. I'm hoping to get more wrapped tomorrow and this weekend. I am very grateful this year that we are not doing Christmas. We are going out for dinner as a family, and then we're all going off to do our own things. I will be reading and cross-stitching. I dare say Savannah will be reading. Nerily will probably play whatever game that she plays, and Brendan will be over at his workshop tinkering with his toys, being the little Tinkerbell that he is. Yeah, so he'll be over there doing that. So we decided that we were moving Christmas forward 2 days. We'll go out, celebrate as a family, do a little bit of shopping, get what we want, and there'll be no wrapping of presents because Nerily got a hair appointment for curly hair consultation and what should work better on her hair and all that sort of stuff. So I bought that for her. So that's in an envelope sitting in the tree. And of course, I got Savannah a book grocer box. And so that is sitting under the tree, and I didn't have to wrap a thing because they did it all. It's just a big box, and I put it under there, and then she gets to open up 24 on a Christmas morning. So she'll sit there having a field day with that. Also reheating pizza for dinner. Awesome. Hello, Books, Crafts and Planning. That is Anne, if I remember correctly. Hello, I'm working on setting up my new planner. We'll either work on diamond painting or read Woman in Me by Britney Spears. I've heard it's pretty good.
I have that on Everand, or where the hell, I don't know. You know, what used to be Scribd. Because I was like, what am I going to do on this bus? Because the bus is, like, we're going to be on the bus for 8 hours.
Yeah.
So I was like, I guess I'll just pay for Scribd again. It's fine. But I think I'm going to listen to it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I listened to the sample and it sounds fine. So
yeah,
I get
a few people that I know have read it and they said they liked it. It was
I get
good.
nervous when it's like, you know, the author doesn't read a nonfiction.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Michelle Williams is fine, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Everybody says it's fine, so just go. Yeah. I mean, and it's going to kill 8 hours on the bus as well. So,
also, I'm
planning to start Starling House by Alex E. Harrow today. I'm excited to start it. I actually have that on my shelf. That was a Reith Witherspoon's book club, I think, from memory. ML says, Ali and I are in Cali, and it's just gone 3 p.m, so that's awesome. You'll get lots and lots of grading done then. Used to do highlights like that. Yes. And it was so funny because it was a home job, like came with everything, and my mum couldn't get it off. Like every time I think about that was the first experience I had with dyeing my hair, and it was insane. And my mum is hopeless. Once she gets the giggles, that's it. She is useless as anything. And she was like, and I had a friend there as well, and we were rolling around. I'm 40 and haven't found a grey hair yet, but I haven't looked either. Pretty sure they're there somewhere. Yeah, fair enough. And it depends what color hair you've got too. Like I'm very dark naturally, although I was blonde up until my 20s, and then my hair went real dark. So
I have gray hairs. You just can't see them because I keep my hair in braids. It's actually why I keep my hair in braids the way that I do. This needs to come out. I'm gonna have my sister help me take this out when I go home. But I have them, but nobody ever believes me because my hair is always in the individual faux box. I'm like, yeah, there's a reason that it's like that. It's then you can't see the gray hairs. You're welcome.
So yeah, but I've had them. I think I was 3 or something. My mum said when they first found a whole heap of grey hair. So, but it was just like it was all throughout. I've got actually quite a number of different colours in my hair. I've got some red. I've got some black. I've also got different shades of brown from blonde right through to dark brown. So yeah. That was the question, that was the statement I was waiting for it to come up. But yeah, good morning or good evening, Jen. Thank you for joining. We'll be reading Stone Sky until the kids go to bed and wrap the gifts. Yeah, all the Secret Santa stuff is happening. Going to start with the arc Dungeons and Drama. Sounds like fun.
I also need to read this arc. I have it downloaded so I can read it on the bus. It comes out like in April, I think.
Yeah.
And I was gonna start it, but then I was like, no, I'll wait till I'm on the bus because I am reading The Sinner. It's the darkest thing I've ever read in my life. Anyway, I am reading that.
The one to priest?
Huh? No, okay.
No?
So this one is a different series. So the one that's priest is just Sinner. This book is The Sinner.
Okay.
And it's like a black and white cover, and it has like a girl on the front with a chain around her neck and then a dude sitting in front of her. I don't know how else.
Oh yes, I did see you put that. Yeah, I'm like,
okay,
nice.
Yeah, it's up on my Instagram if you want to go see what the cover looks like. This is the one that I DNF'd this time last year because there was a certain kink in it. Yes.
Oh, this is the one. Yes, I know which one you're talking about now. Yes.
It will be here shortly.
And feed me, I'm hungry.
Yeah, so but here's the thing. I'm enjoying this book, and I don't know what that says about me because it is just please read all the trigger warnings, okay? Because there's a whole page of trigger warnings, and apparently there's like a more extensive list on her website. I didn't go that far as to read the extensive list. Like, it's very good though, but I don't want to read that on the bus because I use very large font on my Kindle, and I don't need like some 70-year-old man sitting behind me to look over my shoulder by accident and read the things that are in this book. So I'm gonna read drama if I feel
That's
like
what you get for reading over someone's shoulder, though.
That's what I'm saying, but I could see them being like, "You're reading that with a child sitting next to you." I mean, she can't read, so like, and also when she is where she can read, I mean, she can read some, but she doesn't read well enough to know what I'm reading. When she gets to that point, I'll be like, "Listen, do not read over my shoulder because if you do, you're going to be traumatized." That's just the way. That's just the way it is.
Yeah,
but
well, isn't that like manners 101? Don't read over someone's shoulder. 1, because you'll read something that you don't want to read. 2, you'll find out something about yourself that you may not want to find out. And 3, it's just plain out rude.
Right. So yeah, but it is really good though. And honestly, I'm really amazed at myself because I've been reading it at work on my break, and I really read smut with a straight face. Like I really don't make any kind of a reaction. I just read it. Like on the inside, I'm screaming, but on the outside, you would never know.
And do you think that maybe last year when you read that, because I know what particular thing that you're saying that you did not like at all, do you think that it was because it was a shock that it was in there last year, and this year you were more prepared because you knew it was in there?
Yeah, so last year I was really bad at reading trigger warnings. Like I would just skip that page in the book because if it said like dark, like it says on the front that it's a dark college romance. It does say that. So I think last year I was like, just give me all the smut. It's fine. And so when I got to that particular scene, like two or three chapters in, I was like, what is going on? And then instead of just like going back and reading the trigger warnings, I just DNF the book. I was just like, this is not for me. I can't do it. Whatever. But I think also when I picked this book up, I was burnt out by the end of the year last year. This year, I've just kind of told myself, like, we hit over 100 books, dude. Like, if you don't hit 115, which I'm probably not going to, it's fine. Like, I'm not gonna like beat myself up about it. I raised my goal this year. I don't really know why I did that. I raised it to 115 because I hit 111 last year, which I'm about at that same spot. I think I'm at like 109 or something. So like I've almost hit where I hit last year anyway. So I'm like, just keep it at 100 and just
that's all I do with my. I just set it at 100. Anything over that, yippee, it's a bonus.
Yeah,
but I aim for 100.
Yeah. So I've read over my 100 books. I feel like that's good enough. Whatever. But like I was texting Brittany because I was like, I don't know what this says about me that I am enjoying this book. Like because the things in it are very like it's graphic and it's not great. You know what I mean? Like it's traumatizing. But I'm just over here just like, yeah, this is a great time. I read Goodreads reviews. A lot of people did not like this book. A lot of people were like, this is a terrible book. Why is it so dark? Why is it so like whatever? And I'm just like, I mean, their opinions are valid. Like I understand why they have the opinions that they do, these 1 and 2 stars. But I'm feeling like this is like a 5-star book for the vibe alone.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess I mean each to their own at the end of the day, but you have to go into these books knowing that they're going to be dark and disturbed, and it's not something that is happening to you. It is fiction. So you can close the book and you don't necessarily have to read it. Like I don't know whether I probably the bit that stands out for me is what you were which I don't want to that's probably the only thing that I'd have a problem with. Other than that, everything else that you said seems to be fine. That would be the only one.
It does happen like twice, that particular thing. I think what made not okay, but what made it like less shocking for me is that we are getting dual POV. So we are getting her, like we don't get her point of view until I think 7 chapters in is the first time. Because we're really following his journey at the beginning of having to be celibate in this society and all this stuff, to become a lord. But once we get her POV, she talks about that part.
Yeah.
And like she has her own like trauma and everything else. You know what I mean? But I think once it's kind of explained, like her part of it, like from her point of view, it doesn't make it like okay. Like it's still
it is like, I mean, it's a strange kink is all I'm gonna say. But, like it's not something that comes to mind.
Yeah, but I guess like it makes make sense, I suppose, like with the story. Now I will say, like, I always tell people before they read books that I read, especially of the dark romance genre, please read the trigger warnings because I am not a person that I read dark romance, but I don't recommend dark romance unless I'm asked to. So I will write like reviews on it or whatever. I'll post it to my Instagram so y'all can see what I'm reading because like I like to share those things. But when people are like, do you recommend dark romance? I'm like, I don't know because like, what are you looking for? Because some people's
perception of dark is different than
there are levels to dark romance. Like I wouldn't like if you've never read dark romance, I would not tell you to read this book. Like if you've never like I would tell you to start with like Sophie Lark or even like Emily McIntyre. Like I would not be like, yes, read this book. It's great. Like it's a good book, but if you've never read it, because that's what a lot of people, they're like, oh well, I'm a beginner with smut and dark romance. Should I read this? And I'm like, no, don't. I mean, you can, but you're gonna dive right into the deep end.
Yeah, sink or swim.
Yeah, and then you have no floaties, you have no nothing. Like you're just gonna figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a bit of dive into the deep end sort of gal. So
I mean, me too. Clearly, yeah. I just picked this book up and was like, yeah, this is a vibe.
I do like that. I do like. Can you call them romances though? Like it's just dark and disturbed crap sometimes. But
that's the thing. It's like like I understand where they're getting romance, like the romance element, because by the end usually they have some kind of happily ever after, happily for now. But it's
Yeah.
also like, this was so dark, depraved, and toxic. Is it actually love, or are y'all just like real codependent? Like, I feel like you're codependent, or y'all are just, I mean, codependent. Like, y'all have trauma bond. Like, that's what this
Yeah.
is. It's a
Yeah.
trauma bond. Like, y'all both have so much trauma that y'all just take your trauma out on each other, and then you're like,
Yeah.
we're in love. I don't feel.
This is not love, people. But then again, you know, like.
But who am I to judge, really?
Yeah, like each to their own.
But yeah, I do tell people, like, this is not like fluffy romance. Like, don't go into dark romance thinking that it's going to be like contemporary romance where it's like a sweet progression. Like, it's not that. It's not a
Yeah,
sweet.
I get frustrated with fluffy romance. It's just like, oh, just like, come on.
That was actually my problem, because I was not a romance girly until I found romance booktube. And that's because a lot of romance booktubes, they delve into dark romance, right? So there are romance booktubers that only read dark romance. And when I found that, I was like, this is my vibe. And then I got into contemporary, like, fluffy romance, like, in the middle of last year. And I was like, it's fine. Like, I enjoy a good love story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I needed something, because I'm doing Bree's vlog right now and it's all romance, right? So I need, the first 2 books are very fluffy, like closed door type romance, or not, maybe not closed door, but they're not super smutty, right? So I was like, okay, these are like fluffy, cutesy romance. So I needed something to break up the first 2 books, because I read the first one, 5 stars, and I need to read the second one in the list, but I'm like, I need something to break this up. So then I picked up the darkest thing I could find, clearly.
It's like the yin and yang of romance.
I just needed some torture and toxicity before we go back into like healthy relationships, you know?
I don't know if light and fluffy is healthy all the time, though. Like,
I will say the 2, well, okay, I will say the 2 that are much healthier than what I'm reading right now.
Yeah, well, anything's
And I
healthier
will
than
say,
what's in that book. So.
I will say, at least with contemporary, like, fluffy romance, a lot of times, I mean, unless it's like enemies to lovers, I feel like a lot of times if it's like friends to lovers, or like, you know, they're strangers that like meet somehow, I feel like the most toxic thing is that they don't communicate with each other. And so there's that third act breakup thing happening. And then I'm like, well, this was stupid, but like, get it together, you know?
You have a mouth for a reason, and you have a voice.
Open,
Bloody use it. I think that's what I get frustrated with, is that just miscommunication. It's just so annoying on that. But then I'm not the best communicator in real life, so who am I to judge fictional characters?
I think the miscommunication thing annoys me in books because it's over stupid things. Like, it's over things that like you maybe should have talked about before you were in a relationship to begin with.
Yeah, very much true. So dark all the way. I used to colour my hair a lot and have stopped about 15 years ago now. I'm happy I did, waiting until someday when I may be all white or grey and dye it purple. Awesome. Good colour. Good colour choice. It is Anne from Books, Crafts and Planning. Awesome. I got a sick 2-year-old. I'm basically stuck underneath today. Oh no. Reading when he chooses to sleep. I cannot put him down without offending him completely. Little kids are like that, aren't they? Thank you. I got this one, was a new one this year, so I'm pretty happy with this one. Like the Grinch. What diamond painting are you working on today, Neva?
I'm working on the White Rabbit, which I'll show you here in a moment. I think I posted on Instagram when I kitted this up, but Ari picked it. But I am gonna have to pack it up because we're about to leave. But I don't know if you're gonna post it. Hold on. I hate this lighting. Hold on. Okay, there we go. It's just this one. It's the.
I'm sorry. with the wrong thing. Sorry.
It's Hannah Lynn. It's my first Hannah Lynn kit. It's the only one I own. But this is part of her Alice in Wonderland series. So
Nice.
I will say this. It has 4 ABs and 1 fairy dust diamond, and all of the white is fairy dust.
Oh, around the outside or on her wings
Everywhere.
and ears?
All
Okay.
of the white. So all on the
Okay.
outside, her ears and her whatever this is. I guess her paws, her arms, whatever. That's
Yeah.
all fairy dust diamonds, which I did post like a close-up picture of the first section that I worked on with her ear in it on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say I think I prefer the fairy dust diamonds because I can oh, here we go. Because I can use my pen. Like, I don't have to use a pretty placer for fairy dust because it doesn't rip the coating off.
Yeah, yeah. And so that picture that keeps wanting to be on screen, that is what I'm working on, which is hang on, at the stage, and yeah, there we go. So this one is a Jasmine Beckett Griffith artwork, and I just did the little dragon's head last night. So up around, I think I've got his eye and just the part of his mouth is done. So that's what I'll be working on today. Will I get it finished today? Probably not. But yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
I will say there's not very much 310 in this kit because people have complained that Hannah Lynn does a lot of 310. There's not very much 310 in this kit. Like the dark color that you see around the edge that looks black is actually like a super dark chocolate brown. It's 3371.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, is that 3371? Usually in those, because some of those are on Heaven and Earth cross stitch. So usually it's either 3371 that almost looks black, and then there's 939, which is a really deep, deep blue that borders on black. So it's like a blue black. And then you've got that brown black.
I think I prefer that they use this super dark brown instead because it makes the whole picture look softer.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I think some of the ones, which these are very bright colors, so I think that's why. But I know with some of her darker artwork, like they have just darker color. She doesn't do like dark artwork, but like darker colored artwork, she does use 310. So like I would like to experience one of those. I might hate it, but like I just want to try it, you know?
I hate it when I've got a lot of 310. It drives me mad. Even in cross stitch, I hate it. I hate it more in cross stitch because it just doesn't look right in some places, especially if you're using a bright fabric behind it. You can sometimes see the fabric and it drives me mental. Jessica has also joined us. Hello. I'm feeling great. I can't speak for Neva, but I'm feeling great, which is great.
I'm feeling wonderful, to be honest. You know, my life is on track. I'm about to go spend a week with my family. I don't know how I'm going to feel about it after I spend a week with them, but like, it'll be fine.
Pass. It's a hard pass for me. Not with your family, with my family.
I mean, at this point, like the family that I'll actually be spending time with is like my stepdad. My stepdad's cool. You know what I mean? I'm a little bit nervous because I know that he's had a friend staying with them for like almost a year now. I don't know her. Like I've never met her, so I'm a little bit. My neurodivergency is like a little bit like I don't know if I'm gonna like this chick. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Also I'm like with Ari. You know what I mean? Sometimes she overwhelms people, but like it's fine. But I think it'll be good. You know what I mean? Hang out with some friends and family. Do all of those great things.
Sometimes it's just what the soul needs.
Yeah.
Meredith is also joining us today, working on Bookimon stuff. Hello. Hopefully you get it all done today. Hello, Christina. Thank you very much for joining. I'm well. First day of Yuletide, reading Divine Rivals tonight and making some cocoa to share and sharing it with the like button. Awesome. Shannon is also with us today as well.
So what? What the hell is the Huckle Buckle? Okay, now I gotta go look this up. Please hold.
Why is doing that and then comes back?
I feel like this is a dance.
I saw it. It must be. I saw it done on a movie. I have
The
no idea.
Huckle Dance.
Hucklebuck. I don't know.
Hucklebuck Dance?
Yeah.
Coast to
I'm
coast
assuming it's
through
a
the
dance.
Hucklebuck. I don't know if I want to click on this. Hold on.
We'll know in a moment by the look on your face. Hello, Jean. Thank you very much for joining at 33% of Bandit Queens. Absolutely loving it, Nicole. Thanks for the recommendation. It is a great book. I had a fun time reading that book. And Neva is reading The Sinner by, who was that by again?
Oh, I don't know. Hold on.
Please hold.
And also, could I do the Hucklebuck? Yes. Am I going to? No. I would look like a fool doing that dance.
What is it? Line dancing or something?
It's like they're like.
Oh,
that's basically, no, thank you.
no.
It is by Chantel Tessier. Tessier. I'm not really sure how to say her last name, but that's who it's by, and it looks like this.
This is a nice cover.
Yeah, and then this is actually the first book in the series.
Mhm.
They can be read as standalones. So I'm gonna
Yep.
finish this one because I didn't realize that the ritual came first, and then I'll read the ritual and see what it's about. But yeah. So that's what it is. I actually honestly, I'm not a huge like not safe for work cover person, but like I actually really like the cover of The Sinner. I don't know what about it is like cool, but like I like it. But that's what I'm reading. I'm reading that, and I'm also still, we're not going to talk about it, but I'm still listening to The Court of Mist and Fury because I haven't finished it.
Still, come on, man, just get it over and done with. Rip the Band-Aid off and finish it.
Well, I have to finish packing during at least like the first couple sprints. So I'm gonna just like put my headphones in and just like make myself listen to it while I'm doing it. Because I don't have The Sinner on audio. I don't want The Sinner on audio. Oh my god. I would be tormented. Absolutely not. But I have Court of Mist and Fury on audio. So I can listen to that.
To be honest, like you say that you don't do facials, I think if you had the audio in, you'd be doing a lot of facials. Yeah.
I would be like there would be no denying. It's on the way, Ari. What?
Good morning, Bree. Thanks for joining. I think this is the first time I've seen Nicole's head down. What is the occasion? I got it cut and I can't put it in a ponytail right now. It'll be 3 or 4 weeks before I can put in a ponytail without it being too tight. So yeah, I just got all the grey cut out. I'm trying to just go completely grey. So that's why it's down. And I do actually wear my hair down a lot. I just don't do it if I'm crafting because I've usually got glue or something like that on my hands. I evidently have to go back to kindergarten to use glue and stuff. So if I'm in the craft room, I generally have it off my face. And so I do sprints in my craft room. So yeah, that's why it's always up. Is that the scene you told me about, Neva, 2 chapters in?
Yeah. So Jessica, I think, had like asked about the book or something. I don't remember. But yeah, it happens very quickly. Like that first scene, it happens very quickly. And then it does happen later on because we're supposed to be following. His name is Sin. That's what he goes by because his last name is Sinet. So he goes by Sin. But Sin is trying to become a lord. So he's in this like secret underground society trying to become a lord. And the rule is that in order to become a lord, you have to be celibate for the first 3 years. So like you can't have any sex until you're a senior in college. So the whole scene of that happens like I think his freshman year, I think. But essentially, I mean, this is not really a spoiler, but essentially he kills Ellie's dad at the beginning. She sees him do it. It was her stepdad, whatever. But she sees him do it, and then that leads to this scene that happens. And then he continuously breaks into her room for 3 years. Because that's healthy. But she doesn't it's very like convoluted because he's like two people the entire time. So he's like this masked man that breaks into her room, and then he's himself, who him and Ellie have known each other their whole life, but his whole thing is like his life ambition is to make Ellie his person. You know what I mean? It's very like ownershipy. It's very like possessive
Well,
hero.
judging by the cover, I would have thought that it had some sort of dominatrix or.
Yeah. So it's very much like he tells her like you're like basically like you belong to me. Like it's very possessive, very BDSM. It basically this whole book plays out like one giant BDSM scene
Mm-hmm.
that you're watching from the outside. And I say
Mm-hmm.
that because people were complaining that like there didn't seem to be any use of like a safe word or anything like that, which is a thing that you do in BDSM. Like you have to have a safe
Yeah,
word. You have to have like boundaries. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But
There are lines.
there's a lot of CNC, which is consent, non-consent. Like there's a lot of that. There's also a lot of just thank you. Go watch your show. There's also just a lot of non-consent in this book. I'm gonna be honest. Like there's just a lot of that. But what it plays out to me as is like if you were like in a dungeon or something, which is like what they call like a meetup, and you are watching a scene, so you're not going to know everything. Like you're just watching it. You don't know safe words, anything like that. That's how it plays out to me. I mean, there's no use of safe words. I just want you all to know there's no one uses a safe word ever in this book. But that's how it plays out in my head. So like if that's not a thing. Also, if you've never read dark romance, please do not start with this. And if you do not come to me. Because I told you.
Yeah, Neva's putting the disclaimer out there. She's not responsible for the books that you pick up after this warning.
Absolutely.
Thomas also has joined us as well, reading Dashhound through the Snow by David Roosevelt, 59% in. Everybody's saying hello. And I'm also reading Golden Key. It's a bookstagrammer on KU. Okay, it calls itself a dark fantasy romance at 60%. So far, only abusive parents. Not sure how much darker it's going to get in the next 40. Okay. It's called The Sinner, is the book that Nita is talking about.
Yes, The Sinner by Chantal Tessier. Tessier? I don't know how to say her name. You'll know because it's a very dark cover with chains and
there's chains involved. Okay, glad someone said it because I have gotten curious before and looked dark romance.
They're romantic in the way that like Beauty and the Beast is romantic. It's why I'm not trying to be funny, but like I mean I love Beauty and the Beast. Okay, it's my favorite Disney movie. I love a good Beauty and the Beast retelling, but that's why Beauty and the Beast is an easy retelling. Like it's easy to adapt into a dark romance is because it's not very romantic. Like it's just kind of dark, bro. Like the girl has Stockholm syndrome, the poor woman. But I'm just saying, like, it's this book. If what you're looking for is romance, this is not the book for you. This is just possession. This is just like I said that you're in love with me, so now you're in love with me. There's like kidnapping in this. There's stalking in this. There's
possession just sums that up totally, just with all that in it. Like
like
controlling possessiveness, just general fucked up.
Yeah, it's just a messed up, twisted story. Like it's not really. I feel like they only call it romance because there's some kind of happily ever after in it. I mean, like they end up together and married with.
But there are people out there that are definitely into that sort of stuff. That was quick, wasn't it? If I had found Neva's artwork that quick, I've got stuff in the background that's loaded up for when I'm doing stuff, and I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. So yeah. Looks like both of them are so cute. Yes, it is mine. I like Jasmine Becker Griffith. She's one of my favorite We also have Sadia here as well. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here. I have a lot of 1 color 310 especially, and have made patterns or go insane diamond painting. I don't enjoy it as much as cross-stitching, reading cruel prints tonight. Awesome. Sounds like you've got a nice little night planned out for yourself. With diamond painting, what do you prefer, rounds or squares? Rounds.
Rounds.
That's an easy one. I do probably equal amount of rounds and squares, but if I want something easy, rounds are the way to go. If I want something to take a little bit longer, I will go with squares.
It's gonna be a while before I do another big one that's squares, I think.
Oh, have we had a tiff?
Santa really taught me some lessons, and I didn't even do that much of it. Like, I didn't even get halfway through Santa. Well, maybe I got halfway through. But I'll say this. I will pull Santa out until he's done at Christmas time, just because it's the only way I'll have 2 kits going at a time is if I have a square and a round. Otherwise, I'm just going to be doing things one at a time. But the bigger the canvas is with squares, the longer it takes. And I feel like I can only do like a small portion. Like I section it and then cut the section in half and count that as a single section.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like all of the capacity I have for squares at a time. So
that's fair enough.
Not really a tiff. I think just knowing my capacity for squares. I think this is why I'm kind of like second guessing whether I really want to do a cross stitch conversion, because it sounded nice, except that cross stitch conversions aren't in squares. So like it would have to be something that I was doing for like a year. The food is outside.
All right, just change the background there to Christmas light to make it a little bit festive. And on that note, we are going to go to a sprint because we've been talking for 50 minutes already, and we're nowhere near to the end of our comments. So, which is nothing unusual for this time of the week. So we're going to do 45-minute sprint. So let me just add to the stage. I am almost ready to go. All right, we will see you in 45 minutes, everybody. Happy reading or crafting, no matter what you're doing, and we'll see you soon. Bye. Well, hello. How did everybody go during that sprint? I got a bit done of my diamond painting, which is good. I'd say more than half of the section, which is good. So I should get this section finished by the next sprint, which will be good. So how'd you go, Neva?
Well, I ate, and then I got part of a section done. And while I was eating, I was watching Sister Wives. And I went back because I stopped watching after Mary got catfished. I stopped watching. So I haven't seen. I know that at this point the family is splintered and Christine is divorced from the family and has married someone else. I think his name's David. I know that that's a thing, and Janelle is no longer part of the family. But I wanted to see the progression of what exactly happened, because even where I'm watching right now, this is they're recovering from Mary being catfished, but Robin. They're all still sister wives, you know what I mean? They're all still getting along and all that. So I just need to see. It's just a thing of I could just start at season 18 or wherever the hell we're at, and it would be fine. I know enough background that it would be fine. But I'm just that person that I have to see it.
Yeah.
You know.
So what season are you up to?
I'm on season 11.
Okay.
I just started the first episode of season 11. So Madison is about to get married, which is Janelle's oldest daughter, and McKelty, which is Christine's second oldest, I believe, daughter. Her boyfriend is asking for her hand in marriage. That's where we're at. You know? Because they have 6 kids that are all older kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in college or older. So no one's surprised they're all dating and getting married, but even so. Yeah.
I started listening to Wheel of Time, and then I had to ring for my daughter because she's chicken little, to ring her dad to say, because we're going out for dinner tomorrow for Christmas, and her boyfriend actually lives, well, apparently it's not her boyfriend, but anyway, I'm going to say it's her boyfriend, because she's seeing no one else and they're exclusive. So in my mind, they're boyfriend and girlfriend. But anyway,
if you're, I guess you could say friend with benefits if they were dating around, but if they're exclusive, that's a boyfriend, bro. What else?
Yeah, I know. Anyway, apparently not, according to her. But anyway, we're supposed to be going over in her car. So just recently, the girls worked really hard to get their first cars and all that sort of stuff. So they both just recently in the last 2 years got their first cars. And she had a little Hyundai sporty looking thing. And so she sold that and bought this BMW that came up pretty cheap. So which is a safer car than what the Hyundai was. So I'm happy with that. And her dad wants to drive her car tomorrow. So we were going to drive her car over. But she wants to go and see, it's an opportunity's come up for her to go and see her boyfriend because she's not at work. She's not at work tomorrow, and his mum's going out of town. So they're going to go and do dinner and all that sort of stuff because he was going to be home by himself. So she wanted to go over, and then she's like, but I don't know what to do. And I'm like, well, I'll just ring Dad. So I rang. And she's like, and I'm just saying all this stuff because she didn't make the phone call. So I get to say whatever I want.
She wants to go over and see her boyfriend. And she's like, it's not my boyfriend, Mom.
Yeah,
pretty much. Choose to call. So.
Yeah. So anyway, I was just straight down the line and said, Nerily wants to go over to Toowoomba to see her boyfriend, and you can't drive her car. You can drive it back, but you can't drive it there and back. And he's like, and I'm like, you're just going to have to deal with it. So, yeah. So anyway, he's dealing with that now. And he was fine. So, yeah. And so she took off like a shot. She just, yeah. It's just a weird dynamic that father and daughter have. But you're my little princess. I don't want to know about your boyfriends. And then he's like, I don't want to do dinner with your boyfriend. And I'm like, she's not bringing him to dinner. It is just us. It's already been stipulated. Calm down. So yeah, so I spent most of the sprint doing that, the last half of it anyway. So yeah. I just think it's funny because I just don't care. If you don't want to make the phone call, I'm saying whatever the heck I want.
Yeah. I also spent part of that sprint texting people because apparently, like, people want to see me when I go to Iowa, which that's nice.
It's nice. It could be worse. They could be saying, "What are you coming for?"
And like, I'm so conflicted. You know what I'm saying? Because like I only have so much time, and so then I have two best friends from high school. We're all best friends. Like we're all best friends. Like we've all been best friends since high school. So it was me, my female best friend, and then a male best friend. Right. But the male best friend apparently, I don't really know what's happening. Things have developed, I guess. So I've been having to talk to him and to her to try to figure out what is going on. Because I was like, I thought we were all hanging out together. Because we usually like go out and like to like a bar or whatever. Because like I'm from a small town, so the two bars that we have one that's just like a bar, right? And then we have one that's like a bar and restaurant. But neither one allows children. Like, you have to be 21 to be in there. So, I was like, okay, well, Ari is going to go spend the night with two of my siblings because they live together on, like, Tuesday. So, I was like, we could all go out on Tuesday. Well, then it became that we were all going to go out on Tuesday, but then he wants to hang out, just the two of us, which we don't do that. So no, like we just don't. Like we've never done that. So I'm like, okay. And the female best friend, she's like engaged, right? So she was like, I have to be home at like this time because like the kids will be up in the morning, which like makes sense. She's got 3 kids, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, cool. But then he's like, do you want to hang out? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna go bowling? Like, there's not anything.
Well, can't you, like, if she's got to be, if one has to be home early, can't you just go back to their place?
That's what I'm thinking we're gonna do, because like her fiance is cool.
Yeah,
we actually.
So can't you just like go out together, have dinner, we'll do whatever, have a couple of drinks, then go back raucous to the house, try not to wake the children up, I think and hang out there.
Because because like I'm tight with her fiance too. I say fiance because they had to push their wedding. Their wedding was supposed to be in 2020, which clearly that didn't happen.
I feel like that's a lot of people's story from 2020.
In 2025, but she we used to his phone number, like her fiance's phone number, is in my phone as our husband. This is a running joke, and then her phone number is saved as sister wife. That's what it's because. She and I watched Sister Wives together anyway. But but he would I would come to stay, like to visit.
Yeah.
And he would be like, I'm just gonna sleep on the couch. You guys can sleep in the bed. And I'm like, you don't have to kick yourself out of your bed, bro. You can sleep in your own bed. Like I can sleep on the couch. I'm the guest. Yeah. He was like, no, she said that you both have to sleep in the bed. So every time that I would come to visit and I would stay at their house, he would just sleep on the couch, which their couch is comfortable. Don't get me wrong, but I was just like, I feel bad, just kicking the poor man. And she's like, he's fine, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and he wouldn't do it if he didn't want to do
it. That's also true.
Yeah, like people don't do stuff they don't want to do. I mean, some people do because they get off on doing that, but
he would be like, I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, you're on the couch. So the Hucklebuck dance is a dance to Chubby Checker song. Oh, never heard of it. Nor have I. So Hucklebuck is a lot more kicking and jumping. Okay, cool. Fair enough. After I saw the movie, I researched the Hucklebuck dance. It's a mouthful. And apparently people were getting arrested for doing the dance in the late 40s and early 50s. A lot of people were getting arrested for a lot of things in that time era.
Right.
Yeah.
Our whole town. I mean, Footloose is based off of a real town. But they were getting in trouble for dancing.
Yeah, I
could not live there. I would just rot in a jail cell.
danced it every other day. Like I dance through the house. Not that I can dance, but like something that resembles dancing.
That's what I'm saying. Like I literally was just doing dishes at work last night with my speaker in the back, dancing. Like they were making fun of me because they were like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Please leave me alone to do these dishes, have a karaoke and a dance party. Thank you." Go.
That's it, Bree also joined us during maybe during the first chatty bit. I don't know when because I didn't even look down. Finishing up a very merry bromance today. Awesome. I don't know what it says about me, but I'm going to read the sinner after what I'm reading now. That's okay.
Yes. Wait. Listen.
Yeah.
And then message me so we can talk about it. Because I don't actually know very many people that have read this book. So like I need people to talk about it because I'm like I just feel like this book says something about me. And I talked to my therapist about it today because I was like, does this make me just like a weird person? Like, does this just make me like a fucked up person? And she's like, well, we're all a little fucked up, so we like what we like. And I'm like, I guess, like, I would never want anything that happens to this girl in this book to happen to me in real life. Okay, like
that's the difference. You don't mind reading about it. It doesn't really say much. Like it's not as if you're going to go and act it out.
The story is enjoyable, but like if like half of these things happen to me in real life, like if a masked man was breaking into my room for 3 years, I would have called the cops after the.
Well, on the first time he broke into the room, there would have been some words and violence.
Like you saw him kill your stepdad, which her stepdad is a terrible person. Like don't get me wrong, but like you saw him do that, and you didn't call 911. You just no, and then y'all went into the bedroom. No. Oh. Okay. All right.
I think it says more about that character than it says about you. And as you said, it's very much a voyeuristic story. You're standing on the outside looking in.
Yeah, and I mean, you are following both points of view, but like it reads very much like they're telling you what's happening.
Yeah.
And then like you are seeing things happening because they're describing it to you, but it's like you're seeing them as an outside person, not as the character themselves.
Maybe you're the therapist. Look at it that way.
That's a scary thought.
For this particular couple. Maybe no one else. Yeah, I don't know how I'd go as a therapist. Yeah. You know, Bad Mum's Christmas, where I forget the actor's name, where they're sitting in the therapist's office and she goes through the spiel of why her mum's fucked up.
Yeah,
I think that's the sort of therapist I'd be. I don't know how helpful that would be for people, but anyway. Okay, and it's not a kidnapper story. Not my thing. Fair enough. We are very behind on the comments, so hopefully we can catch up. The absolute only way someone has gotten me to understand is relating dark romance to
Klaus from Vampire Diaries. So like,
isn't he from the originals, Klaus?
Yeah, Klaus.
Yeah, he can put his boots at the end of my bed any day he likes.
I'm saying Klaus is like level 1. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's levels to this. It just gets darker. So like, Klaus would be my character in a dark romance. I do agree with this. But I don't know, ML, that you would want to go much darker. Just knowing who you are as a person.
I like dark stuff anyway, so I don't know. Yeah, I've often wondered what this says about me as a person, but you know what? It is what it is, and I'm not about to change. So
I'm a dark individual. It's fine.
Deb will be continuing with The Trapdoor by J.P. Palmer. Awesome. I love the squares. I think they look so nice. They do look nice, but if you don't have the patience for them, they can be very tedious. Made it to 65% of a very merry bromance. Awesome. Cried over Ren and Curdy's new video and got more prep done. Why did you cry?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us below why you cried. Got to chapter 4. Awesome. Danny also joined us. I'm reading Nestlings. I got to 17%. And this book is freaking creepy. I like creepy books. Although I have stopped reading them when I'm home alone because my house is very creaky. I swear someone comes into my room at 3 a.m. every night. That between 3 a.m. and 3:30, someone walks in my room because there's floorboards that creak and it sounds like someone's walking in there. No one's there, but I swear that someone is. I've jumped up bolt right a couple of times. Got to 14% of book 4 in the Mindfuck series. Awesome. Got to 77%. Talked with my best friend for a few. That's awesome. Neva, have I told you that the first... Yes.
Yes, we've talked about this. She's talking about the Sister Wives.
Oh, okay,
yes.
Yep.
We have talked about this before. Because here's the thing. My fascination with the Sister Wives really started with my mother. Because my mom watched, like, the Sister Wives and the Duggars and all of that. She really, like, aspired to be like the Duggars. Thank God we weren't. Because I would have died, to be honest.
I would have tapped out.
But I started watching the Sister Wives on my own. Because here's the thing. Is, like, they... At least for, like, the first while of doing Sister Wives, they really seem to be okay. I mean, they had their trials and tribulations, as anyone does, but, like, I didn't find their polygamy to be, like, super overly, like, toxic or anything like that. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, in the last handful of years, it's gotten questionable, but... When the show first started, like I thought it was fine. You know what I mean? Even
do you think that these shows push the people into a different direction that they possibly wouldn't have went, like, down a path that they possibly wouldn't have, not the whole polygamy thing or anything, but the trajectory of their relationships? Do you think that these shows have been a form of toxicity for them and it's pushed them in a direction that they probably wouldn't have went had the cameras not been there?
Maybe, and I only say this in regards to the Browns, which is the family on the Sister Wives, because they do, like, special episodes. Like, I just watched one yesterday where they, like, will rewatch certain clips from, like, seasons past. Yeah. And they've even said, like, that there are some conversations that they've had on camera that they probably shouldn't have had on camera. Because while the conversations need to be had, right? You don't necessarily want every hard conversation recorded.
Yeah, well, you don't want all of your dirty laundry out in the universe.
Yeah, and like, I feel like
some things should be between husband and wife or wives.
Yeah, and I feel like the Browns have put a lot of stuff out where you can publicly watch it that in, like, a traditional polygamous relationship wouldn't have left the husband and wife that were having the issue. Like, I feel like a lot of the things that happen, like with Mary and Cody, or I mean really any of them, or like Christine and Cody, I feel like there were a lot of conversations specifically with them that may have been taken care of better. Like, they could have maybe gotten through some of the things if they hadn't been recorded. Because now every wife sees it. So, like, now that and I feel like Robin, because people talk about how Robin's, like, the favorite. I think she became the favorite because she was able to play off of, oh, well, I know you have this issue with this wife. I know you have this issue with this wife. Yeah. Because on TV. So she's seen it.
And there's no secrets. Like, basically everything's out.
Right, which you wouldn't have that if they weren't on camera. If they were just living their life as polygamists, you wouldn't have that, because Cody would deal with Christine's issues with Christine, Mary's issues with Mary, whatever, but it wouldn't necessarily cross over. So, like, Robin wouldn't necessarily know anything that happened she would know significant things, but she wouldn't know like all of the little petty things that
Yeah,
happen.
the nitty gritty stuff of a relationship that pisses each person off and all that sort of stuff. If that's all
Right.
out, then people can and will
Use that
because it's
to their
only
advantage.
human nature to use that to their advantage. Like,
Yeah,
I know
so
that doesn't say much for the human race, but I mean, if
Yeah.
you really sat down and thought about it, you've used something in your life that you've known about someone else to your advantage. And if
Yeah.
in a domestic situation where if that person is like,
because a lot of people were like, oh, it started falling apart when Mary and Cody got divorced, and I'm watching past that. Like we're way past that. And I don't think that that's where their issue started, because it was really a formality, right? And I think people forget that the reason that Mary volunteered to legally divorce Cody was so that Cody could legally marry Robin, so that he could adopt Robin's children from her first marriage. That was the whole point, was that their dad, I don't know, there were rumors that he wasn't super in the picture, I don't know, but he agreed to have them adopted by Cody. So regardless of, I don't care really what the background is, we just know that he agreed to it, because they wouldn't have been able to do it. He had legal rights to the kids. But he agreed to do it, so they all became Browns, right? Which is fine, because if you watch the part where they go get their marriage license, they don't bring anybody with them. They don't like, I mean, they look nice because they're going to the courthouse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're not like in wedding attire. They're wearing just like nice outfits or whatever, like, you know, what you'd wear for a job interview, or if you're gonna go see a judge. They go in, they get their marriage certificate, and they come out. And like Christine had even, I guess, called Robin like a few days after and said, hey, when you guys go get your marriage certificate, I would really like to go with you. And Robin was like, oh, we've already done it. It wasn't a big fanfare thing, because it wasn't really about, at that time, wasn't really about who was legally married to Cody.
Yeah.
Because to them, they were all married to Cody. You know what I mean? Which is fine. But I think that the show definitely, I mean, their marriages could have fallen apart eventually. But I think that it's probably
fast-tracked it maybe a little bit.
Fast-tracked, or maybe just because their marriages are more exploited because they're on TV. I feel like people from the outside were probably saying things. People from the inside were saying things. Oh, we saw this on TV. We saw that on TV. Why would you deal with this? Why would you deal with, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. So I think it just like exacerbated issues that they probably could have worked on instead.
Yeah, I've often like wondered about TV shows, like would their life have turned out that way, you know, had they not been on it. ML is down 6 essays, awesome, making good progress. Julie has also joined us as well. Might read Law Olympus 5 tonight, or work on some video prep. Both very productive things. Accomplish taking a shower and watching a lot of YouTube shorts. That is such a rabbit hole to go down. Ugh.
What, YouTube
I
shorts?
just find YouTube shorts, reels, TikTok, all of it. It just is such a time vortex.
Yes, because they're short. They're 30 seconds. Especially the YouTube shorts, because you can't do longer than 60 seconds.
Oh, you can, 60 seconds, yeah.
On TikToks you can get a 10-minute video.
yeah.
But I think reels and YouTube shorts suck you in, because they are what TikTok used to be, where you can it's only 15 to 60 seconds. So you're just like, oh, that was a cute video. Next, that was a cute video. Next, that was a cute video. Next, and then you lose 6 hours.
Yeah, it's a time vortex. And I think it's also contributing to a lot of attention deficit in a lot of people as well. Not being able to focus on things and whatnot, but that's a whole another topic of conversation. That's how I feel too in real life. Oh my god, no, but the story, it's enjoyable, awesome,
right? Yeah. If some man was stalking me, I would absolutely not. I'd be like, you've got to cut out your crap, bro. Absolutely, get away from me.
And if you're enjoying it, you need to take yourself to therapy because you have some issues.
That's what I'm saying.
Hello, besties. We're reading King and Pride currently. Awesome.
Reni.
You'll have to watch. Happy crying, by the way. Oh, okay, cool. No worries. Awesome. I'm like, what happened? Like, everything seemed fine in the last video. What happened? I was reading a book that was described as a darkly comic. Okay. There were several incidences of SA and I was not amused. Okay. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have been either. I need warning beforehand. Don't advertise a violent book as a comic if there's SA. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Because not everybody's going to see the comedic side of it.
I also think it depends on what the rest of the book is about. Because there's that one that just came out that's called like The Butcher and the Blackbird, Butcher and Blackbird, something like that. And that one is advertised as a dark comedy, a dark romantic comedy, but also it's about serial killers. So you see what I'm saying? But that cover is so pretty, and they put it on Book of the Month.
Oh, really?
So I don't know if people I don't know if Book of the Month didn't read the synopsis or, but it's on Book of the Month this month.
Hillary washed the dishes and read a chapter from A Way of Kings, and I have a ghost. Yeah, I do believe I have a ghost because I also have felt someone sit on the end of my bed at that time as well. So that's fine. They're not a creepy, like, I'm going to scare the crap out of it. It's like someone's coming in to check on me at that time. So yeah. And this house that I live in is over 100 years old. So it was one of the original farmhouses here in Kingaroy that was moved up to this end. And the noisy neighbours who are not noisy anymore because of things that happened a couple of weeks ago, that we're just not going to talk about. That house next door was the old, that was moved from downtown up to this street. And it was the old orphanage that used to be down in the centre of town. So, yeah. And when we bought this house in 2011, it was 96 years old then. So, yeah, it's over 100 years old. So I'm guessing a few people have probably, seen these walls and whatnot. I don't find it scary, although sometimes it does scare me, especially if I'm in REM sleep and I get woken up by it. I'll jump up with heart palpitations and all sorts of stuff. Nothing like a jump start in the morning. Good for the soul, as they say. I stopped reading creepy books at night because the cat jumps and scares me. Yeah, cats scare me too, especially my black one because she lurks in the shadows. She's a bit of a lurker and she's a very, very quiet cat. And so when she jumps up, it scares you no matter what time of the day because you're just not expecting her to be there, and then she's there. I wanted to call her Shadow, but she's been named Beans, which I still think she's Shadow. Haunting Adeline was my first dark romance, and I enjoyed it. Contemporary romance ones just don't do it for me. I find them very tedious and boring. I do read them because sometimes you need to break up the dark with a little bit of light.
Cleansers.
Yeah.
Between like thrillers or dark romance. I'm scared to read. I mean, not after this book, maybe, but because I know Haunting Adeline also has the certain kink in it that the Sinner has, and Brooklyn liked Haunting Adeline, and she's been bothering me to read this book for like months, and I keep putting it off. So she put it on I'm doing a video where I read 12 books recommended by 12 besties, and Brooklyn's one of the besties, and so she gave me this book, and I'm like, clearly I have no choice but to read this because now it's for content. So she's like, yes, read it.
Well, let me know when you're going to read it because I'll read it with you then.
All right.
Because it's on my list to read as well. I just haven't picked it up.
Because I'm just like, I don't know. Something about the cover is off-putting to me. Like, it's such a dark cover. You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to picture it. It's the one with the skull on it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just such a dark color. Like, it's sitting in my Kindle Unlimited library. It's been sitting there because I'm like, I do want to read this. I mean, I don't have this because Brooklyn gave it to me, but
Jean read 5% of Golden Key and 5% of Bandit Queens. Awesome. I'm glad that you're liking Bandit Queens. I'm always a little bit, how you going when I recommend books, but I did like that. It was a great book. Come to YouTube to watch lives and chat and what people watch people's longer content. I do not come for the shorts. I do not watch a lot of shorts, but every now and again I'll get sucked into it. And I'm trying not to get sucked into it. There's a couple of people that I follow on Instagram for their reels. And of course I watch other people like booktubers and that, what reels they put up and all that sort of stuff.
A lot of
But I prefer.
a lot of the cosplayers I watch do shorts and reels because they're easier to do than long form videos for cosplay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's usually what I get sucked into.
Yeah. Emma says, I feel I had one in the townhouse I lived in as a teen with my mum. Lots of things like that, opening and closing of things, door, garage, other doors, turning up and down at my stereo volume. Mum laughed at me for years. And then she had enough occurrences that she was like, yeah, no, this is legit. Someone else is here. Yeah. I've always said that someone has been in this house for a while, but I try not to say it around the girls because they get a bit heebie-jeebies and all that sort of stuff. And it doesn't help that I'm scared of the dark as well. So, but yeah. My cat is black and white called Gizmo. Awesome. That's such a cute name. And look at us go. Second sprint in, and we're at the end of the comments. We've done it, people. I enjoyed Haunting Adeline. The cover confuses me with the skull. I gave it 4 stars.
If I remember correctly, though, all of the books in that series have some variation of a skull on the cover. So I don't know if that's just because like it fit like the dark romance like aesthetic.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of those sort of ones do have that aesthetic. So may have just been when that came out, it was just the thing that they did. So, and on that note, we're going to go to a sprint for 45 minutes. So we will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. hello. We are back. How'd you go?
I listened to a chapter. I'm gonna go upstairs in the next sprint and pack things. I really do not want to pack. But we have to leave here at like 6 in the morning.
I got a
half an
what
hour.
was that, sorry?
I said I have to go up. I listened to one chapter and Diamond Painted, but I have to go upstairs during this next sprint and pack things.
Packing. I hate packing.
I hate it, bro. Like, I hate it. Like, I don't want to do it, but, like, also we have to close. I literally am, like, to the point where I don't have money to do it this trip, but, like, I'm to the point where I just want to, like, buy clothes to have at, like, there so we don't have to bring anything.
Yeah, I had a small chest of drawers at my parents' place for a little while because I was traveling backwards and forwards. It was just easier than trying to pack in.
Like, I'm just to a point where, like, I could just replace things, like, for Ari, like pants and tops and stuff. But, like, she can wear dresses usually longer than their shelf life because she'll wear leggings underneath them. But, like, for myself, like, I'm not growing anymore, bro. I might gain some weight or something, but, like, I'm not gaining any substantial amount of weight. Like, I can buy 5 or 6 t-shirts, a couple pairs of jeans, and call it a day.
Yeah.
Some underwear that stays there. Like, I just hate the packing process.
Well, the thing is, you've got to pack to go, and then you've got to pack to come back, and it's just like, ugh.
Like, I have half a mind to honestly just leave whatever clothes we take there.
You could do that.
I'm really contemplating it, bro. Like, the only thing that I'll bring back, though, is Ari's new little outfit that she got from Jean for Christmas.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, I have a mind to just leave everything there. And be like, this will be here when I come back. I don't know. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see if I can fit all of our clothes into a backpack. Because originally I was gonna take like a whole suitcase. I just don't feel like taking a whole suitcase.
Well, how much do you need to take? Like, how long are you going for?
So we're going for a week, but we're staying at my dad's house, so it's not like I can't wash laundry.
So if you just take a backpack each with a couple of sets of clothes, like if you're not going out to dinner, you don't need anything fancy. You're just gonna, as you said, you're just gonna need jeans, shorts. Shirt. Sorry, not shorts. Wrong part of the world.
The only thing
I need shorts
that we're doing that would require that most people would think would require us to dress up, right? Is Christmas with our family, but we do it in a convention center because there's so many of us. And it's very laid back. Like, it's very much like jeans, t-shirts, sneakers. Like, you don't need, like, I don't need, like, a ball gown, for God's sake. So, I think I'm just going to see what we can fit into each of our backpacks, clothes-wise, and just call it a day.
Yeah.
Because I think I was stressing myself out trying to, like, pack a suitcase.
I once went to Kuala Lumpur for 2 weeks and Borneo with carry-on luggage. That was it.
See, and when it's just, I think what I do is I overthink when I have to take Ari. Because if it's just me going somewhere, everything gets fit into a backpack that will, like, if we're taking the bus. But literally, like, if I'm on, like, a plane and I'm by myself, like, when I went to Reni's house, I took one bag. I took a duffel-style bag, and that was it. And then I took, like, a little purse that fit inside of that bag that I could use, like, when we were, like, running around or whatever, like, throw my wallet in. But it was, like, a little, it's like this big. It's, like, big enough to hold, like, my wallet and my Kindle and my keys. Like, it's not, like, a huge bag. But it's, like, every time that we go, that I go and I have to take Ari with me, I'm like, oh, I need a whole suitcase. I need this, I need that. No, I literally just need, like, each of our backpacks, because she's got to have her stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then this, which I just bought this. I don't know how I feel, but it's like it's a diamond painting set. But it has, like, storage in it. Because I have paint gem. I have paint gem sets at my stepdad's house.
Yep.
He was like, what do you want for Christmas? And I was like, can you just buy me 2 paint gem sets so that I have something to do when I'm there? And he was like, I don't know what this is. So he like sent me a gift card, and then I just picked out 2 and had them sent to his house. But it has 60. I was gonna get the one that's on the Paint Gem website, but first of all, I just have a gripe, okay? If you are going to sell your own storage solution for your diamond paintings, maybe we should make a storage solution that has enough pots in it for your diamond kits. Because Paint Gem sells a 30-pot storage container, like similar to this, but without all the extra storage. I don't know, this one cost me like $20 on Amazon. Without all the extra storage in it, which I'm about to show you the inside of this because it has a lot of storage in it. But it's a 30 pot. Both of the Paint Gem sets that I ordered had 44 colors.
Oh, so you got that from Paint Gems?
No, so this is from Amazon. This is a 60 pot set from Amazon. So it has the pots on this side.
Yeah.
And then this is like a clear cover that zips, which I thought was
to
cool.
hold them all in place. Yep.
Yeah. And then it has like all of this storage. So like this is a big pocket.
You need to be sending me this link.
I'll send you the link. And then this is a pocket up here, but this pocket comes off. It's Velcroed.
Yeah.
So it can come off.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And then you have 2 slip pockets here. And then a pocket here. And then
That's
the pocket
awesome.
in the front where you can put like, my pens don't really fit in the front, but I can put like my tweezers and my pretty placer in the front, which I'm not going to take a pretty placer because there's no special gems in a Paint Gem set.
Yeah.
Or special drills. But it has like these 2 slip pockets here and then all of this like pen storage. Yeah.
That's
and then
cool.
It has this pocket down here. So I was like, okay, well that's good enough. Whatever. And it has 60 pots in it, so that will hold all of my gems. I'm only gonna open 1 set at a time anyway. And then it has like this cute little carry handle or whatever. So
that's super cute.
I hate these jingle bells. So
I was gonna say, was that the jingle bells?
So this will fit like inside, of a backpack or whatever.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, this is cute. That will work. Whatever. That's really all I need. I need 2 backpacks and that's it. Like I don't need like all this extra shit that I'm trying to like. I don't know what I'm trying to take with me. What am I trying to take? And I think in my head I'm like, oh well, she's gonna get Christmas presents, and what am I gonna do with that? Blah blah blah. Like if it's toys, dude, they can just stay there for her to play with when we're back there in 6 months. Because like I feel like we're gonna visit more now.
But you could always, like, if you end up getting a fair bit of stuff, like, you could always go and buy a suitcase because there'll be sales on. You'll
like they're cheap enough.
Yeah. You can get one cheap enough, and then you can put that on the bus to come home. But, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, because I'm just like, plus probably, like, somebody in my family has, like, an extra suitcase that they can give me. Like, I just don't want to take all of this crap. Plus, like, I have to move stuff into my closet because I told Mariah that I would have it, like, cleaned up so that, like, but I'm going to put everything in the closet because not everything is moved out. But, like, we don't have anywhere to put the beds because Ari's last day of school was today. So, like, we had to be here until at least, today. I don't know. I just hate.
So, what's Ari going to do on the bus?
So, I will have my iPad, of course. So, I'll have some, like, movies on there. I'll have my laptop, which also has movies on it. And then I let her open the rest of Jean's package today. So I'm not going to let her do these on the bus because I am not dealing with diamond painting on the bus. Absolutely not. But
no.
She has like a 12-pack of diamond painting stickers I'm going to let her take with us, and she can do them at my dad's house. Right. But then Jean also bought her like a Lego set. Which I may let her play with that on the bus, but then she's got like, I told her to pack a couple of books, and she's got like a couple of small toys. We've done the bus before, so she knows like what to bring with her on the bus. Yeah. Because I've been like, listen, dude, she prefers the bus over an airplane, even though the airplane takes less time. I don't think she likes the takeoff and the landing.
Yeah, most people don't.
So
I'm
she
with her
really,
too. I don't
yeah,
like the takeoff.
she prefers the bus. So she's kind of just taught herself what she needs to have, because I said, like, you need to make sure you have stuff to do on the bus, because like once we're on the bus, there's no stopping. Like we're just going. I mean, there's one layover, and then not even a layover. It's like we switch buses, and then we go the rest of the way. So we do like half the trip, and then we have to switch buses, and then we go the rest of the trip. And then my brother will pick us up on the other side. But yeah, so yeah, I feel like we could just get away with just doing 2 backpacks. I don't know why I try to overpack whenever I have Ari.
I think that's just inherent as a mum. You want to have everything for every occasion, because I know when I've gone away, it feels like I've taken the whole house.
Right. And it would be one thing if we were like driving in a car. Like then I wouldn't care so much, because I could just throw in the back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, I'm like, okay, we only have so much space. I already have to take her car seat with us. And I'm like, in anything that we take, I have the risk of having to carry all of it. So I'm like, how am I going to carry, you know what I mean? So I was like, okay, well, we'll take this suitcase that rolls, and then I can put my backpack on the back of it. But then I'm like, but I don't want to take this suitcase that I have to remember to grab from under the bus, because her car seat can go on the bus. So like,
yeah, so if it was me, that's what I'd be inclined to do. I'd just take backpacks and then deal with it when I got there and leave stuff behind. And
I mean, if anybody says anything, I'll be like, you want to buy her some clothes? Because listen, I'm really not out here trying to like, I'm not trying to pack the whole closet. You know what I mean?
Jody also joined. That's it for me tonight. Is left. Sorry, not joined. Yeah, it's one of those days. Kept reading the same sentence over and over again, and it's nearly 2 a.m. Yeah, that's when it's time to go to bed, when you're reading the same sentence over and over again. Hello, Coda. Thank you for joining. It's okay. You're here now. That's all that matters. Hello, Sashi Lady. Thank you for joining. People saying hello. Skylar says hi. I'm reading Salt Slow by Julia Armfield, page 96 of 191. Awesome. I got up to chapter 17. The trapdoor is like the movie Saw. Awesome. Sister Harlem Library. Hello, hon. How are you? Thank you for joining. Picked up Death on the Nile by Agatha Christie for Book of Mom prompt instead of picking up Starling House. Awesome. Still a good book. I haven't read it, but I believe it will be a good book because it's Agatha Christie. Excuse me. And it's your first Christie novel too. Awesome. Hello. Everybody's saying hello. Just finished a stack of essays. Woo-woo. Just have 30 final exams to grade to reach my goal today, then 1 class work left to grade tomorrow, and then done for the semester. Yay. That is awesome. Has anybody here read Salt Slow? I have not.
I have not.
No.
I have no idea what that even is.
Excuse me. Christina is on chapter 9 now. Awesome. Yeah, you're making good progress. Are these markers behind you on YouTube channel? Oh no, they're embroidery floss. They're little drawers, and they have little floss that I use for embroidery. And the tower that you can see over in the corner is also the same thing as well. So this one is a Cosmo brand, and the tower is a DMC. I have a craft channel called the Vanity Design Studio, and I do all sorts of crafts and stuff on it. So yeah, this whole area out here is craft, along with some craft books and whatnot. I've got a little bookish section as well. But I will have a whole room in front of me if we ever get our finger out and paint the room and get the bookshelves in. But Mia's gone now, so we should be able to do it next week. How long's the bus ride? You said 8 hours, didn't you?
Yeah, it's 8 hours.
Yeah, 8 hours.
It doesn't really feel like 8 hours.
Yeah.
But it is.
Well, I drove 12, 13 hours on Tuesday. I got up at 6 o'clock, left the house at 6:15. Didn't get home until 9:30. Actually, that's longer than 12 hours.
They
That's
accommodate
way longer.
they accommodate for the fact that probably they will have to stop.
Mhm.
But they only stop if they have to. So if there are people that like they know if there are going to be people there they have to pick up, they'll stop then. They also will
Yeah.
stop to drop people off.
Mhm.
But there have been, I mean, both times that we've gone back on the bus, there have been stops that weren't stopped at because there was no one to pick up or drop off. So
Yeah. Trying to finish a baby blanket. Only 3 rows left. Awesome. You should get that done. Thank you. 87 assignments in total. Oh my goodness. That is a lot left. How's the Wheel of Time going? Are you nearing the end of the series? Yes, I am up to chapter. I just went into chapter 38 because I didn't get any reading done. When I have people in the car with me, being my daughter, music is usually put on and I got no listening in. Now, I could have ignored everybody in the car and put my headphones in, but I was driving and they start talking to me and then I just have to keep stopping and starting. So right now I'm on page 607. I wanted to actually have this finished today. I think I've only got like 3 hours left of the audio. I can't pick my phone up because I'm actually charging my headphones at the moment off my phone. So yeah, I just started chapter 38 and it's good. This is the Brandon Sanderson, one of the first ones that Sanderson finished off. So it's going good. I'm enjoying it. Chapters are shorter. A lot less descriptions. That's the differences. Coda's also mentioned these differences as well. I feel like it's more direct and to the point right now. I didn't really notice that Jordan was stretching things, it feels like Jordan was stretching things out, but it was his story to tell. He had things that he wanted to say in the story. So it's evidently Sanderson has narrowed that down a little bit because he's just gone off notes and stuff like that. So yeah, so do I miss the explanations? No, not really. I don't think I've noticed that much of a difference. I'm just trying to think if I've noticed the difference. Like with some things, yeah, I like the extra detail we got, but now it's just moving really fast now, and I'm pretty happy with it. So we only have 2 books left. I will be starting book 13 on Monday, which is Christmas Day for me. Christmas Day for everybody, but I will get there before everybody else, being in the future. And so I'm hoping to have this one finished today and start book 13 on Monday. It is the only book that I am going all Sunday night. I'm not doing sprints on Monday because it's Christmas Day, and I've got plans for myself just to relax and not do anything. However, I will be doing sprints on Friday. Neva, will you be joining? I don't think you'll be joining because you'll be still with your family, won't you? Next Friday.
So we will see. I might be just late because we'll be traveling back Thursday.
Yeah. Oh,
but
okay,
I think we're not supposed to get back here until 6 p.m. So I don't know.
Yeah. If you're here, you're here. I'll still stream to your channel. So if you turn up, if you're not here 2 hours in.
Yeah,
I'll just stream to mine, and then when you come home, if you feel like joining, you can just join.
Yeah, I'll definitely send you a message because for me, it will really depend on how I feel after being on the bus.
Yeah, you're going to be tired, and you're going to have to have entertained Ari as well. And nothing against your daughter or any children out there. There is nothing worse as a parent being confined in a space where you cannot get away from them. And children know this, and they target you.
And she will just talk and talk. I'm hoping tomorrow that she'll sleep because it's early enough in the morning that she'll still be tired. But I've noticed that we get there at 4 p.m. So there will be a substantial amount of time where she will wake. But I've noticed that when we have the return bus, which it leaves later in the morning, it leaves at 9. So then we get back here at 6. She just wants to talk to me the entire time. And I'm I'm trying to listen to my book. Can you do your activity and I can do my, okay, Mom. And then 5 minutes later, she'll be like, Mom, Mom. And I'm like, there's nothing I can do for you right now. We are on a bus. What do you want me to do?
Have you thought about getting her some audiobooks?
Yes. I'm thinking about just looking through Libby tonight and seeing what I can find and putting it and just downloading
Mia
it.
is right into Amari. Like, she absolutely loves that story.
Okay, I might see if because she wants to read those so badly.
And
so
there's 2 books, so that's...
Yeah, so I might be like, I'll be like, do you want me? Because she will definitely listen at one time speed. And I have Harry Potter also, which she might be willing to listen to Harry Potter.
Yeah.
So I might be like,
if you've got that, maybe set her up with a nice little set of headphones. Because you're leaving in the morning, aren't you?
Yeah, and I have headphones for her to use.
Yeah. Let me just have a look, because Amari...
I think Amari might actually be on Everand or whatever.
Because I've got it on... Amari is 11 hours.
Yeah, we want to do Amari. I might be like, girl, you want to listen to some Amari? Here you go. While I listen to 4 audiobooks. Listen to that shit 2 times speed.
So it's 11 hours at one time speed. So maybe, and then she could do Amari, the Great Game on the way back, book 2, because book 4 comes out in 2024. So
what I really need to do is, like, in the next couple of months, I really need to just buy her own tablet, like a Kindle Fire or something, just so that she has it. I actually need to upgrade my iPad. So I'm contemplating just giving her my iPad when I upgrade.
Yeah.
Because it will work at least for a little while. Like, it'll work long enough for me to get her something else, and then at least she would have books and stuff to do. But
yeah, and it might just like keep her quiet. I mean, you never know. Like I put Amari on in the car, and instantly Mia's quiet. So, and Mia's a couple of years older than Ari, sorry. And yeah, she loves it. Like, every time we get in the car, can we listen to it? Can we listen to it? I'm like, yeah, no worries. How would we do at a murder mystery party? Don't know.
I don't know, because here's the thing, I'm not really that good. Like, I wasn't really good at Clue either. Like, I'm not good at guessing things. It's why I like thrillers, because I don't like, people will be like, oh, this was so predictable, I guessed everything. And then you have me who's like, what? I did not see that twist coming. Even though I'll see, like, the twist will happen, and I'll be like, I should have seen that coming. But I don't.
But I think, like, when I go into reading thrillers or mysteries or whatever, I go in not thinking, just like enjoying the story. I'm not searching for the answers.
That's also true.
Yeah, that's how I go into it. So yeah, and that's how I feel. Like, that way I don't wreck it for myself. I don't read synopsis, and I don't try to guess what's going on. Sometimes it's blatantly obvious, it smacks you fair in the face, but that's few and far between for me. I prefer just to cruise along and enjoy the story and not seek the answers, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, that's how I am too. That's why I don't ever see twists. Like, because people will be like, they'll have read like the same book as me and be like, you didn't see that twist coming? I'll be like, no. Like, should I have? Probably, but like, I wasn't looking for it. So.
But I just find that wrecks the story for you in the end. Like, if you're constantly seeking for it, aren't you supposed to go into a book to enjoy the story and enjoy the ride, not to find the answers?
And for me, it's too much thinking. Like, why am I thinking so much while I'm reading?
For a long time there, I thought, am I like a daft reader? Like, do I not understand what I'm supposed to be doing when I read a book? And then I'm like, you know what? I enjoy how I read a book. I don't care.
Yeah, because, I mean, I know a lot, like, Reni and Brittany seem to, like, be able to figure out, like, thrillers. I don't ever figure them out. Like, when I read The Silent Patient, Reni was like, did you figure out the plot twist? I was like, no. Like, the plot twist happened, and I was flabbergasted. Like, I was surprised. I
was surprised by it as well. I'm like, oh, I did not see that one going.
Yeah, like, I don't look for them. Like, because I don't want to.
Oh, good. I'm glad. You validated me today, Neva. Awesome.
Because if I figure it out, then I'm like, well, I don't need to read this because now I know what the end
Yeah,
result.
like, and that's the thing. Like, that's why I stopped reading synopsis on the back of thrillers and mysteries, because I felt that sometimes gave it away. And also I stopped. Like, I've never been one to search a book to try and predict how it's going to end, because I'm there for the story. I'm there to escape whatever I'm escaping from, because that's what I use my reading for, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, like most people. But yeah. So the bus ride is less than a typical Thursday, Friday stream. Pretty much.
Yeah.
But for 8 hours, yeah. So
Basically.
true. 60% into American Queen and not enjoying it. Oh, just DNF it. If you're not enjoying it, just get rid of it.
Yeah, truly.
Moving on. Life is too short to read crappy books, right?
And it honestly, at this point, it's the end of 2023. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I
Like,
just
it's
had
the
to
end
move my mic because
so
I
there's
almost
just no
clicked it.
reason. There's no reason with a week and a half left of this month to just keep powering through books. Like, just
with all the plagiarism scandals happening on YouTube, have Nicole and Neva ever had someone steal their work and not give them credit? No, I'm not reinventing the wheel on
I mean,
either one of my channels.
not that,
I make shit and I read shit. So,
not that I'm aware of. I mean, I know somebody in the podcast space. I don't know them, but like I know of them in the podcast space who is stealing things from other podcasters, which I think is stupid. But I don't think anybody's actually stolen anything from me. I mean, I don't
I
know.
did in the crafting community. I had someone take my photo and use it in a group to try and track down fabric that I had that, unbeknownst to them, they can't get it anyway. And I thought that was a bit hilarious. Some of my friends got quite affronted by it, but for me, I got a little bit peeved. I'm like, you could have just asked, I could have told you, but instead you chose the sneaky way. But other than that, no, because I'm not, as I said, I'm not reinventing the wheel. I'm reading books and talking about them. I have my opinions about my own interpretations. And I mean, really, like, it's booktube. You can only do things so many ways before we start all doing the same things, TBR videos, book hauls, reviews,
Even like
my
challenge
besties pick 12 books for me to read, like there's
yeah,
only
even challenge videos. Everybody kind of does the same ones, right? We do some variation of like the 24-hour reading challenge. We'll do like reading whatever genre for a week. Like a lot of people do that, where they'll read like thrillers for a week or romance or whatever. The author taste test thing is like a big thing that people are doing. I don't do that, but that people do on BookTube. Like Brittany does that, where she'll read, 2 or 3 books from a new author to her. Like,
I do the same thing. I have a variation of that called Meet the Author. Where I'm meeting the author for the first time. Like, we all do the same sort of content. It's just a different take on it each time.
Yeah, because
And
we're different.
they won't be the same.
Yeah. So I mean, I feel like I do whip, like we both do whipping chats, but like a lot of people do whipping chats. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you can only do a whipping chat like 2 ways. Like, you can talk about your life, or you can do a tag. Like, that's really it. Like, there's no, like, the only thing that really varies with whipping chats is what your whip is, like what you're working on. So, like, some people do diamond painting, some people do sewing, some people do crochet, some people do, I don't know, paint by number, probably. But I don't know. Like, it just depends on what you're doing.
Yeah.
The only thing that changes is the craft, not the premise of the video.
On my craft channel, on Mondays, I have a floss tube where I talk about my cross stitch stuff. On Tuesdays, this is just in December. It changes. It varies throughout the year. So for December, I've had on Mondays, I've had floss tube and a stitch with me. So I do talk about the cross stitch stuff that I've worked on, show my progress and all that. And then I do a stitch with me where I'm just rambling on whatever, whichever way the conversation goes. Who knows? It's just, it's potluck, right? Then Tuesdays and Thursdays I have a diamond, and Sundays I have a diamond painting with a chat. Tuesdays is been a live stream. And then Wednesdays, this Wednesday I didn't, because I was just tired after driving for nearly 13 hours. basically, I normally have some sort of sewing tutorial. So they could be anything from a bag to a quilt block. And I mean, there's so many quilt blocks out there. And inevitably, you are going to do something the same as someone else. And then on Fridays, I have a Stitch With Me where I just prattle on. It's a whip and chat. And then on Saturdays, I have a live stream where I do slow stitching Saturday. So that's anything that's done by hand. Technically, my Stitch With Me could be a slow stitching Saturday, but it's something that takes a lot longer to make because it's all done by hand. I've done sashiko, which is a Japanese form of embroidery, where I've actually sewn the borders on by hand and all that sort of stuff. So, and they're all just basically whip and chat. It's a different variation of a whip and chat. It's just a different craft each time. And a different conversation. Like for a long time, my Stitch With Me's were actually me stitching and talking about the books that I've been doing, because I didn't feel like I had anything to bring to the table to talk about the books on the camera. I don't know why. I was very nervous about it and all the rest of it. But so I had something to do with my hands, and I didn't have to look at the camera, and I could just talk about the books that I had been reading. And all that sort of stuff. Hence why I ended up over here on BookTube, because I was reading far more books than what I was crafting at that particular time, because I was going through something personally in my life that I wanted to escape. Yeah, so.
And at this point, I mean, I just watched somebody that I've been following her book stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Who just did what I did, where she just posted her first whip and chat where she's diamond painting. She still talks about the book. She still talks about her life. Well, she did a tag, I think. But regardless, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of crossover now. I mean, I just think, I don't know. I think it's so dumb. Like, because I know that, like, Katie from Diamonds and Washi, I guess, back when she was doing her Wax Wednesday segment, somebody called her out for, she stopped doing it because someone called her out for copying someone else's idea, because there was another creator that she didn't know about that was also doing Wax Wednesday, and she was like, I literally only was doing this for the alliteration of Wax Wednesday, just like some people do whip and chat Wednesdays because they like the alliteration. Like, I just feel like it's weird to be like, oh, you copied someone. Like, no, we're just
there has been people that have copied a format that I used to do, Finish It Friday. There's been people that have copied that, because there was no one else doing Finish It Friday. I actually put it into YouTube and searched it, and no one was doing it when I was doing it. After me doing it for a couple of months, there was about 15 people that were doing it. It's just another form of content, and most people come to the channels to engage with us, not the stuff we're doing.
I suppose that I've talked about this before, so I'm not going to go into details. But I mean, I suppose the only thing that I can think of that anyone has, like, that I could say that someone blatantly stole it
was your Gilmore Girls.
Was my Gilmore Girls channel theme. Now, this person put it behind a paywall. Like, they made it like their Patreon thing. But it was, like, to an extent that's why that theme died on my channel, and then, like, memberships and stuff changed to the, like, the smut kind of theme, was because actually I had everything even planned down to, like, what would happen behind the paywall for that, like, with that theme. Now I don't have, like, blatant proof that this person, like, purposely.
I mean, at the end of the day, unless you know that they've watched your channel from the beginning and they know who you are,
this person definitely has.
Yeah, then you sort of know that they have actually copied you. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you, like, whoever's got Google in front of them right now, put in there how many videos or how many content creators are on YouTube. Okay, at this present time, and there's your number. Okay, then pick a genre, and there's your other number. That it is inevitable that you're going to get crossovers.
Because, like, Pax from Paximus, I Am Paximus, he does a thing on his Patreon that is a Gilmore Girls themed readathon, but it's completely different than what I was doing. It has to actually do with, like, you do the readathon and then you can unlock Rory's the list of books that Rory reads, which you can find on the internet, but it's like a whole theme around that. That's much different than what I was doing on my channel. The only reason that I would say that this other person probably did just blatantly rip off my idea is because names for things like this Patreon readathon that they were doing had the exact same name, and the setup was like too close for them to have been like, oh no, I didn't, considering that I know, like, I mean, I would consider, or would have, I guess, I don't know, I don't really talk to this person at this point, but I would have at the time considered this person one of my friends.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
see, then that's different. Then you definitely 100% definitively know that they have taken your idea and run with it. And
but
in
I mean,
that is plagiarism, and that is just flat out copying and all the rest of it. Like, you know, you can accidentally copy someone without realizing as well. As I said, you look up those numbers on YouTube, it is inevitable, like, because we're not reinventing the wheel here. You know, like, there's only a limited amount of IDs, and of course there are going to be crossover. And like in the crafting sector, there is a big, hoo-ha about patents and copyright and all that sort of stuff, and copyright infringement. There's no copyright on like sampler quilt blocks, because they've been around for over 100 years and all that sort of stuff. There's no copyright. Anybody can do those. But I'm talking about things like, handbags and stuff like that. There is only a certain amount of handbag shapes that you can do before you start crossing over, and you're going to get similar things that happen in the process of making a bag that is going to be exactly the same as someone else. Okay, so you can't get away from that. Like, there are only, I think that there's only 10 standardized designs for handbags and shapes. I think it's 10. It could be a little bit more than that, but I think it's 10. So inevitably, if you've got 500 people all creating handbags, you are going to start getting some the same. I have been called out on my channel because I did a bag that was very similar to another bag, and I'm like, it is a zipper pouch with a flat bottom. There are only 2 ways that you can put this together.
Even designer bags, there's only so many versions of the same bag. Like, I have the 2 like really expensive bags that I have, right, that are leather, are from a small shop. They're from the Limea brand, which is run by my friend Amber, but they look very similar to bags that you could buy from like Michael Kors or wherever, because it's just like a tote bag. Like, it's like a leather,
and the construction of a bag, you can only go together that way.
Now she added like pockets and things to it because she wanted it to look like a purse but have the functionality of a diaper bag, because she was selling, or she still sells them. She's selling bags specifically for moms, whether they're working moms or whatever. So I have the larger one that I think the Charlie is what it's called, but I have the larger one, and then I have the smaller one, which is called the Amari bag. And the smaller one I tend to use as like my own personal like purse style bag. The bigger one is the one that I use if I know I have to take Ari somewhere, because it's inevitable that whatever she brings with her, I end up carrying. So
but like, it's a hard one. Like, as Neva was saying, her idea was completely ripped off, most definitely. But I mean, and there are ways to combat that with copyright strikes and all that sort of stuff. But like, at the end of the day, like, I use double-sided tape to adhere vinyl. There's about 400 other people that do exactly the same thing. Are we going to copy strike each other? No. And that, because there are only certain ways to go. And I think with booktube and also with crafting, you're definitely going to the crafting one for the person that's giving the instructions on how to put something together. And that with booktube, you are definitely going to get to know the person that is talking to you about the books and all the rest of it. You're going there for the books, and you're going there for the personality. You're not necessarily going there for the different forms of content they do across booktube. You're going there for the books and the personality.
Because we're all doing, especially with booktube, like, we're all doing the same core stuff.
Yeah, and it's the same with floss tube. Like I can like floss tube, we're all doing cross stitch. We're all
It
just
would,
doing different projects, like,
would
but
be,
we're still doing the same formula for our, you know, hello, this is floss tube. This is what I worked on. This is what my haul was. This is what my plans are. That is the core structure um of your video.
it would be
That
like going to Diamond Tube and then being upset that everybody unboxes their diamond paintings the same way. There's one way to unbox a diamond painting.
open the box and
Open
pull
it.
it out.
You show. I mean, some people have stopped showing the especially if they are unboxing like more than one. Now I don't unbox diamond paintings on my channel because it literally gives me anxiety to do it. To open the diamond painting before I'm ready to work on it. I'm always so afraid that I'm gonna like ruin something or not be able to get the diamonds back into the little bag that they come in. I can't. The stress of it. You know what I mean? But I mean, some people show, if they have 4 diamond paintings, they'll only show you the toolkit one time. Or they'll show you what the difference between like a Diamond Art Club round toolkit and a Diamond Art Club square toolkit are. Spoiler, it's that you get a pair of tweezers. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Then they'll pull out the diamonds. There's only one way to show you diamonds. Pull them out and then walk through and be like, oh, look, here's a special diamond. And then you get all these other colors. Then there's only one way to show you the canvas. Unroll the stupid thing and lay it out on your surface. Like, there's one way to do an unboxing. But I've seen people that are like, oh, so I watched so-and-so do an unboxing, and I can't believe that you would unbox the diamond painting the same way she did. There's only one way to unbox.
I don't even understand that statement. Like, go home. Whoever you are, get out of my comments and just go home.
Like, what do you, like, we're not going to sit here and, like, dance with the diamond painting before we show it to you. Like, there's only one way to do
it. That'd be bloody hilarious. I've had people, like, tell me that I've made a zipper pouch. I've done the zipper pouch and I've gone from woe to go, right? And I'll get people in the comments that'll say to me, oh, I don't do it like that. Well, that's fine. Did you have to point that out? You can just bugger off, Noddy. Like,
oh, I deleted the comment because it pissed me off, but I had somebody like on my first ever whipping chat that was like, because I had said, oh yeah, you can, single place or you can multi-place, and I think I made a comment about like some people also use tweezers, which I don't do that. I mean, kudos to the people that can multi-place with tweezers. Like, I wish I had your talent, but I would try to do that and the diamonds would go off of the damn tweezer, okay? But somebody commented,
these tweezers do not go anywhere near diamonds unless I've got to pull it off. And then if I do pull it off, they go shooting. I don't get that diamond back. It just goes shooting across my brain.
The only other time that I've used tweezers to place diamonds was when I was when I first got my pretty placer. I didn't realize, which I did realize this, but I thought that I could push hard enough to get it to go in, even though there were diamonds all around it. It didn't work. Okay. So I did use tweezers on part of the Santa one until I figured out like, oh, maybe we should. Then I just started putting my special diamonds down first. On rounds, I don't have to do that because there's more room, to place things. But like somebody commented and was like, the entire time that I've been a diamond painter, all I've used is tweezers. That's great. Like, okay.
Kudos to you. Yeah, I've started deleting people, like, their comments when they put up there. If they've got nothing nice to say, their comments go straight away. Like, no ifs or buts about it. But the ones that go, oh, so and so done it better, I'm like, stop coming onto my channel and advertising other channels.
Like, they comment that the whole time they've been diamond painting, they've used tweezers, and that's the way to diamond paint.
It's not.
If we were meant to only use tweezers, we wouldn't have pens. They wouldn't even give you a pen in the stupid...
No, they would never give you a pen in the toolkit. That's exactly right. Hello, Brooklyn. How are you? How is your work going today? You're on lunch break and uploading my second last Bookmas video. Awesome. Look forward to watching it. I've got a couple of yours actually in, because I haven't watched much YouTube this week. So I have a few. Actually, I probably have more than a few videos to watch. I think I've got about 100 and something on my watch list. So yeah. A sexy lady never sees the twist either. I honestly thought something was wrong with me for a long time.
Well,
Uh,
nothing is
so-
wrong with you.
well, only because I had comprehension problems when I was younger, and I thought, oh, maybe it's coming back. But no, I can recall the book and what it's about. I don't go actively looking for the plot twists and stuff like that. Had an eventful dinner with the nieces and nephews. I bet that was. On that note, we have been talking for quite some time. ML saying that is scandalous what happened, Neva, and how could someone
Oh,
do that to you? No,
yeah. And
right?
the thing is, I saw it when it happened, and then proceeded to have to field DMs for like 2 days after because I saw it and I talked to Brittany about it because Brittany also knew this person. And then I just got like flooded with DMs about like, did you see this? Blah blah blah. Like people were like scrolling this person's like community tab, finding like all of the things and like screenshotting it, and I was like, listen, I am aware that this has happened. There's not much I can do about it because this person has a bigger channel than me. So me like being like, oh, you ripped off my idea, like whatever. But like I was like there's not a point, like it is what it is. It's fine. Like and then I kind of
what's
like
at
a
the end of the
hiatus
day, you can't.
for a while. Like I just stopped doing videos. Like I was just like, hello, I'm here for sprints. That's all we're doing. Because I was like, well, now I don't even know what to do. Because like I felt like I was like, because you know the creativeness that I had, like I don't have it. So like, what am I supposed to do now? But I mean, it's fine.
It's sad when it happens, and it does put a chink in your armor as well. So just everybody out there, if you're watching, stop it.
Right. Like just come on. I mean, it's fine. Like if the theme is the same. I mean, I don't own.
Or what would have been a
like,
better thing to do, considering you know this person, would be to reach out and do a collaboration.
Or that, to be honest, yeah. Like because my thing is like either reach out to the person and be like, hey, do you think we could collab on whatever? Pitch your idea. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kind of like,
and that's why the live streams here get broadcast to both our channels, because Neva was coming out, hanging out on the channel for ages, like hours and hours, and I was getting all the watch time for it, which was also bringing some of Neva's subscribers over as well. And that's when I went, you know what, we can do this to both our channels, and then that way both our subscribers are happy, and all the rest of it. So yeah, that's
honestly, I was fine with just being here. Like I was like, cool, like I have something to do on a Thursday. Wonderful. It was Nicole that was like, you are like, she was like, maybe there's like a way to stream this so that we're both getting like watch hours for this. She's like, because you're literally benefiting nothing.
I just felt bad, like, and I mean, and that's how easy it is. That is exactly how easy it is. You just ask, and what's the worst they can say is no, or I can't right now.
Yeah.
So apparently the reason why Shannon asked this question is there's a YouTube film reviewer that was taking people's writings and readings and reading them nearly word for word without crediting the people. He got exposed, and then he said his anxiety made him a plagiarist.
What? Sir.
Okay. Anxiety can make you do many things. To actively plagiarize someone else's work, I'm not too sure about that.
It's not hard to cite where you got it from. Like, it's not hard to say, like, hey, I got this from so-and-so. I do it all the time. Like, when I do tags and stuff, like, I'll say, like, this was not my original tag. Like, the Beauty and the Beast tag, don't go watch that. It's terrible. But, like, I was really trying to figure out
you just realized that now you've said don't go watch it, everybody's going to go and watch it, right?
But, like, when I did the Beauty and the Beast tag, that wasn't my idea. I got tagged by Leandra because I told Leandra was like, I need someone who will actually sing the songs to like do this tag, and I was like, I guess I'll do it. Like, because everybody else was like, absolutely not, we don't sing, blah blah. I was like, listen, if you tag me in this, I will do it. I will sing the songs, like the prompts or whatever. So I did it. Okay. It was fine, but I didn't take credit for that. I wasn't like, this is my original tag. I was like, no, I was tagged by Leandra. Everything's linked down below. Like, it's not hard to cite things. And if you're pulling them off of, like, Reddit or something, like, just copy and paste the link.
That's it. That's all you got to do. Like, we do it all the time with music and all that sort of stuff. I noticed a few popular book and travel YouTubers will copy smaller channels, even down to copying their thumbnail and narration. Wow, really? I really don't.
Yeah, it's really strange the fact that it's like larger YouTube creators sometimes like run out of ideas. This isn't like everyone, but I've noticed the ones that do this, it's like they feel like they're not getting the views that they should be getting for whatever reason, and so they will take content from smaller creators,
Mm, mm,
and then because then they can come back and say like, oh no, they took it from me. But then if you actually look at that smaller creator's channel, it's obvious.
mm.
You know what I mean? Because I mean, our when we're a smaller creator, like our aesthetic doesn't change that much. Like if
Mm.
something's working for us to get views and things like that, like we're gonna keep doing that. So if we have 500 videos the same way, like if you go look at my channel, like all my stuff looks basically the same. So like if
Okay.
I have I don't have 500 videos up, but if I have 300 videos up that all look the same, and then someone else does the same thing, and they only have 2 videos up, but it blatantly looks like mine,
Yeah.
it's kind of
And a lot of people watch places like Think Media, Nick, well, I never remember his Nimbin or something his last name is,
yeah.
the vidIQ, all of them, and they're all preaching the same thing, just in different ways. Like, and then we as creators go and watch them and then do said things that they've done. So therefore we start looking like a carbon copy.
Yeah.
On that. So yeah. ML says I've heard it all before. I'm assuming you would have. I had to start putting in my syllabus, contact me if you are panicking about your paper before resorting to plagiarism. I promise a mediocre paper is better than a 0 for plagiarized paper. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right.
Or having to get turned into
Anxiety and panic cannot be your excuse. I do feel like that way. I don't feel like that you can use that as an excuse. Yes, you may suffer from a panic attack. Yes, you may be anxious about your paper, but you
But don't
can.
just rip off someone else's paper, bro.
Yes, you can
Don't
go
talk
and see your professors and go, hey, this is what's happening right now. I'm having an atomic meltdown. I don't think I'm going to be on time. Can I get an extension?
Can you
Or at
help
least have
me
a discussion
formulate
with the
thought?
professor about something,
Like
I'm
every
sure.
professor that I know of anyway, and I know I mean other than ML, like I know professors like in real life. You know what I'm saying? They
Mm,
all have
mm,
office hours where you
mm,
are welcome to go in there and say, "Hey, I'm really struggling with this. Can you help me formulate some ideas to try
mm,
to make this paper the best that it can be because I am having a complete roadblock as to what to write."
mm, mm.
They might not give you the answer, but they'll at least brainstorm with you.
Yeah, they'll sit down and break. Like, even teachers at high school do that. Like, um, Jean has decided that she's not feeling the baby blanket today, so not going to do it. That's fair enough. And on that note, we're going to go to a sprint. I am going to have an hour sprint though, because I really need some food. I'm starting to get the shakes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
I've
upstairs
had
and
coffee, vitamin B, and all the things, and I haven't eaten anything. So,
yeah, I'm gonna go
um,
upstairs and throw everything into 2 backpacks and call that a day. I do not feel like packing suitcase. I don't.
that's fair enough. All right, let me just reset this timer to an hour. Is an hour enough, or would you like longer?
An hour is good for me.
Yeah. All right, cool. We'll go with an hour. All righty. We will see you all in an hour. Happy reading and crafting, everybody. See you soon. Well, hello, everybody. How did we all go during that sprint? I managed to get up to chapter 39. I've only got a couple of hours left of Wheel of Time. Had some lunch. And I'm doing a stitch along on Instagram with another YouTuber. And I've got a ton of flags that I have to edit and stuff and get up onto Instagram. So I started doing that. So I've just wrote up all the how am I speaking? Just wrote up all the post for it and all that sort of stuff in Grammarly, so that is ready to go. And then I went into PicMonkey, but for some reason it's starting to load up now. Okay, cool. I'm like, what is going on? I need to do these flags. I've just got a template in there that I'm using to I'm stitching. So anybody that's stitching a flag, and they're all flags of the countries from around the world. So far we have 22 flags from around the world that people are participating in, and one monochromatic one for those that don't want to stitch a flag, a country's flag or whatever. So yeah, so we've just added the monochromatic one, which is, for those that don't know, is just one color, usually black and white. Black thread on white or white thread on black fabric. Romanian, Mexican, France, Finland, and the Australian Aboriginal flag as well. So they have all, because I want to stitch the Aboriginal flag for my granddaughter. So so we've got that there as well. So yeah, we've got like South Korea, Canada, US, Australian, Italy, Greece, Scotland, Wales, England. There's a South African. There's a few in there. So basically, we decided that we were going to do this sale. We put up a post. Figured that maybe a few people might join in. Then someone who watched Gail's channel, who's Wombat Hollow Crafts on YouTube, watched her say that she wanted to stitch the Australian flag. This was before it became a SAL, and SAL stands for Stitch Along. And and so that particular viewer reached out to the designer and asked if she could do the South African flag. Then Gail and I started talking, and then we sort of came to the conclusion that maybe we should do it as a stitch along. So yeah, and now it's huge. It's absolutely huge. We had quite a large floss tuber mention it, so a lot of her followers are actually doing it as well, which is quite lovely. And so and we had storms here all yesterday afternoon, so I couldn't do what I needed to do yesterday afternoon, so I'm doing that now. And so while listening, it's a lot of mindless work, but it's just a lot of, copy, paste, this, that, the other, get take the screenshots from the Etsy store and all the rest of it. And the designer has been so accommodating. By like every other day we're sending a message, oh, can you do this flag? Can you do this flag? And they all look very, very similar. Like they're all similar. The colors just change. So it's essentially the same pattern. And so, so basically, the colors are just changing, and bits and pieces, extra bits and pieces. Like the Mexican flag has got a symbol in the center, and then the Wales flag has got the not the Wales. Is it Wales? Oh, I don't know. I'm starting to get mixed up with all my flags now. Anyway, one from the English side of town, in near England, there is one with a dragon. I'm pretty sure it's the Scottish flag, but anyway, I'm not great with flags. I know the Australian flag. That's about it. That's as far as I go. But they look really like they're so nice. Like we've got a big event set up and all the rest of it. So we've got the South Korean, we have the Italian, we have the Greek one. We also have show all. I've just gone to the event. We have the Irish flag, the Ukraine flag. We have the Welsh flag. So yeah, so like, I don't know whether I'll just bring me up. Neva's just sent me a message. Ari's just woken up, so she won't be here for this chatty bit. Hopefully she'll be back. Because as you know, Neva went up to pack. So she will be back. For those that are watching from Neva's channel, she will be back. She's just dealing with Ari at the moment. But that's what the Welsh flag. So yeah, so that's what they look like. And they all look very similar, except they've got the colours. So and they're for cross stitching. And the colours are just beautiful. Like, that looks more red than it actually is. It is actually orange when you look at it on the phone, but on the camera, the webcam, it's looking more red. And we've got the Greek flag. So they're all like that. So I've got another 6 flags that I've got to add in to the repertoire. So if you're a cross stitcher and you're actually interested in doing this, Sal, or you might want to try some cross stitch, this is they're pretty basic flags. So go over to Divinely Design Studio on Instagram, or Wombat Hollow Crafts if you can't spell Divinely. Either way, you will find all the information over there, and the links on both Gail's and mine all go to my website, which have all the useful links and everything that you need to the Etsy store and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and the flags are $14 Australian. I don't know what that is in conversion or anything like that, but you'll find all the information over there. If you've got any questions, you can always hit either Gail or myself up. If your flag is not there, just send me a DM on Instagram and we can reach out to the designer. I'm not encouraging people to reach out to the designer. Some people have done that. I have just had Gail contact the designer. I've been taking care of all the graphics and all that sort of stuff, and we're just keeping them really simple. So the flags that I've been putting up on there for people to screenshot just says I'm stitching, then it's got a picture of the flag, and then it's just got the 2024 Quaker flag sale. And that's all that's on the graphics, just keeping it really super simple, and it's really starting to get traction. And it is our first big sale that we've done for both me and Gail, and so we're a little bit it's getting huge. Is it going to get out of control? But it's not going to, because we haven't got a deadline or anything like that. We've got it as an open-ended and whatnot. So I'm excited about it. It's not starting until the 26th of January. And the only reason that is because we have across Australia, we have a public holiday on that particular day, and we do have a Zoom meetup to kick off and whatnot. So yeah, so there is an event on my Facebook page as well. And Gail sent me a screenshot. Another really large floss tuber has joined my group, and I'm like, oh my god, what's going on? Like, I watch this woman all the time. This woman wouldn't even know me from Adam. And yeah, and I watch her all the time. So it's quite exciting to see a lot of floss tubers that are finding each other through it as well. So it's going to be a big thing. And we've committed to doing Zoom meetings and giveaways and all that sort of stuff. And so we're in the planning stage. It's the equivalent to a readathon, except it's a stitch along. So, and all the cross stitches in the comments will know what that is anyway. So let me see where we're up to. We'll probably only have a pretty quick chatty bit this time, because I do have to get this done in time before Europe and the US wake up. So I want to get it done as soon as possible. Going to show my future students a clip of you all talking. See, even YouTubers agree. No plagiarism, and your anxiety is not an excuse. Oh my goodness. If half of your students stood in the bodies of any booktuber or anything when they first started doing and talking on the camera, they will very, very quickly learn that anxiety and panic is not a reason not to do something. Although I am pretty harsh when it comes to not using it as an excuse. I will admit that freely, because I am very harsh on myself. I do not let my panic or my anxiety, which we all suffer from to a certain degree, stop me from doing things, because in my mind, you're going to miss out on some amazing stuff if you let it control you too much. And I understand that there are people out there that it's debilitating for them. I understand that, but you can. And everybody, doesn't matter who you are on the face of the planet, suffers from some form of anxiety or panic when it comes to doing things, especially new things. Because let's face it, no one likes change. Like, not at all. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Hope your day is going well. I'm assuming you're getting ready for bed. That was half an hour ago. So yeah, probably around that time. Have 90 minutes left on Trapdoor. Awesome. Making good progress there. Finished grading the stack of exams. Oh, awesome. Just have to enter the final grades for the class into the grade system. That is awesome. You've made excellent progress. And then I'll do it all over again tomorrow. But at least tomorrow's another day and you can relax a little bit, which would be nice. Emma also joined during that time, making my way through fourth wing slowly but surely. That's okay. The flags are for a stitch along, Courtney. So over on Instagram, there is, and also on Facebook, we have an event to do the stitch along. And as I was saying earlier, it's just about like we were just going to do the Australian flag, and I was going to reach out for the Aboriginal flag anyway. I don't know when I'm going to get the Aboriginal flag. I won't be doing them side by side, but it's a flag that I definitely want to do. It depends how quick the flags go too. If I get it finished within the year, then yeah, I'll do that. I'll start the Aboriginal one, but I probably will start that in 2025. It's an open-ended sow stitch along. It's cross stitch. And basically it just started out as a little sow and it has grown into a beast. And I just checked the messages before, and Gail said that there's 23 flags, including the monochromatic one, which I don't have a snapshot of that yet. But yeah, that's pretty huge. That started out that this particular designer only had the USA flag, which I can bring up. The designer actually upgraded the USA flag. Let me just, oh, what's going on with my phone? The USA flag was a square flag, but the designer actually redesigned it so it matches the rest of the flags. Let me just bring it up. I'm pretty sure I have it here. The Canadian flag is beautiful. So it got a different background color because of so much white in it. So she put a different background color so you can notice it, but that's the USA flag. And basically, if I can get it to focus, you can see on the blue, so each one has a little symbol in there, and that's what you do. They look like little snowflakes, but they call them Quakers symbols. But check out the Canadian flag. I think Jean actually liked this on my craft one. It is beautiful. Like, I just love it. I'd almost want to just stitch it just because it's so nice. So yeah, we also have like the Australian, the Kiwi flag is there. We've got the Icelandic flag as well. There's also the Dutch flag. There's the Maltese flag. There is the Scottish flag. We've even got Czechoslovakian flag as well. So a lot of people have reached out to the designer, and she has been so accommodating because this has only really come about in the last couple of weeks for her. And she has been so accommodating in even sending messages to Gail saying, so-and-so's reached out to me for their flag and all that sort of stuff, and I'm in the process. So that's why I've got 6 flags I've got to do today because they all came in at one time. But we're pretty excited about it because it's the first time we just did this on a whim. There was no planning, there was no skill or ability in this. It was just like, we'll do this and see who comes along with us. And yeah, it's sort of it got a bit out of control on us, just a tad. I'm in chapter 13 now and teaching the boys how to make ornaments. What sort of ornaments are they making? We used to do that every year. Every year we would find something that we could use, like down the road from us, there's a little corner on the corner of the highway in a side street that has a whole heap of pine cones in it, but that only gets the little pine cones on it. So we went and got a heap of them. And then we've got a, I can't think of the name of the tree right now. It's eluding me, but they get these little balls on that have like little spikes on them. What is it? I can't think off the top of my head right now. But we one year went down and got them, and they you can pull them off the tree or they get them off the ground, and then we brought them home and we spray painted them different gold and silver, and then put glitter on them and used them for ornaments on the tree. Other times we've done things with buttons, or we've done crochet stuff, and and the kids always did that every year, and it was a different theme every year, which was a lot of fun. Now they're not allowed to touch the tree. I decorate it. I have my vintage style paper mache, decoupage ornaments on it. So yeah, I don't let don't like them touching the tree now. Mia was helping me decorate. She didn't get to touch those baubles, but Mia was helping me decorate the tree the other day. And Neroli turns around and goes, Mum, just let it go. When she goes to sleep, you can do it how you want it. And like they always call me Monica when the tree comes out. So yeah, from friends. I can't help it. I like a nice Christmas tree. What can I say? Piper has 4 books in the progress, going to try and get them done tonight, due back at the library soon. Oh, that reminds me. I've got to read that in my library that I'll have to on my app. Thank you for the reminder. Yes, I agree. ML is doing fantastic tonight with the grading. Plagiarism didn't... the plagiarism didn't want to lose out on all of his Patreon and add money, since he was making a lot of money off the other people. Oh, people's work. Well, that's rude. That's real rude. Gotta go to bed in a few, almost 11 p.m. Why did YouTube break my comments into 2 posts? I don't know. Sometimes that happens. I've had it happen to me as well. So yeah. Hello, KML and Emma. And the flags are cross-stitched. They almost look like granny squares or quilted squares. Yes, they do, very much so. You could probably find patterns to do a similar thing with crochet, because you can use the software to create crochet patterns. So it would probably be doable, most definitely. But yeah, these are all cross stitch, and you could do, like, you could get these into diamond painting as well. You just have to get someone that does custom canvases and that. So yeah, but if you do that, please make sure that you buy the pattern from the designer, because she has been absolutely fabulous and so accommodating. She could have very well said, you know what, it's too close to Christmas, I'm not having any part of this. And she has really stepped up and gone above and beyond, even corresponding with some of our commenters, and because she knows that sometimes she's awake when we're asleep. So she's even been commenting on posts and stuff like that, saying, hey, yeah, they'll see your message and stuff like that. Well, I'll get onto that, and really helping us out and all that sort of stuff. So she could have been one of those designers that went, you know what, don't want to do it, it's too close to Christmas, I've got other things to do. But she hasn't. She has been doing pretty much recreating flags for us every other day since the second week of December, which is absolutely amazing. Have you decided what your first book of 2024 will be? Yes. I have a list. It will either be for a vlog. It will either be If We Were Villains, or any one of those books on that list. That is my January TBR. I'm doing 2 readathons during January. Sorry, I keep playing with this because my hair is down. It keeps getting behind my earbud. Not that I need this in, but if Neva comes back, I need it to have it in. So I have a video going up in the next couple of days, which will have my January TBR. Now, it's split over 2 videos, because one of them is for the bootcamp readathon and the other one is for the TBR-a-thon. So I have 2 TBRs going up, and I have crossed them over. So rather than, I'm doing each video on its own, because they have 2 separate readathons, and I think it's only fair to the creators that I do that. So that's what I've done. So yeah, so one is for Courtney, who is Tangible Reads, in the comments right now, and that is the bootcamp readathon. So you can find all the information for that readathon over under the announcement video on Courtney's channel. And the other one is for Leandra's TBR-a-thon, which I am doing the bingo sheet for that one. For me, that was the easiest one to go. It was the most predictable one, and the one that I could cross-reference a couple of books. So if I had just done an individual book for each of the prompts, I think there was 25 or 24 and a free spot. I wasn't up for reading 25 books this coming month, so I've managed to get that down to 15. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 books I've got it down to, but that's the 2 combined, which is doable because some of these books in here are not very long books. They're like under 100 pages. A couple are under 200 pages. Then the rest of them are, I think the only real big ones I have on there are 3. One is Passage. One is Babel or Babel. Okay, answer me this. Is Babel 2 Bs or 1 B? Because we were having this conversation the other day. And how's it pronounced? So I have Passage by Justin Cohen, Babel by Kwong, the same person that wrote Yellowface. I think that's how you pronounce it. And I also have Wheel of Time 13. Now, Wheel of Time 13 will probably get started before I hit January because I'm planning on starting that on Monday. So I may end up swapping out Wheel of Time 13 for the last book. So either way, we should be finished by the first week of February, the Wheel of Time series, because we're smashing through it right now. So that I can't say definitively which book, but my list, as I said, is the bingo one, and that was the one that was most controllable for me because of the other readathon, and I also have the sale starting in January as well. So it's quite a hectic month. And in my plans and goals, one thing I wanted to do was slow down my reading. So what do I do in January? I haven't even got to 2024. I've put 21 books on my TBR. Way to go to slow that down. But I mean, If We Were Villains isn't actually on my TBR. It is one that I may be starting because I have a vlog for February that I have to get that read by. So yeah. Making Quilted Balls, excellent. Another really good ornament one too is it's little Christmas trees that you make with buttons. They're so cute, like so cute. I've still got, I think we made about 10 one year. I've had a couple that have broken, the pets have got them and stuff like that. But they're so cute, and you just get like different color buttons from the Goodwill or wherever you go, any secondhand like cheap shop or whatever. And then you can get them. I ended up buying some stars, and that's what I started. If you look up button Christmas trees on Pinterest, they'll come up. They are super cute and super easy to do as well, and also help with motor skills as well, like threading the needle through the eye of the button and all that sort of stuff. And they're so cute. I have one almost done, and just have to get the ribbon on it and make one to show them what it will look like. But they are no sew, and they can do it. Yeah. Cool. I will keep an eye out. Hello. Do you think you'll meet up with any other Australian booktubes this year? No, I don't know. Maybe Sash, because Sash is pretty close to me, which is Sasha Reads. Maybe, I don't know. But I am going to go and see the author of Yellowface and Babel in March with my daughter. My daughter's actually, I can actually say that I've met a booktuber already because my daughter's just recently put up her first video. So yeah. Or any one long list books. Did I miss something? I missed something, I think. Or any of the long list books. Love it. 1B in Babel. Yes, there is 1B in that title, but is it Babel or Babel? How do you say that title? That is my question. I'm in a bit of a reading slump. I have only read one book this week, and it was 200 pages. Yeah. I have not read anything other than Wheel of Time this month. I come out of November and I was I wouldn't say I was in a slump. I was just tired. And I also had Mia here as well, so it's really hard to read when she's here. I have finished, however, several books that were on my reading. How many have I'm just trying to think how many I've actually finished. I think I've finished 2 or 3. I know I've finished definitely 2 that were on the go. So I finished reading Breaking the Spell and Gravity's a Thing. And I think I've only got a chapter left of the Azerbaijan one, which is The Orphan Sky. So I don't have much to go on that. Boring as hell, that book. I just don't think it was the right book for me to read. And I don't think it's like Kite Runner at all. Because that's how it was. It was like, yeah. And I'm like, no. That was about your first book of the year. This or one of these, yeah. But I've always heard it was a short, with a short, like a bat, yeah. Yeah, no, this is just my TBR. These are just books off my shelf. I think there's 2 that I have brought in from Savannah because there's no point in me buying them. She already has them on her shelf. So, and in my mind, her shelves are my shelves. So, same as my shelves are her shelves, so to speak. But yes, I have a huge list to get through. All right, we have got to the end of the comments, and something's going funky in StreamYard. So I think what I'll do is send us to another sprint. We're going to do another hour. Because I need to get this done for Instagram and all that sort of stuff. It's probably going to take me about an hour to get it all done, considering how slow my internet is going. So, yeah, I will see you all, and hopefully Neva will always come back in the next chatty bits. All right, happy sprinting, everybody. And Courtney is just saying good night to everybody. Good night, Courtney. Sleep well. And Jeannie's also going off to bed as well. And we'll leave you or Neva on the TV. Thank you very much. Hopefully we won't ski too much on that. But we will be back in an hour for all those that are remaining. For those that are leaving, have a very Merry Christmas. And I will see you next Friday. I won't be on Monday because it's Christmas Day for obvious reasons. Because I mean, not that I have any family here or anything, and it is Christmas Eve for everybody else, but I'm guessing that you're going to spend it with your family and not on the internet. But anyway, have a Merry Christmas, Courtney and Jean, and I will see you all again next week. All right, we are going for an hour sprint, and I'll see you all then. Bye. Well, hello.
Hello.
To get tracking done.
Yeah, and I got already back to sleep, so our clothes are packed. I just have to move the rest of crap that's in the bedroom into the closet. So great.
So, I'll ask you that privately.
Okay.
It's maybe not something you want on the internet, so I'll ask you that privately later.
You can always put it in the private chat, send me a message.
Yeah. I will in a minute. Yeah. So,
And then
anyway,
I can decide.
Anywho, I have got a fair bit done today on my little dragon. I'll just give you a heads up. If I disappear, it's because we have a storm brewing. I can hear rumbling off in the distance. So if I should happen to disappear because my internet drops out or whatever, yeah, that's why. It's not that I've just left the premises. It's just
She just said you can run the sprints. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. I do have to be off by 5 o'clock, so that's 2 hours from now. So I've got to go and do a few things this afternoon, so I do have to be off by 5. Just last minute stuff I've got to do before everything closes down because I live in a backward town where we'd be lucky to have anything open. But I've got a fair bit done of I've actually almost finished a 3rd section, and my sections are this big. So
Wonderful.
yeah. So it's been a lot of block color, like it's a lot of white that I've done. But last night it took me. I was just having all sorts of trouble because I started using putty. I got some putty in my diamond advent that I've been opening, and I've not used putty before, so I'm trying it out and all that sort of stuff. And while for the most part I love it, there's sometimes I was having issues with it with the multi-placing. So I ended up doing in an hour and a half a section larger than that by single placing. So today I've been trying to get practice using the putty in the multi-placer, and it's working okay, but I don't know. Maybe it's my placer itself that seems to be a bit dodgy.
So I will say, putty has like a learning curve.
Yeah.
So like I use putty in my multiplacer. I mean, clearly I've been using glue snap dots.
Yeah.
So I feel weird being like, I use putty. Okay, like right now it's too cold in my climate to use putty. I've tried putty in my single placer and I don't like it. I feel like it tries to stick to the adhesive in my single placer. That could just be me, but like, yeah. So I use wax or snap dots in my single placer always, but in my multi-placer I was using not glue dots. I was using putty when I was first starting, so it was still warm because it was like September. And what I find is you just have to you really have to pay attention to it seeping over the edges.
And that's the problem I'm having. Like
hard presser.
Yeah, I'm a hard presser too.
Yeah, so you have to pay attention to that. So what I would do is I would almost not fill it enough. So I would, do what everybody else does where you like stab it and pull it out and then you pull all the excess. But I would almost pull, like to a normal person, it would look like I pulled too much because it would sit inside the placer instead of there being any like excess. Because I press hard enough, because I'm a hard presser, is fine. But I press hard enough that it will still kind of like squish up, and that seems to like keep it off of my canvas adhesive at least.
Yeah, I've had a couple of like a couple of times where the single placer I got a little bit on the canvas, but it was easy enough to get off. I just grabbed the tweezers and pulled it off and it was fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I'm just because I've not used it before, I'm just trying to get used to it.
It's definitely different than wax.
Yeah. Well, see, I always just use wax. So
yeah, especially because don't you use the pink wax?
I use the pink. It's the word I'm looking for, not
The
pick.
pig wax.
Yeah. I use that, and sometimes I use the pretty places as well.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I honestly think everything is different than pink wax. Like,
Yeah.
because I feel like pink wax was just, I don't know who the hell created that stuff, but like it wasn't a diamond painter, bro. It wasn't. Like at all. So I feel like the pink wax is different than anything that you would like buy or get in an advent calendar or anything like that that's like formulated by a human.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like at least all of the ones that I've bought, they're all made by people that diamond paint. So and that's why they're making it a lot of times. So like I just got I don't know where I put it. I just got Wee Wax because I won it because for the first time ever in my life I won a giveaway. I don't know. But I won this tin of Wee Wax, and the problem that I have with it is I think I pressed too hard to use it. But it smells good. It's in midnight pomegranate because it's like the scent and the tin that she did for the Night Court November event because that's how I won it, was when I was doing Night Court November. So I find that there's residue, which I don't really care about residue because I'll just use like a brush or whatever and yeah, like shine my diamonds, if you will. But I've noticed that like this Wee Wax works better in the brass tips. The ones that like come with your pen, like this one.
Yeah.
As opposed to like this one, which is a metal tip. This is the metal tip that I got when I ordered Snap Dots, which I have a custom order from her of 6 more of these because they're my favorite metal placers. But I feel like everybody's like, depending on who you buy from, it's all like different. You know what I mean? Because like with the pink wax, you're supposed to stab it. But with every wax that I've bought, like from other people, you don't stab it, you scrape it into your...
Yeah, well, see, that's what I do with the pretty places because I don't necessarily use the pretty places as a crayon.
Right, you just use it as a wax.
Yeah, I'm just using it as a wax because I live in a warm climate. The only time I can really use the pretty places is in winter.
Right.
But if I play around with it and just like scrape it into I don't use it in my multi-place. I use whatever else I've got in my multi-placer, but in my single placer, I just have been tunneling in the end of my pretty placer, so the tip is still okay. So if I want to use it as it was intended, I can. And I'm just tunneling in through the back.
Right.
And like and I don't mind using that, but I wanted to give the putty a go. But I am liking the putty. I like it a lot, actually. Just getting a bit frustrated with because I just got to a point where my multi-placing was really good. And since I've been using the putty, not so much. So right now what I'm doing is I've got a straightener, which looks like a little razor that's quite long, and I'm running it between my rows to make sure that my drill, so I'm going horizontally at the moment, and then I'll go vertically, and hopefully that'll straighten it all up.
Are you doing rounds or squares?
I'm doing rounds, and they're just a little bit wonky. I've never had them be this wonky before, and I'd say it's got to do. It's not hard to fix it up. Like, it's not. I'm just being pedantic.
Yeah. It probably does have to do, honestly, with the putty, because I found when I first started using putty, my placing was super wonky. Also, I actually found that with anytime I put something new in my multi-placer, I find that it's like wonky until I get used to that product.
Yeah,
because that actually happened to me with the damn glue dot, like the snap dots too.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The first time I put them in my, and I mean, I watched, her tutorial video and everything like that. And even she was like, when you first put them in, like, until you get used to them, like, it is like wonky placing or whatever. But I was just like, this should not be this difficult. Like, I can multi-place.
Yeah. I mean, to someone else looking at this, it doesn't look bad. But to someone that is over the top of it, such as myself, it looks pretty crappy. But let me just bring it up. I just got to move all my crap because I've really got myself set up here today. Like candles and all sorts of stuff for filming, and it's it's Christmas and all the things are happening over here. So I'll just move my drills out of the way. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not, but I mean, I guess it doesn't look that, like when I look at it, it doesn't look that wonky, but let me just bring it up as a large. Let me look around here. So I've done all this in the last 24 hours and I've done some down here on her eye as well. But looking at that, it doesn't look so bad. When I'm over the top of it, it looks pretty shit, to be honest. Oops, I forgot Ari was there. Sorry, Ari, I didn't mean to swear.
No, she's fine.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot she was there. But yeah, like yeah, the dragon looks all right. Well, like when I look at it like that, it looks fine. But this section here, I did from the edge up to the edge of this paper here last night, and I single placed it, and that looks 100% better than what the dragon does when I look at it closely.
Yeah.
So the only thing, like you said, I think it's just the multi-place. It's just going to be a bit of a learning curve. Like I've straightened a lot of it up. But it's looking good. It looks good on camera. Like I love the.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. Considering it's like an AliExpress one, it looks good. I'm assuming it's an AliExpress. I'm not 100% sure on that. It was a gift from a friend, so I don't actually 100% know where it's actually from. Could be from outer space for all I know. But yeah. It's definitely something that I will have to practice a little bit more. And I do have a smaller piece that I got in the Advent as well. So I might use it in that and see if because that's got a lot of, it's only a small piece. Like it's probably about 10 inches by 10 inches, if that, maybe 9 inches by 9 inches. It's only small. It's small, yeah. Yeah. So I'll just play around with it. But this is actually going a lot quicker than I thought because I finished off the section 3, which was down in the bottom corner on my diamond paint with me the other day. I had about 15, 20 drills to go when I finished that, and I finished that off. And then I spun the wheel. So I haven't done the section that I spun the wheel on camera. I'll do that on Sunday. But I thought, you know what? I'll try and get as much as I can get done today. This is all I'm going to do today. And then... yeah, see where I end up, because I've got until the 28th. I've got a couple of other diamond paintings that I want to sort of get finished. Yeah. But I don't think I'm going to. Maybe one of them I might be able to get finished, but it'll be what I've done in 2024. So all the things that I have inherited from my daughters, because they don't want to do it, and one that I started myself that I put aside because I wanted to do Diamond Art Club. And then we'll have a closer look at the ones that I've actually finished, all my big canvases, and where I've got to on this canvas. Because this canvas should be finished. This was supposed to be finished at the end of November. That did not happen.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. And that storm's overhead. The rumbling. It's almost like dusk here. It's that dark outside at the moment. All right, let's have a look and see how everybody went. We were up to here. Hello, Emma. Happy holidays to you too. Alyssa joins us as well. ML was just saying thank you. Alyssa and ML found each other in the comments. Tia has also joined us. 37 minutes to go for Deborah, and it's so suspenseful. It's called Trapdoor, the book that she is reading. Jean says, turns out I didn't mute the TV. Oh, I'm sorry, we woke you up. I do apologize. And Coda is also off to bed. You've been very quiet tonight, Coda.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, engrossed in your book. If you're anything like me, I've had to set timers because I just know that I will fall into this and not come back out. I only have an hour and 41 to go, so I should be finished it by the end of sprints today. So if you're still about Coda and listening, and you want to start book 13, go for it, because I'm thinking I'm going to go for it too. That at least on Monday anyway. Did not read, but trying to get son ready for bed. Schedules are a little off with winter break. Yes, that is always a bit hectic when we have breaks. Good night to Coda. Why would you want to use putty? It lasts longer than the pink wax, and most of the waxes do last a bit longer than the pink wax that comes with it. But it's just, yeah. The one that I got is zesty lemon, and it smells like lemons. It's so nice,
and it's definitely like I think it's a preference thing as to which. I mean, I know most people prefer to use a wax alternative, but I think it's just a preference as to which wax alternative you prefer. Because some people prefer like an actual wax alternative. Some people like the. I mean, I use
the putty fit has a blue tack like consistency.
Yeah, putty is So I mean, and a lot of people will do putty because like there are people that do use putty in their single placer. I just think I press too hard to use it in my single placer.
I have been using it in my single placer and I have had success with it. But I have been trying to press lighter because of my repetitive strain injury. Gotcha. So I can still diamond paint, but I'm not putting because when I multi-place, I can actually feel the pressure in my arm. When I'm doing it. So and so I'm trying to be a lot less heavy-handed when I'm doing it. I don't always feel it. It's just if I multi-place, I think because I move my hand, rock it backwards and forwards to make sure it's placed correctly. Yeah. Instead of just stamping it down. And I don't mean stamping it down like to stomp it down, just instead of having the stamping action. So when you stamp, you go straight down. You don't rock it or anything like that. So yeah, I think
I also do the rocking thing with my multi-placer.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see if that helps and it does. I seem to have better success by just going straight down as opposed to rocking in to it. So I guess with the putty, it's just a different method of doing it, which could turn out to be better for me because then I won't strain my arm so much. And I got a bit of a thicker pen too in my Advent, which freaked me out yesterday walking through the house. I don't think you can see. It's very, let me just bring myself up bigger and get a bit closer. So it's just got like stars and moons and everything in it.
Yeah.
And the bloody thing glows in the dark. I didn't know because whenever I'm diamond painting, it freaked me out.
You're in the light. Yeah.
I'm in the light doing the diamond painting and I walked through my house and everything was off except for the Christmas tree, which isn't it does not have a massive amount of lights on it. And I happened to just see something out of the corner of my eye, look down and here's my bloody pen glowing like nothing else. So I'm like, did not know that. So yeah, that was quite interesting. It shocked the shit out of me actually. Good night to Coda. Have a good week. We will be back next Friday. I'll be back next Friday here. And, of course, I'm going to be over on Brittany's channel on Christmas Eve for me, which is the 23rd for everybody in the Northern Hemisphere. And, of course, Neva is also on Sprints tomorrow with Brittany as well. And for those that don't know who Brittany is, it's Where Have You Been, for one. And it's Brittany Loves Reading. Like, who are you? Where have you not been there? Which of the Advent gift books have your favorite color on it? A cover on it? Oh, there've been some nice covers. I'll have to think about that one. I'll have a bit of a look because I'll have to go and have a look and see what I've got, what I got there, and just refresh my memory. But I was quite taken back by the by which one was it again? I'm just trying to think of the name of it. The Jerusalem one. It had a piano on the front. It was quite dark. It was quite striking. And the Brown Girls, I think it was called. I think it was like the third or fourth book that I opened up. It was quite a striking cover. And yeah. It looks cute on camera. It does. It very much does. And Neva is working on, I'm going to make you big, Neva, because Riley would like to know what diamond painting you're working on.
I'm working on The White Rabbit by Hannah Lynn. This is a Diamond Art Club, obviously, because that's all I do as of right now. But this is part of the Alice in Wonderland series. And this was the only kit that I bought for Black Friday. So that's
they're cute ones. Like I went and had a look at some of them, and they are very cute. Very
the
cute.
Hannah Lynn ones, yeah, they're super like adorable. Like I don't know, they're just like very like cartoony.
They're cartoonish with a bit of whimsical.
Yeah, like honestly, of like all the ones that I've done, these are this Hannah Lynn one is one that I would like actually hang up. Like for myself.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I do have a bunch of her stuff like I mean, nobody can access it because it's like a private wish list, but I do have a bunch of her stuff in a wish list just because like I do want to buy more by her.
Yeah. Yeah. And to get a full look of what mine looks like, this is what mine will look like when it's finished. So right now I'm up around the dragon. I have also done the bottom corner that has the candies in the bottom corner. I have done that. I've only got one section on the opposite side to do down the bottom row. Overall, I only have 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10 sections to go. So, yeah. I don't know if you can hear that rumbling or not, but it's rumbling out there. There's no lightning or anything. It's just rumbling, which means we probably won't get it. It'll just go over the top of us, which will be good. Hello. So, ML saying hello to Tia. Sorry, I clicked on that really quick then. I don't know why. Which has been your most disappointing lately in book-wise? What is the last book that you DNF'd? I haven't DNF'd in ages.
I feel like I just DNF'd a book. Please hold while I go check my story.
I'm just trying to think. Have I?
It's hard for me to remember DNFs because I kind of just don't think about them anymore.
Yeah, same.
Once I DNF them. Let's see. Okay, I actually haven't DNF'd a book in a while. According to Storygraph, the last book I DNF'd was You're Invited, which I don't think is accurate. However, I don't count a book as a DNF unless I make it 20% through.
Yeah.
I just count it as I didn't read this book.
Yeah.
I just take it off all my lists. So the last recorded book that I DNF'd was You're Invited. I DNF'd that one in August. And there are other books that I've started and then not read, but I wouldn't necessarily count any of them as DNFs because either I didn't make it 20% through or they're books that I do plan to read. It just wasn't the time.
Yeah.
Read it. My most disappointing book recently. Let me see if Elfed was terrible, but like I expected it to be. So
I don't even think you can categorize those books as disappointing because you go into them knowing they're going to be crap.
Yeah, like the lowest ratings that
they're crap books
from like the last month. They're all like the smut books that we read, and I like expect those to be crap. So
yeah,
I don't know. I'm kind of looking just to see what I've read recently and seeing what I rated things. So People We Meet on Vacation I read that in August. I gave it 3.5 stars. So here's why. I really do enjoy Emily Henry. Like, I really liked Book Lovers, and I really liked not Happy Place. That was a terrible book. I really liked Book Lovers. And then she has another one. I can't think of the name of it right now, but I did read that one.
Isn't it Book Lovers?
So
You
she
and
has
me on vacation, Happy Places, Beach Reads or something? Beach something?
Beach Read. So I really liked
Yeah.
Beach Read when I read it. I read it like last year. I really did like that one. I'm pretty sure I gave that one 4 stars. I gave Book Lovers 4.5 stars, and I'm actually really excited for Funny Story, which is her book that's coming out in 2024. I don't know why I'm so excited for this book when Happy Place was so terrible. Anyway, so yeah, the last like book that I rated lower than a 4 star was People We Meet on Vacation. I thought it was fine, but it wasn't my favorite thing to read.
It was all right. I think I gave it 3.5 stars.
That's what I gave it. But I mean, I guess like truly last disappointing book was probably Happy Place. Oh no, it was The Help. Because I gave that one 2 stars. That one was terrible. That book did not age. And the thing is, it's like The Help used to be like one of my favorite books, and I can't even recommend it to people because like the way it aged was so terrible that I was like, this is a horrible book.
I think like a lot of books don't age well because they're they're written in a time where like from then to now language has changed and all that sort of stuff as well. So I'm just looking at my DNF books. I have DNF'd 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 books this year. I'm not including the classics that I took off the reading list as a DNF because I'm going back to them next year. They're just off the list for this year. So 8, did I just say? 8 books. Yeah. One of them was an arc that I got about 30% into, and I'm just like, this is boring as batshit. I'm not reading it. So I DNF'd it. Burnt was another one that was putting me to sleep because I really did want to read another chapter about coffee that she needs to stay awake. Wow. While Justice Sleeps, I figured that I was going to DNF that because so the Burnt one was a memoir of a firefighter.
Okay.
Didn't enjoy it at all. It's one of my hardest genres for me to get into, so not surprising. While Justice Sleeps was a political thriller, and they're not my favorite thing to read. So I just found it incredibly boring. It wasn't exciting. It wasn't thrilling at all. The Night of Many Endings was a Kindle Unlimited book that I ended up stopped reading because it was heavily involved around drug addiction and all that sort of stuff, and I just didn't want to go down that path because it was a little bit too close to home. And Behind Closed Doors, I think I got to about 20% of that one and just couldn't do it anymore. The Candy House, which is Goon Squad 2, I didn't realize that it was a part 2, and I found it a little bit confusing, so I DNF'd it, but I still have it on my shelf, so I may go back to it. I'll get the first one because there was a lot of references that were happening that I was very confused about. So
yeah,
I got a little bit lost, and then I realized that it was Goon Squad 2. So I'm like, maybe I do need to, even though people said you didn't have to, I still feel like you need to read book 1.
Yeah.
And then I DNF'd a collection of short stories. That's it. And The Woman Next Door, which is by Liz Brisky. I just couldn't get into it. It was just, it wasn't floating my boat. But she's got other books that I'm quite interested in and that sound a lot more interesting than this one. It was called The Woman Next Door, and it was essentially about a woman next door and another woman bitching because this woman next door moved away. So, like, yeah. Pass. It was a friend sent it to me, and I've still got it on my shelf. I may go back to it. I just wasn't in the right frame of mind to read it at that particular time. Like, it wasn't a bad book. It just wasn't for me. So yeah.
So I've DNF'd 12 books this year. Not this month. Good God. Could you imagine? This year.
Pick it up next. Pick it up next.
So I DNF'd 12 books the entire year. So that's like a book a month. Like the equivalent of a book a month.
Yeah.
But I think that part of that is just because I've kind of figured out what I like to read.
Yeah.
You know? So I DNF'd The Butcher and the Wren. I DNF'd this, even though it was a 5-star prediction. It literally broke my heart to DNF this book. But it didn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, I wasn't really sure what was going on. And it was very slow. And I feel like it's written by a podcaster who I actually really enjoy their podcast. But, like, the writing was not there for me. So not only was I, like, confused and it was slow, but then, like, the writing wasn't great. So I was like, there's nothing about this book that makes me want to read it. I DNF'd Burn Down, Rise Up, which this kind of broke my heart to, like, DNF as well, because it was the second book for Black History Month that I read or tried to read. This one was also super confusing because it's supposed to be like a YA horror, which is fine.
Yeah.
About, like, a creature that lives in the subway of New York. And I wasn't really sure what we were doing. Like, I was trying to read it as an ebook, and I think what I'll do is I'll go back maybe in 2024 and listen to the audiobook, but the audiobook had, like, forever to wait for it. And trying to read the ebook, it just, like, nothing was connecting for me, and I don't know what was going on. Book of Night. This was part of a vlog. I don't actually think I uploaded this vlog. It won't get uploaded because of the person that picked the books. But I actually asked the person that picked this book if I could DNF it because I know that I want to read Holly Black's backlist. So, like, the cool prints.
Yeah.
But I feel like she should just stick to YA. Like, let's not try to delve into adult, because this was, like, her adult debut, and we had, like, a 25 and 30-year-old, like, pair of sisters who acted like they were 16, and I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you're going to write, I agree. If you're going to write in the YA genre and then you try to go in, okay, kudos to you for trying, but you need to have your characters grow, like, be the age that you're portraying.
You need to write your characters as adults and not adults that act like children.
Yeah.
Final Girls, I didn't care about this book at all. This was
I remember when you were reading this. I don't care about this book. This was
a good buddy read, and I really enjoy Riley Sager, and I tried the audiobook because it was on, at the time that I read this, it was on Scribd, and then I also tried the ebook, and I just did not care. Like, I couldn't understand, like, I knew what was happening, but, like, I just did not care that these two women were like, we're the final girls, and then they would, like, laugh, and I was like, I no one cares. Like, there was no suspense. Like, I didn't give a crap. We Were Liars by E. Lockhart. DNF this one. I actually have both of the books in this series on my shelf, and I need to get rid of them because this was, like, rich people problems, which I wanted, but there was some racial language in this book that I didn't love, and also I just did not give two craps about the kids in this book. Like, I didn't care. Like, y'all are all spoiled brats. Thanks. That's all I needed to know. And I was hoping that it would get better, and it didn't. You Shouldn't Have Come Here by Geneva Rose. This is actually my first Geneva Rose that I ever tried to read, and I may retry this as an ebook. I tried it as a audio on Scribd, and the male narrator gave me the ick. Like, he sounded like a serial killer, to be honest, and I couldn't really get around it. And there's supposed to be, like, a love story, like, it's
no.
supposed to be a love story between the main female character and then this guy. And I was like, if you were speaking to me like this, I would leave. I would call
You do not want your romantic interest to sound like a serial killer. This is not good.
He just sounded so creepy. I couldn't do it. The Song of Achilles, I DNF'd this one because I was bored and I didn't care about anyone in this book.
If I have to compare Song of Achilles to Circe, I go Circe every day because, yeah, if I compare the two, Song of Achilles was the most boringest book on the face of the planet, whereas Circe...
And I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be gay. Yes, because Achilles was supposed to be bisexual. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm cool with gay. But I was just like, I do not care about these gays at all. I do not care. I did not care. Anyway,
Cinderella but it wasn't as good as everybody made it out to be. I did give it a 4. I still gave it a 4-star because I enjoyed it somewhat, but that 4-star was given to it before I read the second book of hers, which was Circe.
I might try that.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed that better than I enjoyed it. So if I was to reevaluate my star rating, Circe will definitely get 5 stars, and Song of Achilles would be bumped down to 3 because it was still a good book, but it wasn't as good as everybody made it out to be.
Yeah.
And that's just me reevaluating after, because I read it first.
Yeah.
And then I the other one. And I prefer her other one over that one. So yeah.
Cinderella is Dead. This was another one that I read that was for Song of Achilles. I was reading as for LGBTQ month, for Gay Pride Month. And then Cinderella is Dead was another one that I was reading during that time. Didn't care about this book. I was actually excited for this one too because it's like supposed to be gay Cinderella, and the main character just bitched the entire time that she didn't want to marry a man. Like, we got it. You want to marry a woman. Like, we got it. You're trying to get homegirl to run away with you. She doesn't want to. Cool. But stop bitching that you don't want to marry a man. Like, do something about
it. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks these things when I'm reading a book. Like, I get it.
Just stop bitching and just leave. Like, I'm just confused. Anyway, Where the Crawdads Sing.
Yep.
Did not care. Did not care about the main character. I did not feel bad for her. I did not care about her. Also, I will say that probably knowing the history of the author probably dampened this book a bit for me. Because I don't really
that was going to be my next question. Was it because of the author?
I honestly don't care to watch the movie. So.
I have no desire to watch the movie, but I just recently read the book and I enjoyed the book, but I did put out all the things around the author out of my mind when I read the book. So
I do think that I would have never picked this book up though if it wasn't for my grandma. My grandma gave it to me and she liked it, and then I was like, Grandma, I'm sorry, but I did have this book. Which I feel bad, you know what I mean? Because my grandma gave it to me. So
but at the end of the day, your grandmother probably appreciates your honesty as well. So she won't give you another book similar to that. It's going to make it easier for her. Yeah,
she really does like to share books with me because I'm like the only grandkid that will read books that she gives me.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
but she does make an effort to like give me something she knows that I will like, and she really thought I would like it. And I did explain to her like, unfortunately, there's some issues with the author, and that's why I couldn't read this book. Like, I really tried, but I couldn't do it.
And she would have. I'd put my bottom dollar that she appreciated that, because then she'll be more. She'll look a little bit further into, if she picks up a book or something like that, she reads and thinks that you're going to enjoy it, she'll probably go and research the author a little bit better, make sure that there's no issues and all that sort of stuff. So I think that is a win, even if like, it does make you feel bad that your grandma gave it to you. It's still a win because you were honest with her. So,
but you have to wear them to the bus because we have to take a car to the thing, and you are not walking around in your footy pajamas inside of the nasty bus station. Absolutely
no.
So yes, you have to wear your shoes to the bus. But once we're sat down, I'll probably let you take your shoes off. Then you put your shoes back on.
All right, moving on. I don't think you are starting a Wheel of Time, are you?
Not during the break. I am going to read it in 2024. There's like a
Okay.
group read of us.
Yeah, Brittany's doing it.
Brittany and a bunch of us are going to read it. So I won't start it until 2024.
Yeah.
No, go upstairs, please. Go.
And when you guys all start reading it, I'm going to start listening to the podcast because I will be actually finished by then, and I want to listen to the podcast to support them. So I'm trying to finish a clay project tonight so I can wrap it up tomorrow. Awesome. Hey, everyone, hit the like button if you're so inclined. Thank you, Emel. Appreciate that. Both of us do. Would people really complain if you unwrap the books on camera? I'm only going off what has happened over on my craft channel. So I just across the board. I know that unwrapping paper actually does trigger a lot of people. They don't like the sound of it. It elevates their anxiety. It can cause panic attacks and all that sort of stuff. So it's just easier for me to unwrap it under the table and then no one can hear it. But
yeah, there's also a thing with Diamond Tube too when we unbox diamond kits because everything's wrapped in cellophane. Like the diamonds are in like especially if you get like DAC, they're in like a cellophane pack thing. And I've noticed that a lot of people will put timestamps.
Yeah.
Like they'll say they'll warn you that they're gonna open it and then they will put timestamps. I've also gotten complaints when I kit up about the baggies. Like these that they come in because I have to clip them, especially if these aren't super staticky, but especially if the drills are staticky and then I have to cut them open and I have to kind of like squeeze the packet because it does make like a kind of an unsettling crinkling noise. So
it's for some people it sends their blood cold. Like it's like nails down the blackboard. People don't like that either. But I did notice that you couldn't hear my bells tinkling on my ears. And they were bloody loud. And it wasn't just because they were near my ears. But I clicked because I filmed all that through Zoom. I clicked with Zoom, they have reduced the background noise from your microphone. So you won't hear the cars going past. You'll occasionally hear a plane because sometimes I'm near an airport. So sometimes you get a plane comes in really low and you will sometimes hear it, but you couldn't hear those bells. And for the most part, like you could not hear that paper being unwrapped, even if it was in front of it. So, but I didn't want to take the risk. And yeah, so that's why, but they do. People do.
Yeah, it's definitely a sensory thing.
Yeah, it does trigger a lot of people, and I'd just rather not have people come. Like, have enough issues with people. I don't need more people coming at me. Went out to the shop for stocking stuffers, but I am back to reading. Awesome. It is cute, isn't it, Riley? I love it. Absolutely love it. I have not had any disappointing books lately. That's awesome. I have liked the last ones that I have read and currently reading Heart Song by TJ Klune. TJ Klune is an author I want to try in 2024. I do not have any.
I have Under the Whispering Door by him.
Okay, is it good?
I don't know.
I haven't read it.
I bought it because it was when I went to Barnes and Noble for my birthday. I bought it then because it was.
I thought you said you read it.
It was the only copy that had that was like the Barnes and Noble exclusive edition, so it has sprayed edges.
Okay, fair enough.
But I haven't read it yet, but I do want to read it.
Cool. I'll ask a Shannon type question. Nicole, which one of the Women's Prize books would you give as a gift to Neva? Bandit Queens.
I need to read
I'd actually give a couple. I would give you Bandit Queens. I would give you I'm a Fan. And Stone Blind, which is a Medusa retelling.
We love a Medusa retelling. Listen, I'm not like. I mean, I like Greek mythology. You know what I'm saying? But like Medusa is like. I don't know why she's my favorite, bro. Because people be like, she's a villain, but like, is she? Is she?
I don't think she's a villain. She was driven to what she did.
Or did she retaliate for something that someone else did to her? See?
I believe that she was driven to what she had done. So yeah. It was retaliation for sure. And she kicked us at it too. Like, hello. So yeah, they would be the three. I'm a fan is a little bit different. And I think, Chris, you said that was one of your favorites, wasn't it? I would not recommend Trespassers. Sorry, Chris. And I would not recommend Demon Copperhead, and I would not recommend Marriage Portrait. Fire Rush was actually pretty good. I didn't mind that, but I don't know whether you'd like it or not, neither. But the three that I mentioned, I'm a fan. Queen Bandits, first off, I'm a fan, and Stone Blind would be the top
I
three
do
that
have
I'd recommend.
I do have Bandit Queens on my TBR just because everybody keeps talking about it, and now I'm intrigued. So it might get picked up in 2024.
I'd be interested to see what you think. Like, Jean's reading it at the moment, and she says that she's really enjoying it as well. So yeah, and the Bandit Queen there is actually a real life human that was in India before I think she was assassinated in 2011, I want to say, but some of the stories based on that particular thing. I don't want to say too much because it'll give it away, but you just read the book.
I'm actually going to see if the library has it because here's the thing. I know myself, and I'm not going to read. Why did I just do that? We're not. Oh my gosh. So I'm like over here, like, yeah, I'm going to check Libby. And then instead of typing in the Bandit Queens into the damn search bar, I typed Libby into the search bar.
What did it bring up? What books did it recommend?
It just brought up like a bunch of authors. Anyway, it's this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So I have it. It's being sent to my Kindle right now. Because, like, I know myself, and I probably won't get to do a ton of audiobooks once we're off the bus. Just because my family likes to talk to me. How rude of them to want to talk while I'm hanging out with them. That's actually a big reason that I made sure to have diamond paintings, because I can talk and diamond paint.
Yeah. Christina is heading off. Happy Yuletide to everybody. Same to you. Hope you have a wonderful time with your family. The serial killer narrator from Neva's book should meet up with the narrator from Glory. Oh my Lord, then that would be a book. Because Glory, I just felt like I was berated the whole time I was listening.
Oh, that's the narrator that's just yelling at you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this dude sounds like a serial killer. And, like, we're supposed to believe that, like, at some point the two of them fall in love. And I was like, I just don't feel like if a man had the voice that you have, that I would fall in love with them. And I'm not a super, like, listen, I'm not a super, like, picky person. Like, when it comes to, like, dating stuff, like, you need to have, like, 3 things, okay? Be honest.
Yep.
Don't be a dick. And also just, like, accept me for who I am. That's really all I need, okay?
Yep.
Like,
and be loyal. Loyal should be in there too. Loyal and honesty go hand in hand.
Jesus Christ. Anyway. What you look like, it really is not. Like, if you looked at the men that I have dated, okay, we won't include the women, because most of the women that I've dated have been very pretty people. But I feel like women are pretty anyway. But like some of the men I've dated, people, like, I look at it now, like, as a person that's not in that relationship anymore, and I was like, what the fuck was I thinking?
I know. I think that about my first husband. I'm like, what? You beat you over the head when you thought that was attractive.
Because the thing is like, I'm not like a person, like, I don't want other people to look at me and be like, only date me for the way I look. Yeah, I don't find myself I don't find myself to be particularly attractive either. But, like, you know what I mean? So, like, I don't tend to look at people and be like, oh, you're attractive, I should date you. If you could be the hottest dude, you could look like Avery from, what is that show? Grey's Anatomy. And if you are an asshole, I ain't got time for you. Yeah. Like, you could be the hottest dude.
Oh, yeah. I went out with a guy, an Italian guy, 6'2", I think he was. Dark brown, the quintessential blue eyes, dark hair, built like nothing else, had everything going for him. It was the biggest douche on the face of the planet and the most boringest human being I've ever met in my life.
And that's just it. Like, I
I mean,
really,
you look pretty and you're
yeah,
great as eye candy and hanging off my arm, but dude, get a personality. Like,
yeah. Like, if you are a nobody person, like if you have no
yeah,
personality or you're an asshole, like I don't have time. So like
yeah.
aesthetically, like I don't really look at that. But like, if you spoke to me and you sounded like a serial killer, I'm gonna need you to go. I'm sorry. No amount of love is gonna make me want to stay with you.
Or we need to go and visit a voice coach.
Something.
Something needs to change.
We gotta do something because absolutely not.
So I'm a fan. Is Chris's one of 2 5-star reads for them this year. Banner was good as well, and Wandering Souls was another good one. Yes, I agree with that. I don't know whether it be a Neva book either.
I love how everyone like it's because okay, so when I did the 12 Rex by 12 besties, right? Nicole was one of the besties, of course. I just like randomly picked people because I was like, other than
I'm just
Reni,
picking randos off the internet.
Reni, Kelsey, and Brittany, who else am I gonna pick? So I like sent them a list of people like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, do you think these people would want to do this? And they were like, yes. Nicole was one of those people. And like everybody in that chat, not Brittany, Reni, or Kelsey, because they were like, you're just gonna read this book and you're gonna like it. That was basically their philosophy. Everyone else was like, do you think you'll like this book? And I'm like, I don't know. Just give me a book. Like it can be any book you want.
Well, I picked The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart. It has childhood trauma in it. It has little snippets about flowers and their meanings at the beginning of each chapter, but it is about a woman that, well, it starts out as a young girl that rises above it and finds herself amongst a lot of trauma and a lot of family trauma and stuff like that. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. It probably will make you cry in some spots.
We love to cry.
So do take tissues, but I think you'll enjoy it because I really enjoy it, and we do read a similar book. So
yeah,
yeah.
But like it's funny to me. Like I can tell like the people that I've like talked to about books for a while, and people that have never given me a rec, or they've only given me certain recommendations because they're like, oh, this would be a book that you would like, or whatever. Like they don't give me recommendations based off of like the books that they like, but books that they like that they think I will like. And then you got Brittany, Reni, and Kelsey who were like, well, we think you'll like it, but if you don't, it's fine. Read it anyway.
I just didn't want to recommend smart. Like I could have recommended a couple of smart books to you, but you read enough of that. You need to read something different.
And then we got Brooklyn who gave me Haunting Adeline.
I knew that was coming. As soon as I seen Brooklyn's name on there, I'm like, I know what book you're getting.
Well, and she had given me that one because I did just like the basic like 12 Rex by 12 friends. I do try to do one of those a month. Just because it's a fun thing that I can post monthly on Instagram. And I like to open it up to all of Instagram. But then I was like, okay, but what can I make that's a video? Because not everyone on Instagram wants to be in a video.
No.
So I was like, let me pick book friends that are booktubers. Because if any of y'all tell me you don't want to be in a video, I'm going to tell you that you're a liar. So it's fine.
I have proof you have a channel. You are lying right now.
With the exception of like Kelsey, but she's very prominent on Bookstagram. Like that's just her niche of where she is. So she's okay with being in videos or being mentioned in videos. And so I was like, okay, let me pick book friends that have channels or audiences that aren't going to be like, I don't want the entire internet to know about me. And that's why I gave, like, if you'd already given me a book for the other chart, you could give me the same book or a different one. And Brooklyn was like, I'm just going to stick with Haunting Adeline. So I have both, like I think it's a duet.
Yeah.
The cat and mouse duet. And the thing is like, I see like Gigi and Bo has like the like, because I guess the main female character, like, one of the main male characters calls her, like, Little Mouse or something, which would make sense because the cat and mouse duet, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I was going to
But
say,
they're a
isn't it the Cat and
bookmark.
Mouse series or something?
Yeah, because there are like bookmarks and stuff by Gigi and Bo that I want to buy, but like it wouldn't make any sense for me to buy them because I don't know any of the references. Like I just think that it's cute that it says like "Run, little mouse." Like for some reason that's like a thing that I find cute. But also I should probably read the book first, you know?
Yeah,
Because maybe
well,
it
it makes
creeps me out.
No, I would not give Pod. I did not like Pod, but yeah, it can spark interesting conversations, but yeah. It's from the perspective of a dolphin. Like it's got animal cruelty in it and all that sort of
I
stuff
mean,
as well.
dolphins are rapists. So.
Yeah, well, it pretty much covers that topic. They're just douches. Like I feel the way about my ex-husband. I have no idea what I got with him. I think I was going through.
Here's the thing. This is so bad. I look at my youngest son's father and I was like, what was I thinking? First of all, like I couldn't have been thinking. I clearly got with
a choice. It was a choice, right?
I clearly got with this man to escape my house. Like that's clearly what happened. Like I was like, oh, I need to move away from my mother, and then I got stuck in Florida for 8 years. That's what happened. Like nothing about him is attractive, bro. Literally nothing. His personality is not attractive. His face is not attractive. Like nothing about this man is attractive. At least with like the other baby daddies that I have, which would be like Ari's biological dad and then my older two's dad. I can look at both of them and be like, okay, like aesthetically, y'all were okay. You just turned out to be terrible people. I mean, well, baby daddy number one, he's not really a terrible person. He just should probably be polyamorous, you know, instead of being monogamous and then cheating on everyone that he ever gets with. But it's not my business. Ari's biological dad turned out to be abusive, but like it didn't start that way. I mean, it never does, you know what I mean? But like he's aesthetically like a good looking person. I mean, probably not now because he's been doing meth, but when I met him, he was clean. So he was aesthetically a good looking person.
Meth always throws a bit of a spanner in the works on someone's looks, right?
Yeah. By the time that I left him, bro, you could tell that he had been using. Like I was like, you look like someone drug you behind a truck. But that's fine, I guess.
There are serial killer erotic ASMR videos. I just don't get it, you know.
Here's the thing, though. There's like a whole.
Are you saying this is always a fun time to go and listen to these videos, or you're talking about, you know, reflecting on past partners?
There's a whole sect of women that like write to serial killers and marry them. Okay, even Charles Manson had a wife when he died. I mean, technically, Charles Manson didn't actually do well. Okay, he did commit crimes when he was younger, but like but what he actually got caught for, like got life in prison for, he didn't actually do anything. He just told everybody else to do it for him. But even so,
that's what I don't understand. Like
she was like 25 years old when she married him, and he was like 80 or something. I don't know, but he was older than her. But you know what I'm saying? Like he was like definitely too old, like, and he was not attractive by then, like at all.
He wasn't like, attractive to begin with.
You could argue that he was attractive.
What was that squeaking sound you just made?
That's what happened. It's my brain like record scratching, like trying to decide like where we're at. I mean, if you look at younger pictures of him, like before he
I suppose.
Like had, because I mean, people are like, ugh, how could you find Ted Bundy attractive? I mean, Ted Bundy, like if you look at young pictures of Ted Bundy.
Yeah, true.
I feel like
and you have to think like the time that like
yeah.
I guess I'm just looking at it. He's a serial killer. It just turns me off. It's not something.
But if you look at it, because okay, as a podcaster, I had to distance myself in those situations because we would have to read things like Charles Manson was people found him attractive. You know what I mean? And like when you're listening to interviews from like the people that were part of the family, like even the women in the family said that he was an attractive person. So for the time period that he was in, like if you look at younger pictures of him, he's not like ugly. I mean, in 2023, he wouldn't be attractive.
I don't know.
But also, we have to look at it without the eye of like
Knowing what we know about him, yeah.
Yeah.
And if I take the emotion out of it and what I know already about him, yeah, there are some pictures here that, yeah, all right.
Like if I just saw him on the street in some of those, you know, in some of the ways that he looks.
I wouldn't have been repulsed by him being on the street. Not that I'm ever repulsed by anybody, but you know.
But yeah, but you wouldn't look at him and be like, oh my god, a serial killer. You know what I mean? Like he would be like a kind of attractive person. But what I don't get is like, for instance, okay, so like Chris Watts, right?
Yeah.
Women write to Chris Watts in prison. If you don't know who Chris Watts is, he like annihilated his entire family.
Yeah.
Chris Watts, okay? You look at Chris Watts and like, I'm not gonna lie, when the video of, so without knowing any context, when the video of him being told by Shanann that they were having another baby started circulating, it was circulating with no context. Like it was just circulating as like this cute like gender reveal thing, right? And I was like, oh, what a beautiful family. Like he's not like an aesthetically ugly person. Like he's an attractive man.
He is attractive person. I just looked him up. I'm like, he is attractive.
But then when you know that he annihilated his entire family one by one and then put them in oil drums and then on his like work property and then made it seem like to the news like he just wanted them returned to him and then tried to like blame his now deceased wife for what, like saying that she was trying to murder the kids so he had to murder her, and or she had murdered the kids so he murdered her, is basically what he said. And then you find out that really he did all of the things. Like he's not attractive anymore.
No.
You know, now that you know all that,
how could you kill those little girls? Like,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And that's a terrible case. I had to research that for the podcast because we covered it in the podcast. And then I told my dad, I was like, I'm going to cry having to watch all this footage. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to do this. And he was like, well, we have to talk about it because it's a hot topic, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, great. And so then it took us 4 hours to film because I kept crying. It's fine. But now when you look at a picture of Chris Watts, you don't see like, oh, you're an attractive person. Now, before you knew what Chris Watts did, he's an attractive looking dude. Like he's a good looking man.
Yeah.
Why are y'all writing to him in prison? Like, are y'all trying to get annihilated? I'm confused. Like, I'm sorry. Nothing appeals to me if someone says this man is a murderer. Nothing makes
it's almost like the whole bad boy, like when you're attracted to the bad boy.
Listen.
That it's like that on steroids.
Every book
if you're writing to a serial killer. Like
every book boyfriend I've ever had, basically all of them,
have
killed somebody in a book. You know what I mean? Every single one is like that bad boy aesthetic.
Yeah.
I'm not dating that in real life, bro. It's not gonna happen. Yeah. That's why, like, I watched the show Love After Lockup. You know that show?
No, I haven't watched that. No.
Okay, well, basically, it's exactly what it sounds like. Okay, it's people, men and women, who date other men and women that are in prison. That's basically what it is. And some of them like get off on parole, and it's ridiculous. Anyway, it's basically like the same vein as 90 Day Fiance, like drama.
Yep.
You know. So Love After Lockup. I watched the show, and there was a chick on there a couple years ago who she was literally dating a murderer. Like,
is this not a red flag for someone? Like these people,
her family was like, what did he do to get put into maximum security prison? And she's like, oh, he broke into someone's house and then murdered them during a robbery. And her mother is like, and that's what you like, you think that's a good idea? And she was like, I love him. You love a murderer? Do you want to be murdered? Yes. No, thank you.
Oh my
Sorry,
goodness.
if someone said I'm in prison because I'm a murderer, I would be like, and next. I'm never speaking to you again.
Next.
It's been such a fun time getting to know you, but now that I know this, I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
decline.
this is a deal breaker for me. Story time is always a fun time. Yes, it is. Very, very
Yes.
much. And no, just no. Yeah, that was for Ted Bundy. No, just no. All right, we are going to go for a sprint. I just had a message before. I don't have to leave at 5 o'clock. I've got a little bit longer, so we might be
Okay.
able to get 2 more sprints in. I'm going to do a 45-minute one though. So that was good. I don't have to go anywhere now. I'm happy with that. I don't like leaving the house, especially at this time of year.
Does anyone like leaving the house?
I don't think so.
And then
I don't
Ari
think
comes in and
anybody
asks
likes.
if she
Oh, this is the
cannot
wrong
wear
one. That's this
shoes
one. Remove this
to the
one.
bus station. Disgusting.
Remove. Add to stage. Thank you. I don't know what was going on, but it was jumping all over the place. All right, we're going to go do 45-minute sprint. We'll see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello. I'm assuming the timer went off, didn't it? Yeah, cool. I didn't have my earbuds in, and I was talking to my kids, and I'm like, oh crap, did the timer go off? If it didn't, oh well, we're back 15 minutes early. Oh dear me. I got almost finished this section. I've just got the red to do in this section down here. See.
My bad, hit the wrong button.
Right, fine then, don't talk to me.
I have to take this out too because I
Okay,
can't
just
get
take it. Just take it upstairs. I will take it when I take it. If it's too big for the trash can, just don't put it in there.
So first of all, Savannah, when we went to Sprint, Savannah worked out when the camera was still on. I had to turn the camera off because she's walking out and she's in her boxer shorts and her little crop top, and I'm like, pushed her. I'm like, the camera's on, and she goes, "Who is it?" I'm like, "The whole world." Okay.
All of YouTube.
and then Neryl's walking out just as we're about to go back and back to talking, and I'm like, oh, all right, what do you want? And I looked away for just a split second, and I'm like, oh, did that change or did I read that wrong? Because I had my magnifiers on to begin with. I have not got much reading done, but I think I've only got a little over an hour to go. 1 hour and 10 minutes. Hopefully, won't get interrupted.
Yeah, I got no reading done. Ari has decided that she is now going to be awake. So that's great. So I guess I'm just gonna give her melatonin on the bus and pray that she sleeps on the bus. So she's upstairs watching a movie, and I was like, listen, I need all of this stuff. I was like, you want to just like throw trash around this room. I was like, so all these papers and things, I need them to be cleaned up. So that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
Cleaning up
Yeah.
trash, because I'm like, listen, I did not crumple up all of these papers that are scribbled on. So and I was like, everything has to be in the closet before we leave. And she was like, I don't want to do it. And I was like, do you want to go to Iowa? Because if you do, these all have to be picked up. So you decided you want to be at 2 a.m. So I'm putting you to work.
Yeah, because I was going to say, isn't it like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for you right now?
It's 2:07. She's been up since 1:30.
Yeah. She's probably excited.
Probably. But I was like, listen, bro, you're taking some night medicine on this bus ride. And she's like, I don't want to sleep on the bus. And I was like, cool, but I don't want to deal with you after an 8-hour bus ride.
Yeah. And nor does anybody else on the bus when you get all teary and whingy because you've had no sleep.
Yeah. So I'm going to put, the last time that we rode the bus, I didn't make her sit in the car seat the entire time. Just because it's kind of cumbersome, but I'm definitely going to make her sit in the car seat on the first like 4 hours of the trip, because then she's in a 5-point harness. Yeah. And if she falls asleep, it will keep her where she needs to be. I mean, so yeah, I'm definitely doing that, because I mean, obviously I haven't slept because of my schedule. So I'm like, I'm also going to be sleeping on the bus. So I see, if you don't sleep on the bus, I'm going to end up I'm just going to grab your hand. We're going to jump out the bus window, because I'm not going to be able to do it.
It's a little bit dramatic, Neva, but okay. I get your point.
But I was like, but if you don't sleep on the bus, bro, by the time we get there at 4:30 p.m.,
she will sleep, because the motion of the bus, if you ignore her and just go to sleep yourself, she will get bored. If she's in her 5-point harness, she can't get out. She'll get bored looking out the window. It will make her tired with the melatonin. She'll definitely go to sleep. I've had my older kids tell me that they're not going to sleep in the car. I turn around an hour later and they're fast asleep. Like, yeah, that's right. That's right. You just sleep there.
I'm just going to be like, it's time to go to sleep, bud. It's fine. Plus,
and maybe even if you put some white noise on for her in headphones, like on the iPad, get a white noise app and play that for her.
And it's still going to be dark at 7:10 in the morning. Like, our bus leaves at the same time that her school bus usually comes. So, like, it's still going to be dark outside. And they don't leave the lights on the bus.
That spins me out that she goes to school in the dark. Like, that just blows my mind. Because I live in a very light country. So for me, like right now, 4:30 in the morning, it's daylight. 7 o'clock at night, it's still daylight. And I don't even have daylight saving.
Yeah.
Like time doesn't change. So I live in a very like winter at 6:30. It's daylight.
Yeah. So and it's in the only in like the winter time that it's like that where it's dark when she goes to school. But it'll be like this till like fucking like February. It'll be dark when she goes to school. It's actually it's like kind of depressing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, like that's
like
feels like a bit of a prison sentence going to school in the dark.
Like because her school bus lights up the entire street.
That's wild.
It's so dark outside that all the lights that are on the school bus just light up the entire street. And then at this new school, I'm gonna actually have to drive her to school every morning because they don't have transportation, and I'm not like I could have the church that's up the street take her to and from school, but like I don't want to pay $50 a week for the church to take her to school. But I will say this: so this school that she's going to is, we're probably still gonna call it Hogwarts. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like an A grade school, so she's going from one A grade school to a different A grade school. Thank God, because I didn't know, since we're moving more east. I was like, like there are some not great schools in so like in Indianapolis. So I was like, ooh. But I called them because I needed to get all of the information, find out if there was a spot. But it's a semi-private school, so she has to wear uniforms. Thank God.
There is an argument that you're going to get everyone. I don't want to wear my school uniform. Well, too bad, Missy, because that's what's happening.
She's never worn uniforms. This school goes from 1st to 8th grade, which is interesting. And like she has clothes, you know what I'm saying? But it's constantly a fight around like if you're gonna wear that dress, you have to wear leggings, like you know what I mean? So I only have to really worry about it on the weekends, which that also gives me time to like redo her wardrobe, because like people have sent her clothes for Christmas, but her whole wardrobe needs to just be
revamped
and like just redone. And so now this gives me time to do that, because she has to wear like khaki pants, and then 1st grade wears, I think it's either red or gray shirts, like polos. So when we're home, I'm gonna go to Walmart and I'm gonna be like, this is your school uniform, you're welcome, this is what you get to wear. And I know she's gonna pitch a fit about it. I know it's gonna be, why do I have to wear that? It's ugly, whatever 6-year-olds say. I don't know.
She'll have a fit about it, but then she'll get to school and see that everybody else is in the same.
Yeah, and that's literally what I'm gonna be like, listen, everyone else at your school has to wear the same thing you're wearing, but like honestly, thank God, because until I became a parent, I did not realize what a headache children picking out their clothes was. Because it was always me.
That's what I love about Australian schools, whether it's a state school or whether it's a private school, there's a uniform.
Yeah. So, and like this school that she was going to before, it's also an A grade school, but they don't have to wear uniforms. They just wear whatever they wear. But I'm just like, this is honestly a blessing, because now what I do is I'm gonna lay your crap out in the morning. You're gonna put it on, and that's it. Like, there's not gonna be any debate.
Oh, there'll be debate, but you'll win the debate every time.
Yeah, I mean, there will be no winnable debate for you. Like, it will be, no, this is what school says you have to wear. You have to wear it. Like, miss me with that. Like, I don't even care. But I do
take it up with your headmaster and see how well you go with that.
Yeah, I do have to see like what school supplies I have to buy, because he sent me like all of the information, like school supply list, everything, and I'm like, do I have to buy her brand new school supplies halfway through the year? Because
I don't know how it works in the States, but here usually if you change schools, you take the stuff that you had at the previous school.
Yeah, because my grandma,
and you can use that.
My grandma bought her stuff over the summer because she went to my grandma's house for the summer. And then I don't know. I'm hoping that somebody in my family gives me like a gift card or something, like to Walmart. Because I know that they'll pitch a fit about, well, it's your money to spend. I'll be like, listen, the kid is going to a new school, bro. Okay. So, I mean, she has a lunchbox. She has a backpack. I'm not replacing those. They're brand new. Like, I'm not replacing them.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm like jazzed about this uniform thing. She's going to hate it, but
It just makes life so much easier. Like, I've always wondered, like, how parents dealt with that whole thing, and also the competition between as the girls get older, and even the lads
Yeah.
as they get older. Like the competition that would, it's only take like even here with kids that are underprivileged that don't have the best school shoes, or the uniforms a little bit tatty or whatever. They cop a hard time from the kids, and kids are cruel.
Right. And
Like,
like here, luckily, like, yes, we're like currently living in like a more like bougie side of the city or whatever. But
mhm,
most of these kids' parents, even the rich parents, are going to Walmart to buy their kids clothes, Walmart or Target.
mm,
You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
kids grow, and no one's
yeah,
trying to spend $500 a year on freaking clothes.
mm,
So right now it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? But I'm just like, in 5 years it's gonna matter, and then I'm gonna want to pitch myself off the highest building. But this school goes to 8th grade, so that's like most of her schooling.
that's what 13, 14, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's because 8th grade in the States is right before high school.
Mm,
So she does elementary and middle school all in one. Like, I mean, if we stay here for that long, she will do it all in
yeah.
one school. Now, if we were
Mm,
to like move like back to my hometown or whatever, which I'll share some developments with you, but not on camera.
yeah.
If we end up doing that, then it will be back to like she doesn't have to wear school uniforms, but there it's very much like everyone buys their clothes at Walmart. So like
Mhm,
no one's really gonna say, as long as she looks clean
mhm,
and
mm.
her clothes don't look like ripped up or anything like that, which she's never worn clothes that make her look poor a day in her life, even though we are poor. Um, she'll be fine because
Yeah.
nobody's gonna really say anything.
Mm. But then it's also hard too, because the older she gets, the more persistent she's going to be on what she wants to wear.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole what's appropriate for school and what's not
Listen, ma'am,
argument.
I will
I
give you
like
so much leniency, okay? But what
I
we're
had an argument with my youngest daughter. She was walking out of the house, and I know it was a bra, and she was walking out of the house, and I'm like, "You are not going out looking like that." And she goes, I can wear what I want," and it just arced me up so quickly, and I just went off. And then she went to walk, and I said, "Don't you even think it?" And I must have just had the right tone, because she just stopped dead in her tracks, turned around, walked inside, and got changed. And I'm just like, "Don't even go there." It's just,
see,
yeah.
and maybe it's because like I'm okay. So I was 26 when Ari was born, right?
Hmm.
But I don't necessarily dress my age. If that makes sense. I
Mm.
mean, right now you can't tell because I'm wearing a onesie. But I with a hood. Okay, I'm wearing a onesie with a hood. But I like in the public, I wear jeans a lot, but I also tend to wear like crop tops. Like I
Yep.
just don't care. Like I
Just
figure
hang on a sec.
okay. Okay, Nicole is talking and waving. Let me see where we left off in comments. Oh, she might be coming back. Okay, we'll read comments while we wait for Nicole. Okay, so ML took a shower. Wonderful. Are you
That's
back?
exactly where we were up to.
Okay. And Christina said, "Yay, more spirit." What was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, if we were to move back to my hometown, yeah. And then I don't remember what else I was saying.
About crop tops.
Oh,
Is
crap.
where you left off.
I tend
Yeah.
to just wear whatever I feel like, because I feel like my body is as good as my body's ever gonna look.
Yeah.
So I might
It's
as
all
well.
downhill from now.
I might as
No,
well
it's not.
flaunt it, and I feel like I'm still like it. I don't feel like 32 is old, so like I feel like I'm still like young enough
No,
to wear what
it's
I
not.
want. But me and Ari have had the debate about why I can wear things, or I can have tattoos, or I can have piercings, and she can't, and she's 6 because she wants to do everything that mom does. So like my sister and I were talking the other day. I think I'm gonna get a tattoo of my stepdad's handwriting, underneath this tattoo, which is my opa's handwriting, because there are two men that raised me. That's very cheesy, but that's basically my philosophy here. They're both also left-handed, so that's also my philosophy. And she heard me talk about it. It was like, I want to get a tattoo. And I was like, Anna can draw. Like, my sister draws. She's an artist. And she has, like, tattoo markers that, like, wash off. And I was like, Anna can draw some tattoos on you. And she started, like, crying about she wanted to get a tattoo. And I was like, you can't get a tattoo. You're 6.
You're not allowed to. By law, she's not allowed to.
Right,
This has always been my winning... to win arguments when the kids like really dig their heels in. Now, just to paint a picture, I got 3 girls, okay?
Right.
3 girls. There's not a lot of winning of arguments for mum. Okay, when you got 3 girls that are ganging up on you. Okay, but my argument has always been the law. It is against the law for you to get that tattoo. It is against the law for you to have cigarettes. It's against the law for you to drink. And it's also against the law for you to sit in the front of the car. So get in the back where I told you.
Shut the hell up. Yeah. So I tell her, like, or she'll be like, I don't understand why you can show your stomach, but I can't. And I'm like, I looked at her one day because she was like, I don't understand why you wear shirts that show your belly and I can't show my belly. And I said, because I've been on this planet Earth 26 years longer than you, and I've earned being able to show my belly. I was like, you though, cover it up.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Absolutely. And I know, like, at some point, you know what I mean, it's not going to be, like, a thing. Like, I'm going to be like, wear what you want. Like, I really don't care. But, like, you're 6. So, one-piece swimsuits for you, ma'am.
Yeah. And there's some sickos out there. But she's also 6, and you don't want to frighten her of the world either.
Right. So, I just tell her, like, this is what is appropriate for you to wear. You know, it definitely puts a debate if other kids that are her age are wearing things that I won't allow her to wear. And then I just say, you have a different mama. So,
yeah. Well, I had this discussion with my husband. He was so like, the clothes that Neroli was wearing was only clothes available to her, really. Because, and I tried to, like, he kept going on about it. I'm like, you've got to stop having a go at her, because I said, take a look around. Have a look at everybody here. There is not a lot of places that they can shop. She either looks like a grandma or she dresses what she can buy in the shops that she likes to buy.
Yeah.
And we went shopping not long after this conversation, and then the girls went and done something, and we were sitting down having a cuppa or whatever. And he said, you know what? I actually took on board what you said, because he was quite adamant that she was dressing like a hoe and all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, dude, you can't say that. Like... I'm sorry. I know you have no filter, but you can't say this. Like, this is not something you say to your kids. And I'm like, I agree with you that she's not wearing the best choice in clothes, but there's not a lot of options for her. And then when he sort of stood back and had a look, we went shopping in a big mall, and he said to me, we sat down, and he goes, you're right. He goes, I had a look, and he goes, everybody's wearing the same clothes. He goes, and then I'm glad that he took it on board, because sometimes he doesn't take things on board, but so now he's not so
shops, like, to wear. Like, even for me, like, I have to either, so I am, even with gaining about 20 pounds over the last year, like, I'm still too small to wear women's adult clothing. Like, I can't wear them. Like, even in, like, the petite sizes, in petite clothes are made for short women who are also small, so they'll fit me, like, in the waist, but my legs are too long. I'm not trying to look like that. So, like, everything that I buy is junior sizes, right? So juniors are sized in, like, negative numbers. So, like, 1, 5, 7. So I'm a size 7 in a junior's jean. But then I also need a long jean, or they're too short. I can't really wear, like, boot cuts. They will, because after I wash them a couple times, it's like they shrink. No thanks. So I wear, like, a junior size 7, but then I have to make sure that they're also, like, a curvy cut jean, because I'm not cut like a 14-year-old girl. I have, like, curves now. I mean, I've had curves since I've had kids, but you know what I mean? I have curves. But then the issue that I have is with shirts. So t-shirts that fit make me look like I'm wearing a tent, because you can't tell because I have this onesie on. But my top half is much bigger than my waist. So if I wear something that fits nicely in the top half, then it like balloons out at the bottom. But if I wear something that will fit the bottom, and then it's too tight on the top, so I'm like, either way I'm gonna look ridiculous. So my solution is crop tops.
Or onesies.
But in like the public, my solution is to wear crop tops with higher waisted jeans is usually what I do, because I do have like, I mean, I've had kids, so I have like that like weird like muffin top thing happening.
Yeah.
That I can help. And but with crop tops, I only have to fit them to here. I don't have to fit my entire torso into a crop top. And it took my stepdad a long time, because I mean, he's raised me since I was 8. You know what I'm saying? So like in his brain, it's like a little girl wearing like scanty clothes. And
I've had this discussion with my husband. She's not a little girl anymore.
He had a fit. Was it last summer or the summer before? I think it was the summer before. I don't think we went last summer. But the last summer that I was there, I had shorts on, which junior shorts are just short. Like they, no matter what you wear, like unless you're wearing like Bermuda shorts that come to your knees, you're gonna see butt cheek. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I try to pull them down when I stand up and hope that helps, but like it doesn't. And he had a complete fit. Like, he was like, you can't wear this around your grandma, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, listen, if grandma has a problem, like, she's gonna have to come talk to me. Which she did have a problem. I mean, my grandma's kind of, I mean, she's deconstructing, but she's still religious enough. You know what I mean? And I was like, I'm not gonna like wear this to church or anything. I was like, I have jeans and stuff I can wear to church. And I do put like a sweater or like a shawl or something. Like, I will put that over like the crop top, you know what I mean, if we're going to church. Like, I'm not going in there like looking like a woman of the night at church, okay? But I was like, you're gonna have to get off it. Like, I was like, I am 30 at the time. I think I was 30, and I was like, I'm 30 years old. Okay, I've been dressing this way since I was 22. So like like when I moved to Florida, because it's hot in Florida. Like, I'm not trying to wear a bunch of clothes in Florida, okay? Yeah. And I was like, so you're just gonna have to be okay with it. This is what I choose to wear. I was like, I try to dress appropriate for the situation and the weather. But that's all I can do for you. That's it. That's all I can do. I'm sorry. I was like, unfortunately, in the sizes that I wear, like, either I'm going to look like my grandma Nancy, which her aesthetic is great for her, but she's 72, you know? Or I'm going to look like my cousins who are 22. Like, that's just the way it is. I was like, and I would prefer to not look 72. I would prefer to look younger.
I wouldn't like to look 72 either if I was in my 30s.
That's what I'm saying. No, like, I'm not trying to dress like a grandma. No offense to grandmas. Grandmas are great. But I'm not trying to dress that way at 32. I'm just not.
I don't even want to. I am a grandma, and I don't even want to dress like a grandma.
Like, he's like, you don't party anymore. And I was like, I don't have to wear this to go party, sir. I can wear this to lay on the couch. So
yeah. If you see what I wore partying, probably this is.
I was like, this is not even.
This is PG like, what I'm wearing right now.
I literally told him, I was like, clearly you don't remember the days when I went to raves. And he was like, I remember the days. I was like, clearly not. If you think this is what I wore to party, sir. Because when I was doing raves, even when I was doing raves sober, because I was doing raves sober when I lived in Florida, because I was, clean by then. You don't wear a lot of clothes to raves. You wear like bra tops and a thong. That's what you wear. So
I drew the line at the thong, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, at least this, I can go to Walmart and nobody's like, ma'am, I'm going to need you to go change your clothes.
Yeah, but he's a little bit better about and she has got a little bit better with her choice of clothing as well, which has been good. Still crop tops and all the rest of it, but that's fine. Which one of Neva's books would Neva give Nicole as a gift?
Well, one of them we don't talk about right now because we're boycotting them.
Yeah.
Honestly,
and it's in the next comment.
I'm not gonna lie.
We don't have to say it, but it's in the next comment.
Yeah. It's this book.
Yeah.
I hope that you're loving it because it was my favorite book of the year, which I'm so like annoyed that I can't talk about it. But anyway, I don't know if Nicole would actually like this book. I'm not gonna lie, but I would give it to her just so we could talk about it. And that is Magnolia Parks. Because honestly, I want all of my friends to read this book because I want to know everyone's opinion of the book. Because I feel like people that give Magnolia Parks like 2 or 3 stars or even 1 star, they have valid reasons for doing that. Just like I have valid reasons for giving it 6 stars.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And Magnolia Park, excuse me, my voice just turned into grandma's voice. Speaking of grandma's, Magnolia Parks is, what is it about again? Clearly I've searched it up because it comes up.
Yeah, so Magnolia Parks is essentially like, you know the show Gossip Girl?
Yeah.
So Blair and Chuck from Gossip Girl, it's basically like fan fiction of them. So it's rich, it's very much like rich people problems, toxic relationship, because like BJ and Magnolia are like the quintessential like toxic relationship. Like toxicity of like they love each other, can't let each other go, but BJ did something that's so terrible that Magnolia is having trouble forgiving him. So to cope with it, Magnolia like has long-term relationships with multiple people. Like she's just kind of like a serial dater, essentially, right? Like a serial relationship seeker. And BJ is just out here just like shagging everybody he can find.
Sounds like a fun time. I'd probably read that. It sounds very trashy. Yeah.
Like, I will say, I mean, get some tissues. You mean?
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Especially when you get towards the end. Because the ending is what's... Here's the thing. I made this through the whole book. I made it to the last, like, 20%. And I was like, I'm good. I haven't cried. Blah, blah, blah. I read the last 20%, 20 minutes before I was supposed to be on sprints with the besties. That was a mistake. I looked like I had been crying for 3 hours. I'd only been crying for 20 minutes. And Brittany was like, are you okay? And I was like, I finished Magnolia Parks. I'm like freaking boo-hooing. It happened to me again when I reread it last month. So good. So good.
It sounds like a book that I read. It sounds very I just read the synopsis and it sounds very Jackie Collins-esque on steroids, maybe.
Yeah, and there are audiobooks for the first 2 books. So for Magnolia Parks and then Daisy Hates, there are audiobooks.
Yeah, it just said then that there was a audio. I just checked on Kindle.
And she's bringing audios out for all of them. And honestly, I listened to the audio last month because I hadn't listened to it yet. And the audio is top notch. Like the audio is 6 stars like in itself.
Yeah, cool. Because I'll probably get it on audio. Let's see how I go. Probably February because I've got 21 books. Not to mention the other 3 that I have to read for the vlog in February to get through in January. And I'm supposed to be taking it slow next year. Yeah, right. Okay. I don't know who that person was that said that because that was a lie, obviously.
That's what I said last year too. And then I read 110 books. Which for anyone who looks at my story graph, I did change my story graph goal to 100 books so that I felt like I accomplished my goal.
Yeah.
Because 100, I'm not going to read 5 more books before the end of this month.
No.
I don't think.
No way.
I mean, maybe if they
were all full ones, maybe.
If I just do like a crap ton of audios on this book trip or on this trip. But I think I can only read 2 audiobooks, and that's only if I don't finish A Court of Mist and Fury, which I'm going to try to finish A Court of Mist and Fury tomorrow on the bus.
Yeah.
Which I think I have 3 hours left. Open. 2 hours.
I have read.
So, yeah, I have 3 hours left.
I have read 203 books. 200. I'm about to do 203. I'm about to go to 204, and I'll probably get to 205 by the end of the year because there's another one that I'm halfway through.
I made it to 110 books and 39,394 pages. And my goal for my pages was 36,500. So on average, I read more than 100 pages per day. On average, I did not read 100 pages per day.
So I ended up reading, I set my goal at 40,000 pages, and I've read 68,314 pages.
I feel like the pages goal is so much easier.
Yeah. And I've read 203 books. But
What's
and
your
I
goal,
believe 40,000 of those pages are from Wheel of Time.
They probably are.
They're prologues only. Well,
Yeah, so
most of them are like,
I did
yeah.
change it to 100 books just because now I feel accomplished. Like,
But that's what
I'll
you
at
always set
least,
your goal for, is 100 books, yeah?
yeah. So this year I did, at the beginning of 2023. I don't know. I got like ambitious, I guess, because it was like my first year on BookTube, right? So like I had made
Mm.
it through my first like 6 months on BookTube, and I was like, yeah, I exceeded 100 books, like just in the time I did BookTube, because I think I set up my goal while doing BookTube. So, like after I started BookTube, so I had set it in like April of last year, and I read 111 books, and my goal was 100. And so at the beginning of 2023, I was like, well, I'll just bump it up to 115. I can do 115. And then like I got closer and closer to 115 at the end of the year, and I was like, I'm not going to make 115. So I think I'm just going to leave it at 100 books, and if I exceed it, I exceeded it, and if not, that's cool too.
Yeah. Well, that's what I do. Like, I've never read 203 books. 70 of those I know were short form books. So,
But did you do a lot of audio this year?
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I
I did a lot
feel
of, actually, I didn't do just the Wheel of Time from book 3 have been all audio. I haven't really done any immersive reading with them, but I've done a lot of immersive reading, so audio along with reading. But yeah,
yeah.
I have done a lot of, like, there's been quite a number of audio as well. So all of November was audio, nothing but audio. And I think all of August, except for 3 or 4 were audio as well.
Got you. I think I'm going to. So Storygraph now has an hours goal as well, like for
Yep.
audiobooks. Um, and I actually would like to keep track of what books I'm doing on audio. This year, what I did was like if it was a physical book, I counted it as a physical book and not as an audiobook, which I think was kind of a mistake. Because now like looking through, I have to kind of guess which ones I actually read on audio.
The only if I listened to it as an audio, it went in as an audio if there was no physical book or whatever, because the
Yeah, because I
majority of
don't.
the books this year I actually did as immersive reading, so I was actually sitting down with my eyeballs on the pages.
Yeah, and that's
So I
my
class
thing.
that as a physical book if I had it.
My thing is I don't do immersive reading really, even if I have the book on my shelf. So I think what I'm going to do this year is I will just keep track in like a spreadsheet. Maybe I'll make a spreadsheet. Otherwise, I'll do it like in my book journal of which books were both audio and physical, because I do have like G's spreadsheet that I could use. I could probably buy a spreadsheet. I don't know. I could probably.
You can just put tags on Storygraph.
Yeah, and that's what I've started doing, because then at least I can look at the book and say, okay, this was both, because then I can do an audio version, but say, okay, well, this was my physical shelf. You know what I mean? Tag it that way.
On my I've put tags on mine, so I actually had the tags that I have off my shelf, so physical, audio shelf, Kindle Unlimited, and then my Kindle bookshelf.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to do that for this year. I also have a tag.
And NetGalley is the other one as well.
Okay, so I need to make a NetGalley one, but I do have a Libby one, because I read enough, library books through Libby that there are plenty of those that I like borrow from Libby. That
I've also got library books as well.
Yeah,
because I've also got tags that I put on there. So if I read the book for Get a Clue or Amazing Readathon, or and I've got my January TBR, so I know what month I read it in and all that sort of stuff. Like, I've got a shit ton. I've got like 12 months. But then I've got Kindle Unlimited audio, NetGalley, and I also had like tag it if it's a non-fiction, because sometimes it doesn't always tell you when you go into your stats that it was a non-fiction.
Yeah.
That, so I tag it if it is library book, and then I also had some tags for like if I got it from Bookorama. So if I've purchased a secondhand book from the Bookorama that I go to every year, I've put that down. So this year off from there, it tells me how many I've only read three that I picked up from there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but I do think I need to keep track of my audiobook hours, because I know that I read a lot of audiobooks, but
Yeah.
it doesn't reflect on my story graph because I continuously mark audios. Like if I have it, like if it's available on Kindle Unlimited, then I mark it as a Kindle Unlimited, like a digital book instead of as an audiobook. And so I don't have accurate stats for how much audio I'm actually reading. And I've read a lot of audio this year, especially with especially in the last couple of months with finding diamond painting. I can't really like book in diamond paint. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I sort of set down a couple of hours each night to just sit down with a book and not do any craft or anything like that. So I end my day like that. Like I know it's harder for you because you're coming home from work and you're trying to unwind, and so you're doing the diamond painting, which is helping you.
I do read about an hour a day at least, sometimes more than that. But my goal is an hour a day on my Kindle.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to go back to reading physical books, but bro, it's not really a vibe. You know what I mean? It's not a vibe.
Well, this month I've had the books that I've had to finish up. One had audio, but the other ones didn't. So I've actually been doing a lot of eyeball reading in the last week or so.
Yeah.
And it's actually got my eyes trained back again, because it was so hard after November doing nothing but audio and then going back to actually reading a book. I had to start off with immersive reading to get my eyeballs used to moving across the page again. And then I finished Breaking the Spell, and I think I've got about a chapter to go maybe 2 chapters to go in the Azerbaijan one. It's probably more than that. I'm just wishful thinking that book was bloody over.
Yeah, well, and I use my Kindle as that's kind of my physical reading element, because your eyes have to go across the page to read.
Yeah. To me, Kindle and physical are one of the same. It's just a different way of holding your book.
I have to utilize my Kindle Unlimited subscription, or I can't justify $12 a month. And when my taxes come in, there's a couple things that I'm going to pay up for an entire year, and one of those is Kindle Unlimited. And if I do that and then don't utilize Kindle Unlimited, like I make myself read at least one, not make myself, but like I find myself a Kindle Unlimited book at least, so I read at least one a month. I usually read more than that, but my Kindle is what I read when I like take a bath, so or when I'm laying in bed. So usually I get on average about an hour of Kindle reading, but also my Kindle goes with me when I leave the house. So like it goes to work with me. Obviously it's going to go on the bus. Like obviously I'm going to get like probably a good chunk, because I think it said I had 4 hours left of The Sinner. So I'm hoping what I can do is finish A Court of Mist and Fury. The first couple of hours, like while I'm tired and like trying to sleep or whatever, and then finish The Sinner on the last leg of the trip. But then the only way that I'm going to be able to read, really, because people will talk to me, so like I don't foresee being able to do a ton of audio while I'm home. So a lot of my reading is going to be on my Kindle, because I can sit in the living room with everybody to read on my Kindle. Nobody's going to say anything to me about it. Like they don't care. But they will be like, can you take your headphones out and talk to everybody? If I'm like sitting there, like, except my grandma, because she just assumes that my Kindle is a tablet and not like a book. Like I had to like show her the last time I was home. I was like, this is literally a book. Like I literally can't do anything on this thing.
Yeah.
Except read.
And to answer your question, Shannon, yeah, I am. Yes and no. I'm looking forward to not having to clean up after everybody. It's going to be great that I can put something down and walk back and it'll still be there. Shock horror. It doesn't actually have to move. And do I talk to my children in that condescending tone when they do it? Yes. I do. because I'm over it. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. I am actually starting to scale down stuff. I was talking to my husband the other day because I am going to be moving from this house, and I've got like a 4-poster bed, like a big country style 4-poster wooden bed, and it's freaking huge in my room. It's too big for the room. And I said to him, I just want to go down to a smaller bed, like, just a lot easier to deal with and all that sort of stuff when it comes time for moving. And he's like, yeah, that'd be a good idea. So I think he said either the first week in January or the third week in January or something, we're going to go and have a look at some beds, and I'm going to pick one, and then we'll get rid of the one that I've got here. And then I'm just going to slowly but surely get rid of all the big furniture, because it's just going to be me here. Neroli doesn't really sit in the lounge room, so I can get a smaller lounge and all that's easier for me to move around to clean behind and stuff like that. And the table is like it's been through all the kids and they've just destroyed it. So I'm just going to go and get a little round one that has 2 chairs on it, because it's just me and Neroli here, because Brennan lives over at the workshop for security reasons. And if he comes over for dinner or whatever, we go out for dinner. So it's a really weird relationship we have right now.
It's fine.
So, but yeah, it's like some people are going, well, we're not separated. It's just that we don't have a fence. So the property that we've got over there is his workshop, and he's got a lot of classic cars and stuff there. And the problem is that we have an easement that the next door neighbor is using as a public access road, which means that we can't fence off our property because he's using it as a public access. Now we're in the process at the moment trying to fight that, because it's not supposed to be used as a public access road. But he's digging his heels in and went and got a lawyer and all the rest of it, which hasn't worked out for him, because now Main Roads has got involved and told him he can't use it. And Ergon, which is the electricity company who created the easement, said he can't use it as a public access. We just need them to all sign off on it. As soon as it's signed off, then we can fence it, and then no one can get into the yard.
And then he can again.
Yeah, so right now he has to stay over there for security reasons, because we've had some scumbags going into the yard and helping themselves to parts and stuff like that. So he's there with the cameras, he walks out and they crap themselves and then they bugger off. So, because he can actually talk on his phone over the loudspeaker and say, I'm right here and I can see you right now. And yeah, so it's got around that he's living on site and all the rest of it. And that was the only way that we could see. And also the petrol prices went up and all that sort of stuff. And a lot of time the neighbours would start acting up, and then he'd have to get up in the middle of the night and drive back over to the workshop so he could get some sleep, because he drives the truck. So, and a lot of people don't realise that Brennan and I spent the majority of our relationship in separate dwellings, because he worked away in a big rig. And so yeah, we're used to it. Like, this is just normal for us. A lot of our friends freak out and think it's weird, but I just look at them like, do I come into your home and tell you how to live your life?
But it's just like this, like, because me and my sister were talking about this the other day because of some recent developments. But he was like, what are you going to do when you start, like, dating? And I was like, we're going to live separate. Because, like, first of all, unless it's even if it's a person that already knows, because I'm not really one to, like, date strangers. Like, I tend to, like, date my friends, which is not always great, but whatever. Yeah. Already knows most of my friends, but also my friends that I would date also know, like, if we were to date each other, you would not be around Ari. In any way that wasn't, like, a group setting. Like, because some of my friends have been my friends so long that they, like, come to my family gatherings and stuff like that. But there's definitely, like, a boundary on, like, there's no, like, PDA, like, nothing to make Ari think that it would be, you know what I mean? Just for, like, the first 6 months to a year, bro. It's like, I'm not doing it. Because if it doesn't work out, then I don't want to have to explain all that. Absolutely not.
You don't have to explain it to her. I have the same rule, like, because I've got previous partners and I've got kids to those partners, and it was the same rule. Like, when someone new came, it was, no, you can't, like, you can come here, but you have to come after a certain time, because then I know my kids are asleep.
Yeah.
And you're not staying over. You can get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you can bugger off, go back home. And,
Also,
if you
like,
can't, and basically, if that person couldn't respect those boundaries, then they didn't have an in. That was it.
right. And my thing is like my bed. So I have a full size bed. I've always had a full size bed, even when I had another person sleeping in my bed, because I don't need a huge bed. I don't need a queen or king size bed. For what?
Mm.
For what reason? Like, even when someone else was sleeping in my bed, like, other than Ari, but even when I had a partner sleeping in my bed, he was only in there 3 nights a week. So half the week I was sleeping by myself. I don't need a gigantic bed. Like, I don't need that. So like, I don't really want to have to upgrade my bed. And like,
I'm sorry, I can't get involved with you because I don't want to upgrade my bed. That's a valid reason.
But like, I would go from a full to a queen.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would go any larger than that. You know what I mean? And that's
well, I've got a queen size bed to myself right now, and I can assure you, one side of the bed where Brendan used to sleep has books, crocheting, and a cross stitch frame, and I sleep as if I'm in a single bed.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like, the only time that things get moved from that side of the bed that no one sleeps on is if Ari decides she wants to come down and like cuddle, and then I have to kind of like just shove things like into the corner of the bed.
Yeah.
Because I do the same thing. Like, my Kindle will end up there, my iPad.
Yeah.
Like, I just like sometimes if
it's
my
an extra large. It's an extra large side table.
yeah, like my glasses. Like, I throw my glasses there. When I was diamond painting, I would set my whole on my bed. I would set my whole diamond painting thing just like on the side, like to the side of the bed. Like, it's storage essentially. Like, it's not.
That's what it is. Exactly. It's exactly. I get it. I totally get it.
Listen, if I have to buy bedside tables so that I have storage that's not my bed anymore, that means like we're committed. Like,
yeah, that's a relationship. I don't know. Chris is saying where they live, it's dark by 4:30 and dark until 8 a.m.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
how
mind the dark, like if it's dark, because that just means it's cozy and stuff. But I don't have
That's
that.
how
I live in a very light country. I know it's been tough for Neva lately. I hope she's doing okay and not trying to be personal, just based on what you've shared on the streams.
Yeah, I'm okay. It was like a month or so. Well, yeah, like a month now, I guess. Like, when everything was first happening. Oh my god, that would have been terrible. When everything.
I've had plenty of those things. Oh my god, I just killed all the diamonds.
All right, go. Make sure you get everything out of all the pockets, because I put your underwear in the front pocket. Okay. Anyway, that would have been terrible. I would have just dumped an entire tray of diamonds. I would have cried. I won't lie to y'all.
And I'd be sitting over here laughing because I've done it myself. I dropped my pen the other day and it hit my tray, and the entire contents of my tray went out onto the sticky part. I'm like, you son of a bitch.
I like hit the bottom edge of the canvas, and it kind of like made everything jump. Which luckily these are like just staticky enough that they stayed in the tray. But like, even so, about a month ago, like when everything was happening, everything like exploded during November 24-hour sprints during Nicole's segment. And like, thank God for Nicole and for Brooklyn, because if it hadn't been for them, bro, like, y'all would have just seen me sitting on camera just like weeping the entire time. Like, I did not know what to do with myself. Nicole was like, just go to sleep. We'll be fine without you. It's fine. But I mean, now I'm okay. Like, we've got stuff, figured out. We're gonna move, to a new place where the people at that place are really willing to like help me and Ari get on our feet and like want to see us succeed. So that's really great. And I don't know. Like, that's it. I mean, he still talks to Ari. You know what I mean? I'll leave that avenue open for as long as he continues to go down it. And then when he decides not to anymore, then I'll deal with that when it comes. But I mean,
there's no point in stressing about it right now if everything's great.
Me personally, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm okay. My stepdad, I think, was a little worried. I think that this whole yes.
Your mommy, I found this in my pocket, so that can be your cents. So then you can have more money. Now you got
$5.10. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. All right, go.
Now you can
Go
have
pack your
another
backpack.
one.
Go. Okay. All right, go. Anyway, I think this whole like me coming home thing. She gave me a dime. I think this whole like me coming home thing. I think my stepdad had some working. I mean, my sister paid for it, but I think my stepdad had some workings in the background because I think they want to put eyes on me. Like I think because even I can say that I'm fine, but they don't tend to believe me because depression. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they've heard me say like, "Oh, I'm fine," and then me like in the bottom of the barrel, just like is scraping my way through life. But I mean, I'm okay. Like it's fine. Like luckily for me, like I have a support system of people on and off the internet. My stepdad is like knows some developments that are happening and he's like, "Are you sure you're ready for that?" And I'm like, "It's fine." Like I'm working through it.
And as you said, you have like you've got your therapy, you've got a support network, whether it be on the internet or off the internet, and there's a lot of people around you right now that want you to succeed and
If
have
I
you back.
didn't have therapy and also especially like the bookish friends that I have, I would not be okay.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, sprints and doing the things with booktube and all the rest of it is a distraction, but there are some genuine friendships here as well.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
I mean,
at any time of the day, there's always someone that you can talk to if you're having a
and
bad time.
everybody like really, I so I have part of like my anxiety is that people don't actually like me. I'm working through it, okay? But that's like part of my anxiety is that like people will say like, "Oh yeah, we're your friends," but like they don't actually like me.
I can relate to that.
And so when everything kind of when life decided to life as life does, and then like everybody that was doing 24-hour sprints, which are all like OG 24-hour sprinters, were like, "Are you okay? What can we do? Can we do this to help you?" I was like, "Oh, y'all actually my friends." Okay. Like because I will say, like, I mean, my family is trying, you know what I mean, but they're fine.
But
You know?
family sometimes I think can be a double-edged sword. They're great because they're there and you can sometimes rely on them, but at the same time, do you really want to tell them everything that's going on? Because sometimes they can be a little bit too judgmental and they don't always
Yes.
give sound
And they
advice.
tend, like, especially like my stepdad, like if my opa was alive, he would do the same thing. My
Yeah.
stepdad is very much like, "Well, you did nothing wrong," which like I can admit like the parts of this whatever of the last 2 years that are my fault, like whatever, you mean it takes two, all that crap, but what happened last month was not my fault, like whatever. So
It takes
but
two
he's
people to
very
bring a
much
relationship together, and it generally takes two people to bust it apart for the
yeah,
most part. And
yeah, I mean
sometimes
I can admit that I should have let it go like in May. Like it should have just been like when it was done the first time, it should have just been done.
done.
And
Yeah.
then I held out hope for reconciliation, whatever, and then that exploded. So it's fine. But my stepdad is very much like on my side, which like is not, I mean, that's nice, but it's not
Yeah.
helpful.
No, it's not
My
always helpful.
therapist is like, "Well, what do you think we could have done differently?" Like there's things I could have done differently. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, the only thing still giving me anxiety is if I have to actually talk to him, which has happened twice now, and I just don't really like to talk to him. Like I don't have anything to say. I don't feel like anything that we say to each other is productive. So like I prefer to just not. And he
Yeah.
did ask. Yeah, he called today to talk to Ari. She was taking a nap when he called, so I said, "Can she call you back when she gets up?" He said, "Yeah." And then he kind of like tried to have a conversation with me about like, "Have you moved on?" And I was like, "I don't really want to talk to you about this."
Yeah, and that's
Because
your
first of all,
prerogative to say
it's
that.
his
Like, and he has to respect that you're not ready to talk about it yet.
and if he decides that he wants to continue to do for Ari what he's done, like obviously, like I will treat that as a co-parenting situation. Legally, he doesn't have any rights because like he's not biologically her dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm we're here. We're here. And I feel like I don't really do the like 2024 is my year. I don't really do that. But like I feel like good things are on the horizon. We're on the up and up. It can only go up from here.
It can only go up. There's only one direction, and that's up. ML is I'm back, showered, and now sleepy. So I think I will head out so I can get up in time for sprints tomorrow to finish. Awesome. So I will see many of you there. Yes, you will. Thank you. No worries. We're happy to sprint. We've been going 9 hours again. We always say we're going to finish at 8, and
we never do.
We're liars. What can I say?
We never finish at 8. Okay.
No.
That's why
actually we have a couple of times finished at 8 because I've had to scoot off or.
That's true. But if no one has any, first of all, I have nowhere to go ever. So like, if no one else has anywhere to go, we're just here.
Yeah, and we're fine with that. Like, evidently we're okay. We're good with long sprints. So yeah, my mother was an anti-authority, so that I was allowed to wear and do whatever I want. The school just gave in because they didn't want to deal with my mother.
Yeah, so my mom was a narcissist, but also she was like anti-authoritative, like for certain things. So like she let me listen to whatever music I wanted, but like if she thought that, because she's a narcissist, if she thought that like society would like frown upon her for something that I wore or something that I did, then she'd be like, you can't do that. But it wasn't really because she gave a crap. It was just because she didn't want to look bad.
Yeah. Well, my parents were very toxic people, and I was not allowed to do anything at all.
Oh, I mean, I was grounded my entire life.
Yeah, when COVID come around, I actually said to my best friend, I'm like, my parents put me in training for this years ago, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Down for grounding.
Like I literally feel like my mom had me grounded my entire life. Like I turned 18 and that's how I got ungrounded. I moved out.
I moved out at 16 to get ungrounded.
I was gonna say, actually, I moved out at 16. I lived with like a family friend until that became terrible, and then I moved in with my grandma. But that's how I got ungrounded, was I moved out. Because then when I moved back
pretty much the same. I was grounded I was grounded so much. Like I mean, I've done stupid things to get grounded for. Like I wagged school for a week and then forged a letter to say I had the measles. Had I not done that, I'd probably been okay. But I got grounded for 3 months for that one, and I was allowed visitation. And I'm like, it was like jail. Like I got to have a visitor once a week. It was like, what the
That's what
hell?
She would be like, my mom would be like, you can hang out with these 2 friends. Little did she know those were the 2 friends that I smoked weed with. So like we would go to the cemetery behind our house and we would sit down there and get high. Okay.
Yeah.
And she would only let me go out like on the weekends, right? So she would be like, you can hang out with Anna and Jessica.
Don't worry, see ya.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go get high and then I'm gonna come home and sleep. Like that's what's gonna happen. Like but yeah, I was like grounded my entire high school career, I feel like. And then like I moved out because actually when I moved back in, so me and my first baby daddy, when my oldest was a baby, we moved in like right after I gave birth and everything. We moved back in with my mom just because like we were kind of struggling. And my mom like tried to control what I was doing, and I was like, I am 20 years old, like this is not gonna work, because she would be like, you can't go out after this time, and I'm like, I'm 20 years old. And she's like, well, I'm locking the door. Okay. So I went in through the garage. Because she
have a window.
Because she refused to give me a house key. That was the thing. That's how she like controlled things. Like she would, like none of us kids had house keys. So she locked the door. We couldn't get in. Okay. Well, you're an idiot because you gave me the code to the garage door and then couldn't figure out how to change the code. So
that works too. I had a window. I'd get out. I'd abscond out the window to go and hang out with my friends at night and get busted on the way back in, and that'd be another month added onto my grounding. So, like, I think I can go on areas that I lived the entire time I lived in Port Kembla, which is south of Sydney, near Wollongong. Yeah, I was grounded the entire time I was there. To get ungrounded, I actually left home. Did the same thing. So yeah, because it just got to the point where their toxicity was just getting too much for me. If you had to be dropped in a large maze, which fellow booktubers would you want to be team up with? Well, I'd be on Neva's team, and I'd take Brittany with me. I feel like Reni would be good in a maze. I'd take her with me.
I would,
and I'd probably take Leandra and Kelsey as well, because they'd be throwing shade at the other teams.
Here's the thing.
Slyly.
You would take me simply for the comedy, because I'm shit at mazes. You would take me. You would take me simply. You would like sit me down and be like, "Go tell me if that's a dead end," and I'd be like, "Nope, can't go through here. That's somewhere else." Like that's what you would take me for. Yeah, definitely.
I'm pretty good at mazes.
Because they would just talk crap the entire time. And the thing is like the other teams wouldn't quite know if they were being serious. That's the thing with Leandra and Kelsey, is that they give shade, but it's such dry humor that you can't tell if they're being serious, like if you're supposed to laugh or be offended. So you just kind of do both. Like you just kind of chuckle.
So they'd be good to have on your team. If you're competing against other teams, they'd be good to have on your team, because that would unsettle the other team.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like
that is a distinct advantage when you're talking team sports, that you want to unsettle your opponents so you can gain the advantage. I don't like, this is actually bringing out a side of me that I really don't want to show.
And then like Brittany would be like our strategist. She would be the one that's like, okay, this is how we need to team up to get through this maze, whatever. And then Reni works with children, right? Because she teaches elementary to elementary through high school, like music. Reni would just be the one that would be like, okay, I need you all to calm down.
Yeah.
And focus. Like she would be like our voice of reason.
I am a logical thinker, and I would be able to come up with different ways to get through the maze and all the rest of it. Brendan always says I'm an ideas girl, so yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just here for the comedy, because I'm not going to be good for anything else in a maze. Sorry.
Yeah. That's who I feel like I'd have on my team. On that. It must be comforting for you, Neva, to know that so many people are on your side and want the best for you.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I like when it was first happening, I was like, here we are, free falling. I was like, free. Like I was like, I don't know where we're gonna land. Here we are. But
and it was when it first happened, I missed the first 4 sprints because I was out.
But that's the thing, is like within the first 4 sprints, things were happening, but not to the extent, like there were no phone calls being made. Something was posted to social media, not by me, but there was something posted to social media, but it like blew up like after midnight because people got drunk, not me, but someone decided to get drunk and then call drunk and remembers none of it, but the rest of us remember all of it
conveniently.
And so that had happened, and that's where the disconnect came. Because first of all, don't yell at me for no reason. Second of all, if it's really like F me, bro, F you. Like I ain't got time. And then like the last time I answered the phone was right before we went live, and I was like, don't go live yet. I'm gonna answer the phone, because I purposely had you on so that you, because I was like, I'll keep it together if somebody's sitting here. But then as soon as I hung up the phone, I was like, and we're gonna cry. And you were like, are you good? And I was like, and you were like, you are not good. You were like, you are not good, ma'am. Absolutely not. Turn off the camera. You are not good. And
you need to go and
but yeah, so within the first 4 sprints, like it didn't happen. So I was like, maybe he'll remember that I have sprints this weekend and he won't start anything. And then he started. And I was like, of course you would, because why wouldn't you? True. But, as far as like for me and Ari, originally we were gonna live somewhere else, which would have been safe and fine. But we're gonna, I mean, I don't mind saying, I'm not gonna say who it is, but I have a coworker who reached out and said, do you want to rent a room? Well, that went from renting a room to her husband built a room in their house, like a new room. Like he built a whole bedroom off the living room and like drywalled it and put insulation. Like he made it a whole room. She
In a week? Because
in 3
holy
days.
crap. I need to borrow this, man.
He did it in 3 days.
Oh my goodness.
He started on Sunday and he finished it early Wednesday morning, like 1:00 in the morning. She like has already purchased a car that I'm gonna like pay her for. It'll take me about like 6 months to pay it off. It's like a really nice car. So like we're good. We're gonna be fine. Like
that's awesome.
We're gonna be fine.
Sounds like they've really got your back. And the best part is that Ari's still going to be going to a decent school and you get to keep your job.
And I get to keep my job. So I mean she's going to a different school, but I think it'll be okay for her. She'll be fine.
Well, it's going to be great for you because you don't have to deal with clothing. There's school uniform.
Same.
And that alone is a top-notch school.
I'm literally going to be like, this is all you can wear to school. So I don't know what to tell you.
So Vanessa has also joined us while we've been talking. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've been talking for a while, so we might go for a sprint. My mother hated school when she was a teenager, so she allowed me to stay home whenever I didn't want to go. One year I missed around 120. See, if you did that, you'd have, but you still managed to pass with straight A's, so that's fine.
That's crazy, but we would have had a truancy officer at the front door talking about where is your child.
Like
they
school actually rings you and goes, "Where are you?" We have a system here. If your child does not mark off on the roll, there is a text message that is sent out. Your child is absent today. Please explain why.
Yeah, that's what we get too, and they do not care about what the kids' grades look like. Like if you're missing more than like 3 or 4 days a week of school, they're like, "Where is your kid at?" And if it continues to be a thing, like, I mean, it never happened to me, but I know people that it's happened to. They will send a truancy officer to your front door and like request to put eyes on the kid and all of that.
Yeah. Chrissy's come back and says, "Gee, ladies, I've been busy all day. Just came back and you're still here." Yes, and we're about to go for a sprint. So if you need to get some reading done, we're about to go for a sprint. 45 minutes, okay?
Yep.
Because we have actually been talking over an hour.
We talk a lot. So.
Oops. It's also that time of night too. It's 3 a.m. musings, we should call it. All right. We'll see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading or trying to go back to sleep, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Well, hello. How did everybody go during that sprint? I am up to chapter 48. Actually, I'm a little ways into chapter 48. So I only have about 28, 30 minutes to go on the audio. So yeah, I like to move it along so I know how far I've got. And I got another section of diamond painting done, which is good. I still have heaps to go, but anyway, getting there. But yes, that was a really productive little sprint. Little time is getting good. Getting good. Will I abandon what I need to read on my Goodreads and just go for broke on Wheel of Time over Christmas?
Might as well.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to be buddy reading it with Coda. Coda's asleep, so I can pretend.
Yeah.
You won't know, right? Yeah, no, I won't do that. I definitely am starting book 13 though before the end of the year. So book 14 will be replaced in my TBR because I'm guessing neither one of us are going to be able to put it down. And I don't know how long, because I'm actually just doing the audio, so I don't know how long the book 14 goes. Let me know when you're there. Sorry, my daughter's just leaving town to drive a couple of hours, so it's trying to teach them to be responsible adults and check in with their mother. Is it working? No. And then I sick Brendan onto him, and Brendan goes, "Call your mother." I just worry because they're country roads that they're driving on, and we've got a lot of storms and stuff around at the moment because it's just storm season. And then you've also got wildlife and all that sort of stuff that jump out and give you, a jump start and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. How'd you go during that sprint? Did you get Mara settled at all? Or?
Well, no. She's upstairs. It's fine. I've given up. I ate some ice cream and I took the trash to the curb because I realized that it's Friday, which means I have to take the trash to the curb. And I asked someone why they were Snapchatting me at 4:00 in the morning when it's 3:00 in the morning their time, and they said because they went to bed too early, which is fair. He definitely went to bed too early. Because he went to bed at like 8:30. So
yeah. Yeah. Too early. Like I can be dog dead tired, and I know even if I go to bed at 8:30, I'm going to be wide awake 6 hours later.
Here's the thing: if I go to bed before like 10, like last month, last month, that first week where we did sprints, where it was me and like you weren't here because you were at the retreat. Bro, I went to bed. I went to bed at 11 o'clock. I usually go to bed at like 8 in the morning, right?
Yeah.
So nobody wanted to hang out because and I was like, I'm not about to do 8 hours of sprints alone. Like, absolutely not. So,
why not? I do that on Mondays a lot of the time. I do it on my own.
Like, I'm too rusty for this. Like everybody, and I was like starting to get tired because everybody else was tired. Like, you know how like the energy, like everybody else, like, oh, I'm tired too. So. Nell left, Reni left, like everybody left. So I was like, okay, well, I guess this is gonna be the last sprint, whatever. Like it was just like me, I think me, Leandra, and Nell left. And I was like, this is gonna be the last sprint. So we did the last sprint, and I'm like falling asleep during the sprint. So I was like, it'll be fine. I can go to bed now, and I'll get up at like 6:30. No. I went to bed. I was up at 3:45. Like it was the crack of dawn. And then I was up until like 10:30, and I was like, okay, well, I have completely screwed up my sleep schedule. So
I'm pretty like I if I go to bed at I get a solid 5 hours if I'm not going through insomnia, which for anybody that is heading into their menopausal era, that just be prepared for not sleeping. I mean, I can deal with the non-sleeping because I didn't get the hot flushes and I haven't had the migraine headaches and I haven't had a lot of other stuff. I've had a lot of depression, which has not been great. And I think 2021, I probably could have killed anybody at 10 paces with a look because I just wasn't up for your shit. I didn't care who the fuck you were. Don't piss me off.
Thank you so much.
I think that if you hurt someone and you're menopausal, that is a perfectly solid defense, is all I'm saying.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I've never gone through menopause, but like, so Mariah had her, she doesn't mind if I say this, but Mariah had her hysterectomy like earlier in the year. So she's gone through like the early menopause, bro.
Yep.
It's not a time. It's not a time. And then like, I mean, people like women in my family have gone through menopause, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna stay away from y'all because no thanks.
It's only good thing that's
but worse.
Oh, okay.
It's like that's how my grandma was like when she had menopause. I mean, she's 72.
Yep.
So she's gone through menopause. She like, bro, it was like she was PMSing, right? Like right before she would get her cycle, but like on crack. I was like, "Are you good?" She'd be like, "I'm fine."
And that is exactly what it is. It's PMS on steroids and crack.
And then I'm like, "Are you sure you're okay?" Didn't I say I'm fine? And I'm like, "Oh, all right, okay, Jesus Christ." Like I was like, "Okay." And then my stepdad would be like, "Can you go ask your grandma?" I'm like, "No, you want something? You call her." Nope, nope. I'm good. Thanks for asking, but no.
Yeah, I'm not going there. You be the brave soul today. But yeah, like as long as I was left alone to my own devices, I was fine. That you come out with your stupidity, then it's just gonna amp up. It's like you've come out and you've just poked me with a stick. And you know, as they say, let sleeping dogs lie, or don't poke the bear, and you don't hassle the rattlesnake, and it's all those three animals all combined in one, and it's coming at you. And you can hear it, and you can see it, and you can feel it, but can you control it? No. Nope. But the good thing about going into menopause, I no longer get monthly headaches and migraines. But the insomnia that I've suffered with most of my life, like trying to stay asleep, I can go to sleep at the drop of the hat, but trying to stay asleep can be hard at times. And I go through phases. That's amped up a little bit. So yeah, so I can go to sleep, be so exhausted, and then be asleep for 3 hours, then I'm wide awake like I've slept for 40 hours.
Yeah, it's unreal, to be honest. Like, it's unbelievable. And then I was like, well, I can't go to sleep like this again. And that's the thing is, like, the weekends for me are the worst. Like, Friday and Saturday are the worst because, like, I know that I don't have to get Ari up for school.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't do it on well, yeah. Yeah, Saturday is really bad. Like, I can't go to bed early on Saturday night because I have to work Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
Or Sunday night. So if I go to bed early on Saturday night, my workday is screwed. But like the Friday into Saturday is like terrible for me because like she'll be in bed and I'll be like, I'll just lay down for 2 hours. I sleep for like 5 hours and I'm up at 3:45 in the morning. I'm like, okay, well, that didn't really work out the way I needed it
to. That did not go to plan. Yeah. I just now if I can't sleep, I just get up and I just start my day. And if I have to have a nap during the day, I have a nap during the day. Although I must admit, like while Mia was here, because she was just constantly talking to me and nagging me and doing all the things that 8-year-olds do. Oh, she's a nag, like me.
That's why I mute myself. Every time she opens this door, I mute myself. Because I'm like, what do you need? I know you don't have she came down here earlier. She was like, can I put my stuff in my school backpack? Instead of, I have this like diaper bag that converts into a backpack. I've had it since she was a baby and she won't let me get rid of it. Like, I mean, it's cute. It cost me like $180. We're not going to talk about it. Anyway, it's machine washable. Okay. It was like the one thing that I got to splurge on when she was a baby. So it's fine. Yeah. But, she still uses it. Like, I don't have like it's like a convertible diaper bag, so you can wear it crossbody. I don't even own the crossbody strap anymore. I don't know what happened to it. It got lost in a move or something. Like, I don't know. But it has the backpack straps on it. So she was convinced she was going to carry this. And I'm like, the BFF is too big for you to carry. That's what it's called. And she's like, no, it's not. Well, she decided she wanted to switch everything over to her backpack, like her school backpack, which is what I told her to bring to begin with. So she came in here and she was like, can I switch everything in my school backpack?
Like, and that's why you should pack children's bags last, because they unpack everything.
Yeah, I was like, didn't I tell you to do that? And she was like, yeah. And then she's like, are you taking the pink duffel bag? And I was like, yeah, I'm not taking a whole suitcase. That pink duffel bag holds 5 days worth of clothes for a grown person. I was like, I don't even need 5 days of clothes. I got 2 pairs of jeans and like 4 shirts. I'll just wash my stuff.
Sadia says not all. We had a few people join during that sprint. Books with Stormy, hello, thanks for joining. Thag has also joined us as well. Time to stay up for a few more hours. Awesome. Books with Stormy at nearly finished the manga book I was reading. I can't believe it's read nearly 500 pages. Awesome. Vanessa got up to 19% in the Inherited Games. Well done.
I hope you
what is your go?
I just said I hope she likes the Inheritance Games. I really enjoyed the first one. And then I tried to go straight into the second one. See, this is why I don't read this is why I need to stop reading series, because one of two things happens. Either I never read more, like I own all of them, including the newest one. So I own all 4 of them on Kindle, and I own the first one as a physical book. So we did a buddy read during Amazing Readathon. And we all read the first one, and then I immediately tried to go into the second one, and I didn't care to read it. So I mean, I'll pick it up at some point.
Yeah,
but I really like
pretty bad for reading the first book and then just not continuing on with series. Like, it'd have to be pretty phenomenal. Like, there was a series that I came across in the first year that I did the Kindle Unlimited challenge, where I read everything on my Kindle Unlimited in the month of May. And I came across Yasmin Ango, and I think it's called They Call Me Night, I think is the first book. It's a green cover. I think orange cover. I can't remember. Anyway, there's 3 in it, and they're all on Kindle Unlimited. And it was a great book. Like, I really, really loved it. And then I had to wait for the second one, and that's probably about the only series that I've like anticipated for the second one to come out, and the third one's come out, but that came out in September, and I haven't picked it up.
See, so I completely read the whatever that is, the Witsec series.
Yep.
So I had read the ones that were out, the first 2. I read, or first 3. I don't remember how many are in the series now. I think 4. But I read everything. I think the first 3. I read them in 6 days. Like, all 3 books. I read them.
Yeah.
And then I had to wait half a year for the last one to come out. And then when the last one came out, all the besties, we all read it as a buddy read together because we were like anticipating it. And then I read all of the Never King series, the Vicious Lost Boys series. I read all of those. And then I think that's it, because like the other series that I've started on Kindle Unlimited, I haven't finished them.
Yeah.
But those were 2 series, like the Beast of the Briar series. Like, I want to, the third one just came out and I want to read it. But I'm like, I don't feel like it right now. And I really liked the first 2. Like, I gave the first 2 5 stars. Like,
yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I'm going to read this on release day. I did not read it on release day.
I'd never read anything on release day. I'm hard pressed to find any, like, do pre-orders and stuff for series and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. I suck at series. I think just sometimes I think the first book is just enough for me. Like, I don't know whether it's I don't care enough to continue on with it, or just a lot of series that I have, they're just such huge books too. So
I also hate when they like when they're like, yeah, this is going to be a whole series, and then they like clean up the first book super neatly. What was the point? Like, give me a cliffhanger that makes me want to keep going. Because that's why like I ate up the Vicious Lost Boys and the Whitsick series both is because the cliffhangers for both those books were so immaculate that like I wanted to keep going. Like I was like, I have to keep going, or I'm just left with nothing. Like I'm just left with 1,000 questions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which the Beast of Briar series kind of did that too, but they're just so long. I mean, they're romantasy. They're like Beauty and the Beast retellings.
Yeah.
But like with Fae, and it's like why choose? Because it's like 4 Fae princes, and then this like human girl, which is like great. But they're just so long. I just don't feel like reading a book that long.
Yeah. The longest books that I've been reading this year have been the Wheel of Time ones.
Which
I've read so many books. I just feel like next year I just need to slow it down a little bit.
Me too, but will I? That's the real question. I feel like
and then I said yes to 2 readathons.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said yes to 2. We said yes to the same 2 readathons in January.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are we doing? I need to actually send Leandra a message, because the best way for me to do sprints on my own for TBR-a-thon is to do them as 24-hour sprints. So I'm going to see if I can just theme them around TBR-a-thon, and then I can do other sprints for Courtney, which I'm sure like we will also do sprints for both, which is great.
Yeah, well, I figured that our Friday sprints will just be for both.
Yeah, so
I've put them down, and also the Monday ones as well. So I figured the Monday ones I can do as TBR-a-thon, and then the Friday ones will be combined for both. Yeah, because it's so long.
And then I'm just sitting here like, I thought you were going to slow down. Plus, we still have a certain announcement to make.
Yeah.
What are we doing? We're not slowing down, bro. We're each going to read like 250 books.
Well, I got for January. I have this list, okay, and there's 21 on this bloody list, and I've also got a vlog that I've got roped into.
Well, they make fun of me at work, bro. Like at this point, like I'm just known as like the resident reader of Taco Bell, right? So AJ will say things like, he'll be like when he we just got a new girl at work, a new manager at work, and she's really nice, but she's gonna work nights with us, and since we're losing somebody, so he introduces everybody, and he was like, and this is Neva. They call me by my full name at work, but he was like, this is Neva. Yeah, she reads 1 million books a year. And I was like, no, I don't. Don't read that many books a year. I'm like, what do you mean? And he was like, you read more books than I do. And then she like asked me like how many books I read, and I was like, I mean, the last 2 years I read about 100 books, 100 plus books. And she was like, oh, you need to give me some book recommendations. I can't give this girl book recommendations. I mean, she's like 30 years old, so she's like, I'm still the oldest person on my shift. It's fine, but like, I don't want to traumatize her. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine if I was like, oh, read this book. It's called The Sinner by Chantal Tessier. No. She would come to work and she would be like, I can never ask you for another book ever again.
She'd probably come to work. I can't work with you. I'm sorry.
I can't even look you in the face. I bet you can't after you read that.
I have to get some new headphones. These headphones just don't want to stay in when my hair's down, and my hair's too short to put it up in a ponytail. It's hurting to have it up in a ponytail, so I've got to have it down. I was just sitting there going, why is my head hurting? And I'm like, it's because it's in a ponytail and it's pulled really tight. You need to take it out.
You have a hair headache. That's why.
Yeah, and that's not good for anybody at all. Ugh. Books with Stormy. I'm also about to start reading and embarrassing manga called Sweet and Soap. I don't read manga, so for me it's not embarrassing. So you can't be embarrassed if you tell me this stuff, because I don't know.
I mean, my thing is this: I feel like this. There's like manga readers, right? An embarrassing manga called Sweat and Soap. I mean, my sister read Sweat and Soap. I think she liked it. Like, I feel like this. Like, you either have like cutesy, cutesy kind of like borderline cringy types of manga, or you have like tearjerker, like rip your heart out manga. Like there's no in between. Or it's like super violent and dark. Like you know what I mean? Like there's no in between. It's fine. Don't be embarrassed about the things you enjoy.
Hang around here long enough, you'll probably have secondhand embarrassment from the stuff we read.
Listen, you'll probably have secondhand embarrassment from the shows I watch, for God's sake. Like it's fine.
Vanessa says you're all experiencing my early morning insomnia, and it just gets so much more fun. I also just finished my cow diamond painting and posted it to Instagram. I will have to go and have a look. And Vanessa is also enjoying the Inheritance games. I actually picked this book up the other day and went to purchase it and put it back down. I may or may not have gone secondhand book shopping again.
It's fine.
I have
money anyway. It's just a social construct.
My daughter sort of helped me purchase some stuff because I was with her. I got a part 2 to a book that I'm reading in January, so that's good. I also got the Anita Blake Vampire Hunter series. I got the first 5 in that now. I got some more Agatha Christie's. I got some classics. I got some books. I got a heap of J.D. Robb books as well at the beginning of December that I still haven't done the whole video. Those videos are coming.
So here's what I'm going to say about the Inheritance games. Remember, like, if you read it, it's YA, right? So, like, here's the thing that I liked about it is it was very fast paced and the chapters were short. We love a short chapter. But like the chapters really like flowed from one chapter to the next.
Yeah.
But also just don't take it too seriously. Because I've heard that the people that didn't really like the Inheritance games, they like took it too seriously. Like it's a YA novel, like series. Like no one is taking this seriously.
Yeah.
Except YA people. Like 14-year-olds might take it seriously.
Yeah. Because it's an old series, isn't it?
Older, yeah.
Yeah.
But the 4th book like just came out. Brothers Hawthorne just came out. And then I also have her other series that's like it's supposed to be like Criminal Minds, like YA Criminal Minds. I don't remember what the hell it's called, but I have that one too.
Okay.
Because I don't know, at some point in the year when I decided to buy 15 series for my Kindle, why did I don't know. It's because here's how they get you. Okay, here's how they get you. I go to buy one book, right? I go to buy one book, and I'm like, let me see how many books are in this series, and then it tallies up for you how much the series will cost, and it's always way less on Kindle than it is to buy it physically. So I bought like all like the first 3 Inheritance Games books for like $21. Right?
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, that's a steal. 3 books for $21? Yeah. And then I pre-ordered the 4th one.
And they stitch you up on the price on that one.
That's what they do. Like that's how they get you because they give you that total, and you're like, "Oh, this is a good deal. I wouldn't be able to get this if I bought them physically."
Yeah,
that's how I ended up with the freaking Binding 13 series. I don't even know if I want to read
that. That's funny as. Sister Holmes Ivory saying, I love series, but believe that people are either series readers or standalone readers. There are smaller amounts that read both. I do read both, but I tend to just... I don't even want to look how many series that I have. Fantasy, I tend to continue with.
Yeah. Same.
Contemporary fiction series and stuff like that, not so much. Thrillers, like you know, assassins and detectives and stuff like that, I do tend to continue on with those. And if I can get a good small town series where it focuses on different couples, like the Virgin River series, I'm happy to go with that.
So for me, okay, so fantasy series I tend to continue, but I also tend to just be picking fantasy series that are between 7 and 500 books long. Like there's I never pick like a duology. You know what I'm saying?
Like
Dark
True
romance series. What, Ori? Okay, it's not time to go yet. Go put that in your backpack. Go. I'll come get you when it's time to go. Go. Anyway, dark romance series tend to be shorter most of the time. Like the ones that I read tend to either be duologies or they're only like 4, maybe 5 books long, you know, because you get it really depends on like how many. You can usually tell how long a book is going to be by how many couples you get introduced to. Because usually in a dark romance series, you get like a book per couple, which is like fun or whatever. Care about all the couples. Sometimes I will finish those and sometimes I won't. It really depends on if I enjoy all the couples or not. Because there are some couples that I'm not gonna read your book. You know what I mean? And then we got series like the Pucking Wild series. That's not what it's called. It's called Jacksonville Rays. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I knew which one you're talking about because it's Pucking Wild and Pucking Around.
Pucking Ever After Part 2 just came out. Did I download it? Yes, I did. Am I going to read it? Yes, I am. Are they 800-page books? Yes,
possibly.
They are. Do they need to be that long? No. Like, was it necessary? It wasn't. But you know what? It's fine. Also, I need to find another hockey romance that hits me like the Jacksonville Rays series because I've tried some other ones and I have some on my Kindle, but I've tried some other ones and they just don't hit. Like, I don't know why that is. Like, maybe this is just like the only hockey series I'll ever like, but like I want to be a sports romance girly. Like, I want to be. But I don't know.
I don't know how I feel about it because I read, what was it? What did I read in November? What's the hockey one where they share the ice rink?
Icebreaker.
The Icebreaker. I read that. That's like, sorry if I banged my microphone then, people. Are you all awake now?
Eva said that she thinks me and Brittany will like it, so me and Brittany are going to read it in January. But like, Reni hated it. But here's the thing.
I'm siding with Reni on this. Like, I still gave it a 3-star because I know that there are people out there that will really enjoy it, and that is a fair assessment of the book. It was a 3-star read for me. Is not a great read, but for other people, it would be okay. I would understand. Like, I understand why some people would like this book.
So for me, I can't go off of what Reni says, which sounds really bad, like when I say it like that, but Reni and I have very different. I mean, we've agreed on some books, but there are a lot of books that are like spicier romance that she and I don't agree on, like that I loved and she did not. So like that's fine and dandy, but yeah, I don't know if I'm a sports romance girly. I did like Mile High. I think that's what it's called. I did like that book. I gave it 4 stars, and I would like to continue that series. I think, I don't know, but I don't read a lot of contemporary series just because I don't care to. The only thriller series that I'm like working through is the You series by Carolyn Kepnes or whatever the hell her name is. Because I like the show.
Fair enough.
And then last year I got the arc I ended up reading the series because I got the newest arc. So like I'm caught up. I don't know if she's writing any more books, but I'm caught up to where we are because I got the arc for the newest book last year. So I was like, well, now you have to read it. Like, you don't have a choice. But yeah, mostly I read fantasy series.
Yeah. I think the most series that, like, there are a couple of like FBI series that I have read, but they're short books. They're not overly long books. Like, they're around 200 pages. Most of them have been on audio, and that is the Blake Pierce books.
Yeah, I was reading the Alex Cross books for a long time, but now they have like 100 million books in that series. I don't know if I'll ever finish it.
Yeah,
because that's by James.
I think
Patterson.
I was reading the Jesse Hunt series, and I think there's 26 in that, and I was up to date with it up until May this year, and I think that series is now wrapped up, but there's still 3 or 4 books that I have to read, but they're all available over on Everand, whatever the hell it calls itself now. Like,
I'm honestly contemplating getting the Alex Cross books from the library, like as ebooks.
Yeah.
And reading them because I know about where I left off, but those are actually like, I don't really love James Patterson as a person, but those are actually like nostalgic for me because my great grandpa and my great grandma and my opa would read them. So basically, what would happen is my opa worked at Walmart for like 20 years, right? And he was like the fishmonger at Walmart. He worked the seafood department when they had like an actual seafood counter. Okay. I'm old. It's fine. So he would buy the newest Alex Cross book and he would read it and then give it to my grandma. So that's how it started. Was he started buying this series of books because they would go on sale all the time at Walmart. So he bought the first, I don't know, 10 or whatever, and then from there they were caught up. So he would just buy them as they were released, and so they would read them and then give them to me because they're not really spicy. I mean, they're kind of violent, I guess, because it's a cop story. But like, so I would read them. Because I was like, oh, I'm an adult. I was like 14 reading Alex Cross books. But like the first one is called Along
So grown up.
Right. The first one is called Along Came a Spider. And I will say like the writing got better as we went. I don't know if James Patterson actually wrote any of them, but like because supposedly he doesn't write his own books. But
that isn't that only just like in the last 18, 20 years that he's been doing that?
So, I mean, I think most of the Alex Cross series was written by him, you know what I'm saying? But the writing would, like, get better as you went, and, like, you were just, like, and, like, Alex Cross, I think, was a black man or a Mexican man. He was not white. That much I do know. And so, like, I would get, like, sucked into the story. So, like, I kind of want to, like, finish the series, but I don't actually know how many books there are now. There's probably, like, 500 at this point.
Yeah.
Like, that
that's like the J.D. Robb one, the Nora Roberts one that she writes.
Yeah, I used to read
like 55 or something in that series.
Yeah, I used to read her too because my grandma would read her. Now, that was, you know, a little bit scandalous because there are sex scenes in some of them. So my grandma would be like, you need to skip pages 50 to 55. Did I know? I was like 16 reading J.D. Robb, reading sex, and thinking that I was just reading like the spiciest of the spice. And look at me now.
J.D. Robb, the gateway books to smart.
Well, she used to give me the Harlequin romances too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mum used to read what they called Mills and Boons here. She used to read those, and then like she wouldn't let me read them or anything like that. Little did she know I was reading things like Jackie Collins and all that sort of stuff. Like, you think your books are spicy, Mum? My books are spicy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's where it started. My grandma gave me J.D. Robb and Harlequin romance, and she would be like, and she called those like bodice rippers or something, and she would be like, you need to skip this page from this page.
That's funny.
Okay, Grandma. And then she would be like, did you skip the pages I told you to? And I'd be like, yeah. No. And now look at me.
Not too sure, Deb. It's 7:30. I didn't even realize it was that late. We'll be around, I guess, for another sprint, and maybe we'll see how we go. Yeah, I have wanted to read the Anita Blake series for a long time. And I was in a secondhand bookshop the other day, and they had them all sitting there. And the reason that it came back to my attention is because I got a Halloween box back in October, and it had like the 15th book in the series, because I think there's like 18 or 19.
They give you the 15th book.
They give you the 15th book. So, yeah.
You wouldn't think that they would give you the first one, so you could be like, oh, a new series.
Yeah, no, they don't do that. So anyway, I'm like, oh, I've wanted to read this for ages, and I completely forgot about it. So yeah, vampire series is probably the other one that I will continue reading on, because you get so invested in whether it be Vampire Hunter or Vampire centric. Yeah, I basically get a bit addicted to those. So yeah, I definitely. So I ended up getting book 1 on Amazon, and then the other day I got 2, 3, 4, and 5. Are the books the same? No, but I'm going to take the ones that I have here, which have the red covers, which I actually really like the look of, but I also like the vintage ones as well. So, so the place that I went had these ones, so they're the covers for them. And they're all like that. And they're also numbered on the spine, which makes life a lot easier. So these ones were published 2000. So yeah. So I got some of those. And they're just, I've got piles of books everywhere that I've got to do videos for that I haven't done. So yeah. But I'm looking forward to getting into that. I'll probably get into that in February. You have at least picked one duology, Neva, for Letters of Enchantment. Divine Rivals and Ruthless Vows. Yeah.
Which I do have that one. I do have the second one pre-ordered as a Kindle book. I originally had it pre-ordered as a physical book, but because we're moving, I didn't really want. Yeah. So I do actually own the first one now because I went ahead and just bought it because it was just sitting there staring at me from Kindle Unlimited. And it was like, just buy me. And then I also pre-ordered the audiobook for Ruthless Vows because the audiobook for Divine Rivals was so good that I was like, I can't have one and not the other. You know what I mean? They need each other. You know,
they need each other for sure.
I do want to read the rest of her backlist though too, because she does have she writes like all fantasy, but they're either standalones or they're duologies. I think she has maybe one that's a trilogy, which like listen, I can get behind that. I can get that read. You know what I'm saying? It's when you are like, here is Throne of Glass, 8 books, and they just get thicker as you go.
Bigger and bigger. Alrighty, are you up for another sprint, or do you want to call it a day?
I mean, either way, I have time to do one more sprint, but then that'll be it.
Yeah, I'm about the same too. So how about we just do a 30-minute sprint, and then we can wrap it up. That sounds like a plan, doesn't it?
Sounds good to me.
All right, we'll do a 30-minute sprint, and then we'll come back, wrap it up, and we'll see you all again next week. Well, I'll see you next week. I can't talk for Neva because Neva is going away for family and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we'll get into that when we come back. All righty, 30 minutes it is. We'll see you in 30 minutes, everyone. All right. How did we all go during that sprint? I have nearly finished my dragon. I don't know whether you'll be able to see it or not, but without me picking it all up. But yeah, I've almost finished my dragon. Let me just bring it down a bit. There you go. You can see it a bit better. So yeah, this is the section. I've just got to do a bit more on that, but I think I will finish. You can see the shiny bit where the light's hitting it. That is pretty much all I've got to do. But my dragon is done. I've done a fair bit today, so I'm pretty happy with that. I might even be able to get this finished by the 28th if I do nothing else. Maybe. But tomorrow morning, let me just bring this back up now, so you're just not looking at me beads. Anyway, tomorrow morning I have a live stream, and then I'm going to do some stitching, and then I'm going out, and I won't be back until like 9 o'clock at night. And then I have some filming and stuff to do when I get back, and then yeah, so we'll set up for filming for the next day and all that sort of stuff. But I also have sprints with Brittany on Sunday, so I'll probably get some more of this done, and then I want to sort of concentrate on some cross stitch, so I've got something to show for my floss tube and stitch with me on Monday. So yeah, that'll be pre-recorded though, and all the rest of it. So how did everybody else go in the comments? Let us know. I think Vanessa said that we got up to 25%. Awesome. Did you go, Neva?
I finished getting things ready so that we can go. So.
Awesome. How long before the bus leaves?
Well, we need to be there. I'm gonna have to. We're taking an Uber like to the actual bus station.
Yep.
So I'll probably have to call it about. It's 5:06 now. I'll probably have to call it about like 5:45 because I want to make sure there's like plenty of time. Mm-hmm. The bus doesn't leave till 7:10, but they're saying to be there by no later than 6:30. And it does take about half an hour to get across town, like to where we need to be. And I don't want to risk there being like traffic.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I also finished my book and purchased book 13. Yes. And I'm like, I want to start it now, but I can't. I have to wait till Monday. Oh, I've sent a message. I'm finished.
At least you finished it.
Yeah, well, that's it. I was supposed to be finished at the Monday just gone, but with I had people in the car and I couldn't listen to a book while, because I could have put my headphones in and ignored everybody in the car, and that would have been great. But it was sort of my last time with Mia until I don't know when. Yeah. And so I didn't want to do that, and so we were all talking and driving and doing the things, and then it was just me and Savannah in. And to be honest, considering Savannah is a reader, she interrupts me a lot. So
kind of the ones that interrupt everybody else.
Yeah. So yeah. But I got almost finished all my dragon. I don't know if you've seen that before. I've almost finished all the little dragon.
Yay!
So yeah, I'm going to finish off. I've got a fair bit to do still in this section, but I should be able to finish that off tonight. So yeah, because I don't have to really get up and I don't actually have to be on camera for my live stream tomorrow, so I can get up in my pajamas and just do my live stream because it's overhead stuff. So yeah, that's pretty good. Deb also finished her book as well, which is awesome. We've had some pretty productive sprints. We've gone for 11 hours today. We should just call these all day, all night sprints instead of 8 hours.
Just call them like.
It's just. At this point, we're just lying.
We've been putting like 8+ hours for a while, but I feel like it should just be like all day / evening sprint.
Yeah.
We're just going until we can't go any longer. That's basically what we're doing.
And we have gone almost 16 hours before. Oh, that's insane. Oh no. I mean, I reckon that there would be if the comments are jumping and everybody's jumping on and all the rest of it. I reckon between the two of us, we could do a 24-hour sprint.
We probably could.
Yeah, because the conversation flows pretty good.
Because truthfully, even when we're like, even on the nights where we're on here for like 14 hours, it doesn't really feel like 14 hours.
No. Like, I know that Brittany and all that say that we just go for a long time and all that sort of stuff. It just doesn't feel like that long, though.
It doesn't. Like, because we'll look at the clock and be like, oh, I'll look at the clock and be like, oh, it's 4 in the morning. You look at the clock and be like, oh, it's 7 p.m. And I'm like, you know?
Yeah, like right now, it's 8 o'clock at night, and I've been on here since 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like that.
I feel like it only drags if no one is participating in the comments.
Yeah.
Or you're just by yourself. Like, I feel like when you have friends on with you, like, it doesn't feel as long as it actually is. That's why, like, with the 24-hour sprints, I can go as long as I do, because almost always, always I have friends, and almost always their comment sections are
always jumping. And like, even when I did that 22 hours because of the neighbors and all the rest of it, it didn't feel like I was awake for that long. Like, I obviously, as soon as my head hit the pillow and the noise stopped next door, I was out for the count. But
it's really, like, even with the 24-hour sprints, it's really not until they're over and I've walked away from the computer that then I feel tired. Like, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I've been on there for 24 hours. But, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, like, if I'm just on for 24 hours, like, it doesn't, because I'm not really, like, taking a break from it. Like, I'm just hanging out.
And I'm always doing something as well. So, like, this is a normal day for me to wake up in the morning and not get off the computer or doing stuff out in the craft room until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Like, it's a normal day for me. So to be actually sitting there and having someone to talk to every 45 minutes to an hour is no big deal. So
yeah, I do the same thing. Like, if I'm off work and nobody's here, like, I just diamond paint until I'm tired, and then I go to bed, and then I get up, hang out with Ari, and then when she goes to bed, I diamond paint some more. So, like, I feel like my family is gonna hate me when I go, because I'm definitely taking my little diamond paintings to the family thing. I dare somebody to say something, because I brought, like, extra pens. Like, I brought one extra pen. Plus, there will be Ari has her little diamond painting set, right? Which I'm sure comes with some kind of, like, toolkit. Plus, I'll have 2 extra toolkits, because the paint gem ones, each box comes with a toolkit. So if people really start bitching, I'll be like, would you like to diamond paint? No? Then shut the hell up. Because I can definitely talk in diamond paint, okay? I can eat diamond paint. I can do a lot of things. Plus, they're small. They're only like 4x4 inches.
Yeah, I've seen them before. A friend of mine does them. She ordered a whole heap of the. She got the 80s one where it was all the retro stuff.
Yeah, I got Christmas and rainbow, because I figure if anybody else wants to do it with me, they can, like, we can break out the Christmas ones. But plus, like, I'm only gonna work on the Christmas ones right now. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I figure I don't feel that I'll do paint gem kits at home. Like, I think they'll probably just stay in this little case.
Yeah, and they're just a little travel thing when you travel anywhere.
And then I'll kit them up, like, before I'm about to travel. Like, obviously this time's a little different because I have this here and the paint gem stuff is at Dad's house. But I can, like, kit it up, and then whatever doesn't get done, I can just put back in here until the next time. Because I just don't see myself enjoying doing mini kits sitting at my house. Like, I prefer to do big kits.
Hi, Erica. Thank you for joining. We are all doing well, but we are actually about to wrap up. So we're just doing our final thoughts for the day, and we're heading off. So tomorrow you have sprints with Brittany. So it's all the besties over on Brittany's channel. Do you know what time that starts?
Yeah, I believe. Let me check. So for US people, it'll be later tonight. And I believe I will double check Instagram. Not Instagram. What? YouTube? Wow. I hope I sleep on the bus. Yes, we are scheduled for Okay. This is saying noon, which means I have to get a hold of Brittany.
Okay, so I've just got to come up here. For us here in Australia, it is 3 a.m.
Yeah. So
on the 23rd.
Yeah, it's saying noon on the 22nd, which means I actually need to get a hold of Brittany. I mean, I can do it from my phone, but we'll definitely be on the bus.
Yeah. That works out. If it's starting at 3 a.m., that's noon.
Yeah, because that's what it's saying is noon. So I'll see what Brittany wants to do. If she doesn't want me on camera on the bus, like, I get it. But I will probably what I'm gonna do, to be honest, is sit like toward the back of the bus. Because if I do that, then there's like nobody there.
Do they have the bathroom on the bus too?
Yeah, it's in the back.
Yes, that's probably good for Ari too.
So I can just be like, oh, I'm sitting back here so my 5-year-old can use the bathroom.
Use the toilet. Yeah.
She'll get a hold of me eventually. So yeah, dude, we're reading 'Tis the Season for Revenge.
Are you?
Yes, that's what we're reading.
Okay. But
it is
she's holding
he is
holding
Wreck the Halls.
Wreck the
Yeah,
Halls.
she is in every thumbnail for Sprintmas.
Oh, okay.
She just used the same.
Yeah.
So we are reading 'Tis the Season for Revenge. You can get the audiobook on Audible, but it's an Audible exclusive. Or if you want the ebook, you can grab the ebook off of Kindle Unlimited.
Cool.
Otherwise, I think it's like $2.99 or something for if you want to actually buy it.
Cool. And I'm on the following day with Brittany. So the 23rd in the US and the 24th for here in Australia, which I think is 8 a.m. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. I think it is.
Let me check.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to find where everything is, because apparently I am clueless when it comes to 9 a.m. on the 24th, Sunday the 24th here in Australia. I will be on Brittany's channel, which is Brittany Loves Reading. And on that note, I would like to wish everybody that has tuned in for the last however many months with me and Neva a very Merry Christmas. I will be back next Friday, Thursday evening, for those playing in the US and Northern Hemisphere. Neva may be popping in, but maybe also traveling. So
see what happens.
Yeah, see what happens. But I will be here. I will definitely be doing the 8 hours. But yes, I would like to just wish everybody a very Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, no matter what you celebrate. But that is it from us today. And do you have anything else, Neva?
No. Just Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, Happy, I don't know what holidays called.
Happy Holidays. Happy all the things.
So yeah. I mean, enjoy your family or don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Deck the halls, not your relatives. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That needs to be a shirt. Deck the halls, not your relatives. Oh, dear me. But as I said, on that note, we are going to end it here. Have a wonderful holiday season, everybody, and we'll see you all again very soon. Bye.